Hello?
Hey, you're just in the pre-meeting right now, so you can go ahead and mute yourself if you want.
Thank you.
Hi, Tony Morris here. Just wanted to confirm you have audio.
Yeah, we got audio. I've just been muting people, or people are automatically muted as they join.
Very
And
good.
then when the proceeding starts, you guys can unmute yourself if you're called upon.
Okay, thank you.
Justin?
Yeah.
Laura?
Yep.
And I just got an email saying that Bob Williams from Cal Alta, he can't, he has an issue with the link. They're asking if you can resend it.
The link is going to be the same one if I resend it.
Okay, I'll tell
Because
her that.
everybody got the same link, so if everybody else is using that link to get in, then I can see Bob right now.
You can see him?
Yeah, I'm just going to admit him in. And he should be in the meeting. I'm trying to look for him. Yeah, he's in the meeting now at the bottom. Doesn't show that he has audio or video though. So that may be a problem on his end.
Okay.
So if he's got anybody around there that can help him out with
Okay, yeah, it's his assistant. Okay, I'll maybe tell him to hang up and retry again.
okay.
Okay, thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Mr. Weeby, MNP, this is Peter Woloshyn. How's it going?
Good, good. Yourself? Oh, can you hear me? Peter, are you there?
Peter, this is Laura. Can you hear me? Or can you hear me, Peter?
Laura, this is Sandy. I can hear you.
Yeah, I think everybody but Peter, maybe his speakers are down or something.
I sent a text to Peter. Can everybody hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay.
And
Good morning.
Peter,
Good morning. Can people hear me?
we can hear you, Peter. Can you hear us?
I can now. I guess I've got I came in the weekend, put a little sound bar on for better audio, but it really helps if it's on.
Yeah, that would be the case.
Yeah, sorry. How are we
Yeah.
coming? Do we have everybody online?
Yeah, I think it's 9 o'clock now. We've got 50 participants in the meeting. So I can stop sharing my screen and we can get this going if you'd like.
Sure. Now, Justin, are you able to have any reordering on for panel members?
I'm going to do the 4 panel members and Bill and Fiona to start.
Gotcha.
Off.
To start off. Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay.
It looks like it's working. I think everybody is on. Unfortunately, we find out if somebody isn't on when we go to register, which is at the end. So hopefully we've got folks on. I think Justin has his list. So
Yeah, I'm just.
you want to just cross-reference first, just to have a quick peek, see if you see anybody that's missing.
Well, out of 90 people, it's going to be pretty hard to cross-reference because it's
Well,
coming in and out and that. But I will get everybody pinned up here. That'll just take me a second.
Don't worry, you got tissues close?
Just 1 second here.
Okay, so Justin, are you?
Yeah, I'm just in the process of getting everybody.
Should I wait? I'll wait a couple minutes then. We're good on time.
Yeah.
Okay.
It doesn't give me like a very nice, easy list to kind of go through and do that. So it's a bit hard sometimes.
I think we've seen, and Ms. Friend and perhaps Mr. Kennedy and Ms. Vance, you can scroll through, and I did a quick scroll through myself, but if you could just see if there's anybody that's, that to you is at least obviously missing. But I think the list looked pretty complete.
Yeah, I checked, Peter. It looks like all the main council are on.
Okay.
And the court reporter, Laura Lee, is on today. So I think we're good to go.
Okay.
So this is just my part here. Just I apologize. I'm gonna have to leave the meeting for 1 second, then I'll pop back in.
Sure.
Okay, Justin, I think we'll get started though. You can do that on the side.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. And perhaps one thing we could do then is if there's from all the council that are obviously from Ms. Friend's account are there. Is there anybody that you are hoping to have here now that is not? So if there is, I might can just maybe speak up now so we can take care of that. If we don't hear anything, then I'll take that as we've got the people on board that we need to. Okay, great. If I do hear some shuffling, it looks like everybody's got their mics muted for now, but if you don't, if you wouldn't mind doing that, and it's sort of as a general rule, if you're not speaking, you can keep it muted. It really does help, and we'd appreciate that. So good morning, everyone, and welcome. My name is Peter Woloshin, and I'll be chairing the panel for NRCB's review of SR1. And the hearing is with respect to NRCB application number 1701, filed by Alberta Transportation for its proposed off-stream reservoir project. Now, in advance of the hearing today, you will note that we have held a pre-hearing conference on December 2nd, 2020, and we issued that decision report on December 10th. We also issued notice of this hearing December 21st, 2020, and that notice of hearing was published in various newspapers and periodicals in Alberta. And we also held a pre-hearing to decide on the Stoney Nakoda Nation's January 20th, 2021 application for adjournment and issued that decision on February 9th of this year. So before proceeding further, I would like to introduce the NRCB panel and NRCB staff that are here to support the panel. The panel members are Walter Sarosi, and I think we've got folks now up on the screen. So Walter, if you could wave.
I'm not on the screen yet.
Okay.
There we go. Okay, because when he talks, then he gets put to the front there. So now I can pin him.
So if you can say
There we
hello,
go.
that'd be great. Okay.
There we go.
Look at that, eh?
Good morning, everyone.
Thanks, Walter. And Sandy Roberts,
Morning.
Dan Heaney,
Morning, everyone.
and of course myself, already introduced, Peter Woloshin. So the panel does have our bios up on the web, and I'd encourage you to have a peek at those if you haven't already done so. I would say, though, that the panel has expertise in engineering, resource economics, econometrics, agriculture, hydrology, hydrogeology, agronomy, and soil chemistry. And I'm just thrilled to work with the panel on this project, including the hearing. The panel members will all have the same background as I have, so you can see that on screen now. To make it easier for you to identify, so if the Zoom panels get moved around, you're trying to find somebody, that'll make it a bit easier to find the panel. And staff have an NRCB, a slightly different, but the beige background, so Bill and Fiona will have that. And we'll keep that on, those backgrounds throughout the duration of the hearing. So now our council staff are Bill Kennedy. So Bill, if you would give a wave, there you are, which many of you will be familiar. So Bill's been with the board since 1991, and I believe has not missed an NRCB Act hearing with the board. We're just thrilled to have him, obviously, and Ms. Vance.
Good morning.
Good morning. Laura Friend, who you've been doing a lot of corresponding with, is our manager of board reviews and your key contact if you do have any issues, and we'll get to those numbers in a minute. And Laura, I don't know if you have got your camera on or not, probably being shy here.
Right here.
Ah, there you go. Good, perfect. So Laura Friend. And we do have a number of environmental technical specialists that work with the board that provide the panel support with the NRCB Act projects. And we have Mike Iwanishin. Good morning,
Morning.
Mike.
Good morning.
And Scott Cunningham,
Good morning.
Stephanie Fleck,
Morning.
and Karina Weisbach.
Good morning.
And we also have a number of support staff from the NRCB that'll be working in the background to do our virtual on-screen document management. This morning we have Sylvia Kaminsky, and this afternoon we'll have Nora DeCosimo. So those folks will be doing document management, getting stuff up on the screens for us as quick as we can throughout the coming weeks. And finally, we have our court reporters, Laura Lee Vespa and Deanna DiPaolo. And who do we have on this morning?
It's Laura Lee Vespa.
Laura Lee, thank you. So, and Laura Lee, if there's any issues with you being able to hear and get your recording done, I guess we'll just expect you to and hope that you unmute and just speak up, and we'll see if we can get that rectified on the fly. And Justin, Mr. Weavy, has been arranging us this morning, so I'd like to take the opportunity to thank our Zoom hosts, MNP, who also provide NRCB's IT services. They'll be overseeing all the technical matters related to the virtual hearing. And Justin will be with us throughout the duration of the hearing to manage the Zoom technical aspects of the hearing. So if you haven't already, if you grab a pen, if you do run into issues during the hearing, you can phone Justin at 780-424-6398 and hit extension 345. And his email is Justin, Justin, Wiebe, Wiebe, at mnp.ca. Now, I would like to take this opportunity to acknowledge the traditional territories of which the project and so many of you are located in and around the Calgary area. We recognize that the City of Calgary and the Springbank area are in the traditional territories of the Treaty 7 peoples, including the Siksika, the Piikani, the Kainai, nations of the Blackfoot Confederacy. We also have the Tsuut'ina Nation and the ERV, Nakota, including the Chickini, Bearspaw, and Wesley First Nations. The City of Calgary is also home to the Métis Nation of Alberta Region 3, situated on lands adjacent to where the Bow River meets the Elbow River, for which the Blackfoot name is Mohkintustis, and in Nakota, Wachits Awahed, and in Tsuut'ina, Kuditsa. So we're grateful for the traditional knowledge keepers and elders who are still with us today and those who have gone before us. And we make this acknowledgement as an act of reconciliation and gratitude to those whose territory we reside on or we're visiting. So this is now the third virtual hearing that the NRCB has conducted. And with the assistance of MNP, we're hopeful that the proceeding will come off without a glitch. However, it's entirely possible that technology gets in our way a little bit, and it might be on our end, or it may be on your end, and we might have the odd interruption, but we ask that we're patient as we get through the coming days, especially the early days as we get everything ironed out, and we'll stay focused on the work that we have today. List of registered participants or participants that will register later has been posted on the website, and as well, the NRCB has provided a YouTube link on its website for members of the public to observe these proceedings. Members of the media are asked to direct any questions about the NRCB or this review process to Janet Harvey, our NRCB communications specialist, and she can be reached at janet.harvey, Harvey, at nrcb.ca, or you can reach Janet by way of phone at 780-720-2317. Now, I'd just like to make a quick note about panel conduct during the hearing. Conducting hearings using virtual technology has its challenges, for sure. And one of those challenges is organizing screens, keyboards, notebooks, your web camera, microphones. And panel members are using multiple screens, and they'll be taking notes throughout the proceedings. So at times, it may appear that one of us is not being attentive, but please know that this is not the case. When reviewing documents or taking some notes, we may need to be looking at another screen or perhaps down taking some notes, but it doesn't mean that we're not paying attention to everything that's being said. I've known these panel members for many years, and I can assure you that they're well prepared, eager to hear from each and one of you. And we look forward to getting that going as soon as possible, obviously this afternoon and this morning. Now, if you or your clients are trying to find the YouTube link for related documents for the session, we will have document management up on screen, but there's two ways to look at the proceedings and documents. One is through YouTube. If you want to watch the proceedings, and you go to our NRCB home webpage, and there's a green box with Springbank Off-Stream Reservoir Project Public Hearing. You click on that, and that'll take you to a spot where you can choose either YouTube or documents. And if you press on YouTube, clearly it'll take you to the YouTube link. But if you want to have a look at or get into the exhibits or documents, those two are accessed on that page on a document link to our SR1 exhibit list. They're listed chronologically. You can sort them any way you like. You've probably been up there already, but it is a pretty efficient system. So if you need something that we're not displaying at the time, you can easily access them on the website. Now, each document related to the proceeding has been assigned an exhibit number, and it's been posted on the website along with our current exhibit list. Any new exhibits entered today and into the future will be numbered sequentially, and we would ask parties to provide a short description at the time the request is made to have a new exhibit numbered or entered, and then email that document to Laura Friend. I also ask that parties, when requesting a document to be shown up on shared screen, if you can get the exhibit number, so our folks doing the document management will be using exhibit numbers, and the PDF page number of the document. That will allow them to get the document up quickly and get to the spot in the document that you want us to be paying attention to. And for other presentation aid documents such as PowerPoint presentations, same thing, provide the exhibit number and document name that you provided, and we'll get that up as well. And I know that we've got some videos and some PowerPoints throughout the session. Those may take a couple more minutes to load, but we have tested them and they seem to work fine. So panel members and myself and Mr. Kennedy and Ms. Vance will keep our video on during the length of the hearing with the backgrounds that we've been showing today. The hearing is being transcribed and the transcripts will be posted later in the day. It depends on the length of the day that we have, I suppose, but they'll be posted, as far as I understand, at the end of the day or before at least midnight. I think after we get rolling, we'll have an idea of how quickly they can get those up for you to refer to if you need them for the following day. Laura Friend will inform me of any issues, and if necessary, I'll temporarily suspend the hearing just so we can provide the participant a chance to restore connections and that sort of thing. I've given you those numbers if you do have any issues already. And I do recognize that there may be instances where parties may wish to conference amongst yourselves. MNP has set up secure Zoom breakout rooms for you. And I think Ms. Friend has already contacted most parties to see if you wanted those set up. If so, if they've already set up and you're wondering how to use them, please contact Ms. Friend for instructions on how to access and use those private and secure Zoom rooms. Now, first technical glitches here. Sorry about that. The board's pre-hearing report indicated that we expected the hearing would last 10 days, but we did ask that you reserve the entire week of April 5th in the event that more time is required. We canvassed all parties and we granted requests by all parties for the time that they requested for both direct and cross-examination time. But in order to accommodate the parties' time requests, it appears that we may need to sit beyond the 10 days and go into that week of April 5th. But I would say that given that the panel has granted all time requests made by parties, we would expect that parties respect the time allotment that was requested and was approved. Now, in an effort to get the hearing completed by April 9th, Friday, April 9th, We will begin future hearing days at 8:30. So this morning we started at 9, and I think we had a recurring Zoom meeting invite for 9 o'clock. That will be resent to you. If it hasn't already been sent, it'll be resent to you for 8:30. That'll give us another half an hour, but we would still, per day, but we would still need you to begin signing in 45 minutes ahead. I worked really well this morning, so we'll do that again. So if you can get signed in, you can have your video and microphone off, but at least it gives Mr. Weave time to get everybody up and running on the Zoom. For the most part, we're hoping that we'll adjourn at 5 p.m. every day, but we may need to sit longer on some days if required, or depending on where we're finishing off for that day. And if parties are willing and able. If it just gets through a subject that needs another half an hour, as an example, we'll just carry on and complete at 5:30. But right now we're scheduled for 8:30 to 5. Now we all need some breaks. We're going to be stuck in front of these monitors and in a chair all day. That's a hearing, but we do need some breaks, and we will do that throughout the day. We'll try to make them coincide with some natural breaks in the testimony whenever possible. I'll try to have an hour for lunch, and I'll try to have that break around noon. But again, that'll depend a little bit in terms of where we are in the proceeding. We do expect that you'll return from breaks at the designated time. We won't have a roll call. So when we break, we'll have a start time, and we will commence the hearing at that start time. And when we do break, please leave your virtual hearing connection up and running. You can remember, or please remember to mute, and you can turn or have your video off, but keep your connection live during breaks. And a quick note on submissions. All the panel members have read and are familiar with the documents that parties have submitted. Given this, there is no need for you to reread into the record materials that you've already submitted. In order to make the best use of your time, we'd suggest that parties use that presentation time to highlight and clarify the important points that are relevant to your written submissions. And we had a couple of changes in participation at the hearing. Under the NRCB Act, as you know, the board must give parties it believes to be directly affected by the project an opportunity to request funding and participate fully in the hearing. In our December 10th pre-hearing conference decision, the panel determined which parties were granted standing. Now, 4 of those parties have since withdrawn from the review. These are Ermineskin, Cree Nation, the Blood Tribe and Kainai, Kyle Keith, and James Cran. In our February 9th decision, the panel later had granted standing to Stoney Nakoda Nations. And the board has also accepted several written submissions from parties that were found not to be directly affected. So I'd like to formally now register participants. So when I call your name, if you could turn on your microphone and your camera, indicate your presence, and anyone in the room that you require to be registered at this time. So, and we can refer to the order of proceedings for that. So I'll start with Alberta Transportation. Mr. Kulak.
Ron, there's no audio.
Yeah, I was looking. Mr. Kulak? Is it just mine, or can anybody else hear him?
No.
Mr. Fitch?
Mr. Chair, it's Gavin Fitch. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
So that's interesting.
Okay, so.
Gonna try again, Ron?
No.
All right, well, I'll do the introductions then for Alberta Transportation. Mr. Chair, my name is Gavin Fitch with the McLennan Ross Law Firm. With my partner, Ron Krulak, and our other partner, Michael Barbero, we will be representing Alberta Transportation in this proceeding. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And court reported, was that, can you hear everybody clearly?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, Mr. Fitch. City of Calgary. Ms. Senek?
Good. Yes,
Others?
good morning, Mr. Chair and Board. It's Melissa Senek, Council for the City of Calgary. My colleagues David Mercer and Sarah McKittrick are also here with me today, and our witness, Frank Frigo, as well.
Thank you. And just a quick note, and I can hear everybody clearly, and I was going to mention this, but obviously we are mentioned we're creating transcripts. We've got the court reporter online. So if you can speak fairly loudly and clearly and not too quickly, it's really helpful for the court reporter, obviously. So the Calgary River Communities Action Group and Flood Free Calgary. Mr. Casano?
Yes, good morning, sir, and board members. My name is Lou Casano, and from time to time, I'll be joined by my colleague, Mr. Gino Bruni. We are with the Torrey's Law Firm and our counsel to the Calgary River Communities Action Group and Flood Free Calgary.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Stoney Nakoda Nations, Mr. Ray.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's Douglas Ray, and I'll be joined throughout the hearing by my colleague, Ms. Sarah Loudon. We do represent the Stoney Nakoda Nations, but in particular, we represent the Bearspaw First Nation, the Chiniki First Nation, the Wesley First Nation, and in addition, their wholly owned company, Wastigig Nabi Limited, which is an affected landowner.
Thank you. The SR1 Concerned Landowners Group, Mr. Secord.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Richard Secord here with the Ackroyd LLP law firm. And with me is my partner, Ifeoma Okoye, Ifeoma Okoye. And together we will be representing the SCLG. And can you hear me okay, Mr. Chair and Ms. Vespa?
Yes, very well.
Thank you.
Ms. Vespa, you as well, you can hear Mr. Secord?
Yes, thank you.
Perfect, okay, thank you. And Cal Alta Amusements Limited, Mr. Williams.
He joined by telephone. This is Laura, Peter. He joined by telephone, and I did have confirmation that he was on.
I see two numbers. Yeah, and I see Bob there, so that would be Mr. Williams, Bob Williams. Mr. Williams, can you hear us? One telephone number looks live and the other one looks like it's muted, so I'm not sure. Ms. Bren, could you give Mr. Williams a call, please?
Sure.
Just wait 1 second for that. We do have an acting board member that, because of connection speeds, does dial in, and it took us a while to get all of that working, so we may have a bit of an issue just on because there's one on.
Thank you. Peter?
Yes?
I spoke to Bob. He can hear us fine, but he can't get himself unmuted, but he is hearing us, so we can sort him out after. You can carry on.
Okay, so we could register him. He's heard, and I think he's acknowledged. So Ms. Vespa, we could register Mr. Williams. I see it's trying to connect an audio there. So if you can hear us, that's great. And maybe Ms. Friend, if you could just ask Mr. Williams to text you if it becomes an issue where he can't hear the proceedings.
Yeah, we'll do.
Thank you very much. Okay, before we get started, I would like to query whether there's any preliminary matters. If I get my mouse working. Oh, hello.
Scott Wagner isn't registered.
Sorry. Here. Mr. Wagner, I apologize. My
Last
mistake.
but not forgotten.
Well, my apologies, and thank you very much. Ms. Vespa, did you get Mr. Wagner's unregistered? Thank you. So sorry about that. Thanks, Ms. Brent, for alerting me to that. Okay, so prelim matters. I do note that we had a few documents filed by Mr. Secord. I think it was over the weekend, perhaps, after the filing deadline. Not sure if there's any, I don't think there's any issues with those, but I would like to raise that with participants. And Mr. Secord, those documents, did you want to speak to those first?
The joys of working with multiple screens, Mr. Chair.
It's happened to me already this morning.
And my cursor sometimes doesn't behave itself or obey or do what I want it to do. Yes, so I marked, I think, 4 documents. I believe 2 of them related to were cited in Alberta Transportation's response submissions. I've had a few conversations with Mr. Krulak over the weekend. I don't think there are any issues with those 2 because they were essentially being relied on by Alberta Transportation. And then there were 2 other documents, one from the, oh yes, one was from the City of Calgary website, a 1.5-page document, which I don't think is particularly controversial. And then the other one was a directive from the Alberta government, so legislation. So I don't know if I've got that right. It's been a busy weekend, so maybe if there is an issue, maybe AT could let me know. And
right. Any objections? Any parties? Mr. Krulak?
No, sir. Can you hear me now?
Yes, perfectly. Thank you. No other objections? Okay, hearing none, those will be entered. Well, they already were entered. We've got an incredibly efficient weekend or not. Ms. Friend and others getting documents up, so they are posted. They have exhibit numbers, and we'll leave them as is. Any other preliminary matters parties would like to raise at this point? Well, hearing none.
Just one quick question. One issue. I don't think it's much of an issue, but I wasn't planning on cross-examining the City of Calgary today, and my plan was to cross-examine the City of Calgary in the topic block 3 panel. And I suppose there may be some questions that could relate to topic block 1, but I was thinking I would ask them all of my questions in that one slot in topic block 3. And I'm just wondering from the City of Calgary's perspective, whether they would have any issue with that.
Hello, sorry, we're just checking with our witness. That shouldn't be an issue. No, the city would be, our witness would be prepared to speak to any topic that we're presenting on during topic block 3. Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, so granted, Mr. Secord, perfect. Other matters?
Can you hear Bob Williams?
Yes, we can. This is Mr. Williams?
Okay, so I'm on now. So if you want to mute me again, I didn't hit *6 last time.
Okay, so Mr. Levy, I'll leave that up to you to figure out. I don't think I can do that from my end, but
I can mute him from here.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Williams. Okay, hearing no other prelim matters being raised, we can move into direct evidence from Alberta Transportation. Mr. Kulak, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, panel members. It's been a long journey, and we're pleased to finally be here this morning to appear before you on this matter, and for me with a new headset. I wanted to just advise the panel, just by way of some background. Our witness panel is largely gathered in person, with some members part of that panel virtually. I can advise the panel that we are, the lawyers, Mr. Fitch and Mr. Barbero and I, are in a separate location from that panel, so we're not in the same location for purposes of cross-examination. And of course, if they use the breakout rooms, we will not be joining them during cross-examination. Those panel members may appear with masks because they're following directives from Alberta Health. They'll be removing their masks to speak to the board. My intention this morning, very quickly, is simply to run through a very brief introduction of each panel member, and then have Mr. Hubert, our panel chair, present an opening statement. So it's probably appropriate this time that the panel be sworn.
Ms. Vespa?
Good morning. Can I please ask Mr. Matthew Hebert to come online?
Good morning.
Good morning. Would you like to be sworn or affirmed?
Sworn.
Thank you. Do you solemnly swear the evidence you are about to give touching the matters in question will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Mr. Mark Severinson?
Here.
Good morning. Would you like to be sworn or affirmed?
Sworn.
Do you solemnly swear the evidence you are about to give touching the matters in question will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Mr. Wayne Speller?
I'm here.
Sworn or affirmed?
Sworn.
Do you solemnly swear the evidence you are about to give touching the matters in question will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Dave Brescia?
Here.
Sworn or affirmed?
Sworn.
Do you solemnly swear the evidence you are about to give touching the matters in question will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Matthew Wood?
Here.
Good morning. Sworn or affirmed?
Sworn.
Do you solemnly swear the evidence you are about to give touching the matters in question will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. David Soul?
Good morning.
Good morning. Sworn or affirmed?
Sworn's fine.
Do you solemnly swear the evidence you are about to give touching the matters in question will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. John Menninger?
Yes.
Sworn or affirmed?
Sworn.
Do you solemnly swear the evidence you are about to give touching the matters in question will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Yvonne Carrigan?
I'm here.
Good morning. Sworn or affirmed?
Sworn.
Do you solemnly swear the evidence you are about to give touching the matters in question will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Malcolm Smith?
Here.
Good morning. Sworn or affirmed?
Can't hear Mr. Smith.
Sworn.
Thank you. Do you solemnly swear the evidence you are about to give touching the matters in question will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Michelle Perret?
Present.
Good morning. Sworn or affirmed?
Sworn, please.
Thank you. Do you solemnly swear the evidence you are about to give touching the matters in question will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. I'll people that I know of have been sworn.
Thank you. Mr. Krulak, perhaps, I think Mr. Hebert was up first. Mr. Smith will be very difficult to hear. When perhaps in the meantime, if he could check the volume on his settings for his mic, but it is extremely difficult to hear. So just in the meantime, I just flagged that.
We'll have that attended to.
Thank you.
Just for the panel's background, you'll note that we have 5 of our panel members are common witnesses to each of the topic days. So we will not be introducing them to the same degree at all as necessary for the balance of the hearing after today. We will have each topic day, there'll be some supplemental witnesses, or some of the same witnesses may be appearing. So all of their CVs have been collected in Exhibit 336. So Mr. Hebert, I'm going to start with you. Can you confirm to the panel that your particular CV that is at page 65 is accurate?
Yes, it is.
And sir, I understand you work with Alberta Transportation as the executive director responsible for the Springbank off-stream reservoir project.
I do.
Could you please briefly share your education, background, and experience with the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. As far as education, I have a Bachelor of Arts in Political Studies from Augustana University College, which was obtained in 2005. And a Master's of Business Administration from the Ivey Business School at Western University, obtained in 2017. As far as experience, I have 16 years experience in different public administration roles in Alberta. More recently as an executive director in the government of Alberta for the last 4 years, in roles dealing with policy and strategy coordination, health workforce planning, and transportation policy. My experience includes work in intergovernmental relations, agency oversight, and the oversight of funding for the province's primary care networks.
And could you also explain to the panel what your role was on this application?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'm accountable for the delivery of the application and associated filings. In the time I've been on the project since 2019, I've provided strategic direction on the project to support the development of responses and reviewed all documentation prior to filing.
Thank you. Mr. Svensson, I'd like to turn to you. If you could also confirm that the CV filed in Exhibit 336 and yours at page 58 is accurate?
Yes, it is.
And your position with Alberta Transportation is a water management environmental specialist?
That is correct.
Could I ask you to also share your education and experience with the board?
Yeah, I have a Bachelor of Science degree in Environmental Science from the University of Lethbridge in 2008 and a diploma in Watershed Management from Lethbridge College in 2004. I've been working in the environmental field for the past 15 years, 12 of which have been, I've managed multidisciplinary environmental impact assessments on water management projects for Alberta Transportation. And I was Alberta Transportation's EIA lead for the federal environmental assessment of the Little Bow Reservoir Rehabilitation Project.
Mr. Svensson, what was your role on this application?
I've provided oversight for Alberta Transportation in managing the environmental team, preparing the EIA, and reviewed the environmental documents that were drafted and prepared for SR1. I'm also assisted in managing the consultant teams and participated in the Indigenous and stakeholder consultation and engagement programs.
Thank you. Mr. Speller, I'd ask that you confirm that your CV, which is at page 88 of the exhibit, is accurate.
Yes, it is.
And your position with Golder, you're a principal and a senior regulatory and impact assessment specialist and project director. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And could you describe your experience and education to the board, please?
Yes, I received a Bachelor of Environmental Engineering degree in 1996 and a Master's of Environmental Engineering degree in 1998. Sorry, I just got a pop-up saying start my video. My apologies. Both from the University of Guelph. I'm a registered professional engineer in Alberta and a registered project management professional. I have 22 years of environmental consulting experience with Golder for the past 15 years. My focus has been leading federal and provincial environmental impact assessments and regulatory permitting projects in Canada. I have led or participated in over 30 federal and/or provincial environmental impact assessments in Canada.
And what was your role on this application?
I started working on this application at the end of 2017, providing strategic advice and technical review on regulatory filings, including the EIA and SIRs. In 2019, I took on the role of regulatory lead for the project, helping plan and implement activities to obtain regulatory approvals. In this role, I'm the lead contact with federal and provincial regulatory authorities and continue to provide strategic advice and technical review of regulatory filings.
Thank you. Mr. Brescia, I'd ask that you confirm that your CV at page 20 of the exhibit is accurate.
Yes, I can confirm that.
And you are employed with Stantec Consulting as a regulatory environmental specialist?
Yes, that's correct.
And could you share with the board your experience in education, please?
I have a Bachelor of Science in Biology from the University of Victoria and a Master of Science in Forestry from the University of British Columbia, and I'm a professional biologist. I've been leading and working on multidisciplinary environmental impact assessments for more than 20 years. This includes environmental impact assessments, regulatory applications, environmental monitoring programs, and follow-up programs for major projects. I've experience with all phases of project development, from preliminary planning to reclamation and closure, and through follow-up and monitoring.
And what was your role on this application?
My role was to oversee and direct the development of the EIA and responses to supplemental information requests. I provide technical direction and review to the different valued component sections of the EIA, and I have authored or provided technical review of the majority of the SIR responses.
Thank you. Mr. Wood, I understand your CV is at page 62 of the exhibit. Can you confirm that that is accurate?
Yes, I can confirm that it is accurate.
And you're employed also with Stantec as a senior associate and role of Chief Natural Systems Design Engineer. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And could you describe your education experience, please?
Yes, I have 2 bachelor's degrees, one in civil engineering, one in environmental science. Both are from Western University and both are from 2004. I have over 17 years experience in the water resources industry, the last 15 of which have been providing hydrotechnical and river engineering consulting services in Western Canada. I am registered to practice engineering in the province of Alberta, and my areas of practice are in hydrologic, hydraulic modeling, geomorphic assessment, and the design of river-related infrastructure. This includes things like water intakes, water control structures and flood barriers, bank arming, bioengineering, as well as fishways and fish habitat restoration. I've led many multidisciplinary assessment design projects for riverine environments, and most of the projects I've delivered involved environmental assessment and the securing of provincial and federal regulatory approvals.
Thanks, Mr. Wood. I'm going to ask if you could describe your role in the application, but for the benefit of the court reporter, I might just ask if you could slow it down just slightly.
Yes, I can. I have been a member of Stantec's SR1 projects team since 2014. My primary responsibility was to support the project's delivery. Duties included technical support to the regulatory applications, responding to stakeholder and regulatory requests for information, technical support to land acquisitions, and delivering presentations to landowners and other stakeholders on the project. I also prepared the design of the fish passage mitigations, the diversion structures erosion mitigations, and the erosion mitigations in the unnamed creek downstream of the low-level outlet works. I have met many of the impacted landowners, as well as several other landowners within the local assessment area through attending open houses, landowner meetings, land access negotiations, or to discuss the impacts to their individual lands. Several were kind enough to escort me around their properties.
Thanks, Mr. Wood. Mr. Soul, your CV appears at page 30 of the exhibit. Could you confirm that is accurate?
Yes.
And you work with IBI Group as an associate manager planning, correct?
Correct.
And could you describe your education experience, please?
Yes, I have a BA
in communication culture from the University of Calgary in 2004. I have an MA in communication for development from Malmo University in 2007, and have a master's of planning in urban development from Ryerson University in 2011. I'm a registered planner with Alberta and the Canadian Institutes, and I've got a wide range of experience in land use planning, market research, and public participation, but I've been specifically working in the field of flood risk assessment and mitigation planning for approximately 7 years now.
Thank you. And what was your role on this application?
I lead a flood assessment team that developed Alberta's provincial flood damage assessment framework in 2014. And subsequently, we've conducted about 24 flood risk assessments throughout the province. Calgary was the initial pilot study in 2014, and the damage estimate from that time was used for the first comparison of benefit costs for Elbow River mitigation. We were then retained by the City of Calgary to conduct an assessment of mitigation options and produced a revised damage estimates based on updated flood mapping. The results of that study were then used for the benefit cost assessment for this submission.
Thank you. Next, I'd like to turn to Mr. Manager. Mr. Manager, your CV appears at page 45 of Exhibit 336. Could you confirm that's accurate?
Yes, it's accurate.
And sir, you're a senior principal with Stantec and work as a project manager and civil engineer. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
And could you describe your education and experience, please?
Sure. I completed a Bachelor of Civil and Environmental Engineering at the University of Dayton in 2004. I'm a professional engineer, registered in the state of Ohio in the US and with a license to practice in Alberta. I have worked on multidisciplinary water resources projects for the past 17 years, including the assessment and design of dams and large flood control projects. My experience includes water resources planning, hydrologic and hydraulic modeling, stream restoration, site design and layout, river course and canal stabilization, and dam and levee design.
And Mr. Manager, what was your role on this application?
Sure. So I'm serving as the design lead for the project and was the lead author of the preliminary design report. I'm responsible for coordinating the multidiscipline design team, including the hydrotechnical, civil, geotechnical, and structural engineering for the project. In addition, I worked with the EIA team to support the project description and dam safety components of the application and provided responses to the supplemental information requests related to the design, operations, and emergency management for the project.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Ms. Kerrigan, your CV appears at page 99 of Exhibit 336. Can you confirm to the board that that is accurate?
Yes, that's correct.
And you work with Alberta Transportation as Director of Water Management, is that correct?
Yes, that is.
And could I ask you as well to describe your education and experience, please?
Yep. I completed a Bachelor of Science in Civil Engineering and a Master of Engineering and Water Resources Engineering, both at the University of Alberta. I'm a professional engineer registered with APEGA, and I have more than 20 years of water management engineering experience, including design and construction in the fields of water resources and bridge planning. As well, I have experience with regulatory oversight under the Fisheries Act, assessing impacts to fish and fish habitat, and working with project proponents to mitigate project impacts. In addition to working on SR1, I'm part of the Alberta Transportation team providing support to Alberta Environment and Parks in its assessment of the Bow River Reservoir options to provide flood protection to the City of Calgary.
Ms. Kerrigan, what was your role on this application?
On this application, I've provided oversight and coordination on behalf of Alberta Transportation for the engineering design, as well as the construction contracting strategies.
Thank you. Next, I'd like to ask Mr. Smith. Mr. Smith, your CV appears at page 53 of Exhibit 336. Can you confirm that it is accurate?
Yes, it is.
And I understand, sir, that you work with Hamera, and you're the National Vice President of Environmental Planning and Ecology?
Yes, that's correct. Hamera provided support to Alberta Transportation and led the environmental impact screening that was undertaken for the McLean Creek project.
And what is your education and experience, sir?
I have a bachelor's degree in biology from the University of Victoria in 1987 and a master's degree in science from SFU in 1992. In my role with Hemera, I'm a senior environmental impact assessment specialist and have done that for about 25 years. And I have a specialization in projects in the kind of water management, energy, and infrastructure sector.
And what was your role on the application, Mr. Smith?
As noted earlier, we kind of, our Hemera led the EIS that was undertaken from the McLean Creek project. And then I've been involved in the review of SIRs, development of responses to questions and comments on the EIS that was undertaken.
Thank you. And lastly, Ms. Perrette, can you confirm that your CV that is at page 70 of Exhibit 336 is accurate?
Yes, it's accurate.
And you work with Stantec as the engagement lead in their Edmonton office?
That is correct.
And could you describe your experience in education, please?
I have a Master of Arts in Economics from Queen's University and a Bachelor of Arts in Economics from the University of Alberta. I have 29 years of experience in community engagement and regulatory issues in industry and consulting. I have been responsible for the development and execution of engagement and Indigenous consultation strategies, plans, processes, evaluations, tools, and frameworks.
And what was your role on this application?
I'm the engagement lead and have focused on communication material, which includes overseeing responses to stakeholder and landowner questions, development of newsletters, and project updates.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, that is the brief introduction of the witness panel. As I've indicated in references, their full CVs are attached in Exhibit 336. At this time, I'd like to call upon Mr. Hebert to provide an opening statement to the board with respect to the application.
Mr. Krulak, just before, Ms. Vespa, did you get Mr. Smith's dialogue? Were you able to capture that?
I was able to capture it, but we still need his audio improved if he's going to speak anymore, because it's very difficult to hear him.
Yes, and maybe the mic needs to be right in front of his mouth. Give that a try, but he's not first up. I just wanted to alert you to that. So, okay, thank you, Mr. Kulak and Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Chairman, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of this board staff, members of other parties attending this hearing, and members of the public joining today on YouTube. As Mr. Krulak indicated, my name is Matthew Hebert, and I am the Executive Director of the Springbank Off-Stream Reservoir Project and an employee of Alberta Transportation. I am the lead policy witness for transportation and will chair the proponents' witness panels in each topic session. I have personally been involved in this project for the last 2 years, since the spring of 2019. During that time, I have met with numerous stakeholders, responded to various regulators, and have overseen our consulting team to be able to present this application to you for your review. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, the reason we are before you today with this project is in direct response to the massive flooding in 2013 in southern Alberta in the city of Calgary, which resulted in significant economic and personal costs for the province and its citizens. You will have heard that there were 5 fatalities in that flood event and over $5 billion in damages. In Calgary, the flooding of the Bow and Elbow rivers resulted in some 88,000 people being displaced, 14,500 homes damaged, 3,000 other buildings flooded, and 4,000 businesses damaged. Other communities, including Bray Creek, Redwood Meadows, Canmore, and Banff, were also heavily impacted. Over half of High River was inundated, and numerous other communities and First Nations felt its effects. It was a terrible event
that will always be remembered by those who lived through it. The government recognized that it had to take timely action to prevent that catastrophic event from reoccurring, as history has shown that a flood of some magnitude is expected on the Elbow River every 8 to 10 years. It was an imperative of the government of Alberta to mitigate the reoccurrence of the long-term personal and economic effects by pursuing flood mitigation on this river and in other communities. As a result, the government immediately started a review process to identify possible flood mitigation options for Calgary and southern Alberta. This included a process to identify the location of another reservoir on the Bow River and the construction of berms for the Bragg Creek community. To address the flood mitigation needs on the Elbow River, the government of Alberta initiated what became a series of technical reviews of various options and assessments of the pros and cons of each. Out of those reviews, the Springbank project, or SR1, was selected as the preferred option, having regard to numerous criteria. While the selection was primarily made on technical, environmental, and economic grounds, consultation with key stakeholders was carried out during the process. As is the case with decisions of this magnitude, the selection of SR1 resulted in concerns being expressed by some stakeholders, in particular local landowners and residents of the Springbank area. A number of them told us we'd picked the wrong project and asked us to reconsider other options, like an in-stream dam on the Elbow River at McLean Creek. Because of this, the decision to select SR1 was reviewed and subsequently reaffirmed by 2 successive provincial governments, most recently in 2019 by the current government. The government determined that Alberta Transportation would be the proponent of the project to seek the necessary regulatory approvals, as well as oversee construction. Alberta Transportation has extensive experience overseeing the construction of major infrastructure projects across the province. After construction is complete, Alberta Environment and Parks, or AEP, would then assume the operation of the project. AEP operates many other dams and similar infrastructure around Alberta. Alberta Transportation acknowledges that it may have initially underestimated the extent of the regulatory process that a public safety project of this nature might be subject to both federally and provincially. This caused it to have to resubmit some of its regulatory materials. Nevertheless, and despite the urgent need for the project, Alberta Transportation has been diligent in completing the various steps of the regulatory process. In 2019, the department commissioned an independent review by a regulatory expert, Mr. Martin Ignasiuk, who identified certain improvements that could be implemented in the approach transportation was undertaking to advance a project of this nature. I note, for the record, that Mr. Ignasiuk's report has been filed by the SCLG as part of Exhibit 275. Alberta Transportation released Mr. Ignasiuk's report to the public and adopted his recommendations in bringing additional specialized resources to respond to the SR1 application and enhance its consultation with stakeholders and Indigenous communities. As a result, Transportation believes its application responds to both the requirements of the regulatory process and the concerns and expectations of stakeholders and Indigenous groups. At this stage, I am pleased to see that the Impact Assessment Agency of Canada's draft decision indicates that taking into account the implementation of key mitigation and follow-up program measures, the project is not likely to cause significant adverse environmental effects as defined under the Canadian Environmental Assessment Act 2012. Further, the Director of Assessment of Alberta Environment and Parks has also deemed the application complete. We appreciate that the board understands transportation considered several alternatives to SR1, and those project alternatives have been discussed at some length in materials previously filed as part of the environmental assessment process. Despite the passage of time and re-examination of various issues, transportation remains confident that the Springbank Off-Stream Reservoir project is the best suited to provide timely, reliable, and effective flood mitigation on the Elbow River to southern Alberta, the City of Calgary, and other downstream communities. We reiterate the position that Alberta Transportation presented at the pre-hearing conference, which is that Alberta Transportation is only advancing the Springbank Off-Stream Reservoir project, and accordingly, it is the only reviewable project before this board. Further, transportation remains strongly of the view that SR1 is the right project to deliver flood mitigation on the Elbow River for the following reasons. It is an off-stream dam and less sensitive than an in-stream dam to impacts from sediment or debris. It will capture more floodwaters due to its location further downstream. It is closer to operational response teams and access roads. It has less environmental impact, less impact on the Elbow River, is less vulnerable to damage during extreme weather, including catastrophic failure during construction, has less impact on social and recreational values, has less impact on tourism and commercial values, has a positive economic impact, and perhaps most importantly, is years closer to being built than any alternative project. The current budget for SR1 in the Government of Alberta's capital plan is $432 million. Alberta Transportation believes this represents a sound investment in important public works infrastructure that will more than pay for itself the first time a flood the magnitude of 2013 occurs. Alberta Transportation is aware that some interveners believe that the cost of SR1 has escalated to a point that it no longer has an advantage over the MC1 option. Mr. Chairman, Alberta Transportation does not agree. The current cost estimate for SR1 is for a project which has advanced to the detailed design and engineering stage and has undergone significant, extensive stakeholder engagement. By contrast, the cost estimates for the MC1 option were for a project which did not advance beyond the conceptual stage. Therefore, comparing estimates between current SR1 costs to historical MC1 costs is comparing apples to oranges. Alberta Transportation is closely monitoring SR1's cost estimates to ensure it can deliver this flood mitigation project in a timely and effective manner. Final costs will be based on final design, a competitive construction tender, completion of land acquisition, and conditions set by regulators. Unfortunately, with major projects of this nature, there are impacts, and Alberta Transportation has attempted to recognize them, consult with impacted parties, and work to address and where possible, mitigate those impacts. I have personally spoken with numerous landowners in the project area and, whenever requested, have met with them to better understand their concerns. In addition, this past fall, the project team presented and responded to questions from the community at 2 information sessions. In some circumstances where impacts on stakeholders could not be addressed through project design or operational mitigations, such as local landowners whose lands are required for the project, Alberta Transportation has offered to compensate impacted parties. To date, we have successfully acquired approximately 25% of the lands in the project area through voluntary purchases. I can also advise the board that we are in the process of finalizing acquisitions from an additional 3 SR1 landowners. When finalized, these acquisitions will increase to approximately 43% the amount of land secured by transportation for the project. When this hearing is over, Alberta Transportation will continue negotiating with the remainder of SR1 landowners with the hope of acquiring voluntarily the balance of lands required for the project. As stated in the land acquisition program prepared for SR1, AT Transportation will not resort to expropriation until after this board has approved the project, should it do so. With regard to local landowners whose lands are not required for the project, Alberta Transportation recognizes and respects their concerns, and I can assure this board that we take them seriously. As you will hear in the coming days, Transportation has proposed numerous mitigation measures to address these concerns, and where appropriate, will endeavor to enhance those mitigations. Transportation remains open and available to discuss outstanding concerns with these adjacent landowners. Alberta Transportation takes very seriously its obligation to consult with and, where necessary, accommodate First Nations and Indigenous communities. I have personally attended some 32 meetings with Indigenous communities who are or may be impacted by the project, and attempted to not only ensure we understand those concerns, but accommodate them as may be reasonably possible. I believe it is those efforts which have resulted in the recent withdrawal from the hearing of 2 First Nations. We will continue to work with Indigenous communities going forward to ensure that their issues are addressed should this project proceed. Transportation has carefully reviewed the intervention by the Stoney Nakoda Nations and believes that many of the concerns raised by the Stoney Nakoda Nations have been addressed by Alberta Transportation through the regulatory process, including in the environmental impact assessment, supplemental information requests, and the development of initiatives such as the updated draft guiding principles and direction for future land use, the proposed First Nations Land Use Advisory Committee, and the project's Indigenous Participation Program. Further, Alberta Transportation is committed to continue to work with the Stoney Nakoda Nations to ensure it can continue to participate not only in the monitoring and identification of areas of cultural significance, but also be a participant in the construction of the project. Transportation has also closely examined the concerns raised by the Springbank Concerned Landowners Group, both prior to the scheduling of this hearing and their detailed concerns as set out in their submission. It is my belief that the application, together with responses to information requests and the additional information in Alberta Transportation's response submission filed with this board on March 12, 2021, responds to those concerns. We have also carefully reviewed the recommendations made by the independent experts retained by the SCLG. In some cases, this caused us to reevaluate our information and look at adopting certain of the recommendations made to improve the project. I remain confident that the issues raised by the SCLG have been recognized and addressed in the design of this project, or in other cases, the potential impacts of the project by the construction or its operation have been recognized and will be monitored and mitigated.
Sorry to interrupt. You just, the last minute or so, you've been cutting in and out on mine and maybe my end. I just want to confirm, is anybody else noticing this, or is it Edmonton office only?
I am Peter, so it could be just Edmonton office.
Maybe Edmonton. I did catch it.
Would you like me to repeat something, Mr. Chair?
No, I think we're good. I think I interrupted you before I really missed anything. But it was just sort of ultimate or spirit freezing. We've got a solution, we think, to plug in network cards. I think Fiona and I'll do that now. So please continue. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Our engagement with the local community will not stop because of this hearing or after the approval of the project if it is granted by this board. Transportation recognizes that it will continue to have an ongoing obligation to engage with the members of the local community and Indigenous groups. In this regard, Transportation has committed to appointing a community liaison officer to specifically address any issues which may arise during the construction of the project and its operations. Further, we have made numerous commitments to monitoring and mitigation with respect to impacts associated with the operation of the project. In response to the submission filed by Calalta, Alberta Transportation has reached out directly to representatives of this organization and has confirmed our willingness to address and, where possible, mitigate their concerns. In particular, Alberta Transportation is prepared to install an air monitoring station at Callaway Park during construction and share the monitoring information with Calalta. In the event exceedances are recorded that are related to the project, Alberta Transportation will ensure that steps are taken to address those exceedances so as to mitigate any possible impacts to not only Calalta, but all residents in the area. Alberta Transportation is also prepared to monitor and investigate any concerns that Calalta Waterworks may have with respect to identifiable impacts to its water intake system as a direct result of the release of waters from the reservoir once the project is constructed and operated. With regard to Calalta's stated concern about the impact of the project on its water franchise area, and as indicated in our reply submission, we are prepared to review this item with Calalta, but submits this as a commercial matter that does not fall within the board's public interest jurisdiction. Transportation acknowledges the submissions filed by both the City of Calgary and the Calgary River Communities Action Group and Flood Free Calgary, which highlight the magnitude of the devastating impacts of the 2013 flood and the need for the timely approval of the project. Mr. Chairman, I think it is important to not lose sight of the fact that this is not a typical development project which might come before this board or other boards such as the Alberta Energy Regulator or the Alberta Utilities Commission. Alberta Transportation is not advancing a project for private gain that may also have incidental benefits. The sole purpose of SR1 is to deliver the important public benefit of flood mitigation. It is estimated that SR1 will result in flood damage avoidance benefits for a design flood on the Elbow River of almost $1.5 billion. Further, SR1 will not result in new impacts that would be experienced continuously 24 hours a day, 7 days a week in the project area. After construction is complete, there will be limited but mitigated impacts during flood operations. The impacts associated with this project are temporary and would occur periodically, with some likely only occurring every 100 years. I reiterate that without SR1, there would be even greater impacts from unmitigated flooding on local and downstream residents and businesses, with the accompanying public and private expense and personal and social effects. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, Alberta Transportation believes the Springbank Off-Stream Reservoir project is a vitally important piece of public works infrastructure that will provide significant flood mitigation for the City of Calgary and communities downstream of the project. We believe we understand the environmental and social effects of the project and that the project has been designed appropriately to mitigate adverse effects. Alberta Transportation, therefore, reiterates our request that the board find the project to be in the public interest and issue an approval. While we strongly believe the project is in the public interest and addresses many of the concerns that have been raised by stakeholders, Alberta Transportation looks forward over the next couple of weeks to discussing with interveners and the board other possible mitigations that could improve the project, and answering any questions that the board and other hearing participants may have about SR1. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, that would conclude the direct evidence of Alberta Transportation on this topic.
Okay, thank you. So were you, is this all of topic 1?
Correct. That is Alberta Transportation's evidence on topic 1.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so I think what we could do is start on Cross, and perhaps in about 15, 20 minutes, or at least get a couple gone, maybe just before or completed just before Stony Nakota. I'd just like to check with parties that are not adverse in interest, their intent to cross City of Calgary.
The City of Calgary does not intend to cross.
And CRCAG?
No, thank you, sir.
Okay, and I believe, Mr. Ray, you had, you're requesting about an hour, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, before we get into that, perhaps I could ask a question of Mr. Krulak in terms of the panel that he's presented. I'd like to confirm that the evidence that will be presented by the panel will be the evidence of Alberta Transportation and not simply the evidence of the individual experts on the panel. Is that a correct understanding?
Yes, I think, Mr. Ray, I can say that all of the evidence tendered by either Alberta Transportation or its witnesses is the evidence of Alberta Transportation in support of the application.
So there will be no need to distinguish between evidence given by an expert. All of that evidence will be the evidence of Alberta Transportation.
That's correct.
And in addition, can I assume that all the evidence will also be the evidence of the government of Alberta as a whole?
I don't know, Mr. Ray. I'm speaking on behalf of Alberta Transportation, who's the proponent of this project. If there's something specific, we could consider that.
Well, I ask, of course, because while Alberta Transportation is the proponent, Alberta Environment is slated to be the operator. And I'd like assurances that any conditions from this board or any commitments by Alberta Transportation will in fact be binding on the government of Alberta as a whole.
I think, if you choose to want to advance that question, I think we can address it during the course of your cross-examination.
Mr. Chairman, if I might, Mr. Krulak, you're saying each time we get into a particular commitment or possible condition, you're saying we have to find out whether the rest of the government of Alberta is in agreement with Alberta Transportation in that regard?
Mr. Ray, Alberta Transportation's commitments will be the commitments for the project, regardless of whether who is the ultimate operator. Those conditions, if the board deems them appropriate, could be attached to any approval they may issue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. So, Mr. Ray, we could, if you're going to be about a half an hour, we could proceed with your cross then, and then have a short break after you're completed. You're reasonably confident it's about half an hour? Is that correct?
I'll try to get it within a half hour, sir. It'll depend, of course, on some of the answers we get.
I think, sorry, Mr. Chair, I think the Stony Nakota time requested for cross-examination of Alberta Transportation was
it's an hour. You know, it's an hour. I'm sorry. That's my mistake. Yes, I'm just looking at my sheet. I looked at the wrong column. My mistake. So thank you, Mr. Kennedy. Let's take, you know what I'd like to do is let's take a 5-minute break now, and then we'll come back and then we can complete your entire cross, Mr. Ray. So if everybody can leave their video or your connection's on, please, but you can mute, and we'll be back at 25 past.
Mr. Chair, before we break, perhaps I could advise the staff or reiterate for the staff the exhibit numbers that I will be touching upon in my cross-examination.
That would be great to give them that heads up. Awesome. Thank you.
The exhibits I will be referring to are exhibits 11, 12, 15, 18, 20, 139, 35, 234, 325, and 139. And Mr. Chairman, while I've listed those exhibits, some of them I will just be referring to, and there may not be the need to actually call them up.
Okay, you can just alert them to that. And I'm just looking at my watch, 10:30 to reconvene, please. Thank you. Mr. Ray? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Perfect. I think it's 10:30, so the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Panel members, as we said in the introductions, my name is Douglas Ray, and I'll be accompanied during this hearing by my colleague, Ms. Sarah Loudon. And as we also stated during the introductions, we represent the Stoney Nakoda Nations. The Stoney Nakoda Nations have three constituent parts: the Bearspaw, Chiniki, and Wesley First Nations. If I refer to Bearspaw, Chiniki, or Wesley, I will be referring to those specific First Nations. Although there are three First Nations, they're collectively known as the Stoney Indian Band by the Government of Canada. That is their nomenclature under the Indian Act. They have 7 reserves in the province of Alberta, including 3 reserves which are in relatively close proximity to the proposed Springbank dry dam project. Those reserves being Stoney Indian Reserves 142, 143, and 144. Our clients take the position that they have rights and interests both on those reserve lands and as well treaty and Aboriginal rights in off-reserve areas, including in the proximate area to the proposed project. I also mentioned that we also represent a wholly owned company called Wasti Igignabi Limited, which is a property owner relatively close to the west of the project area. If I refer to that company, I will be calling it Wasti Igignabi. I've advised the staff of the exhibits that we intend to question on. And as your legal counsel, Mr. Krulak, pointed out, I will pose the questions to or through Mr. Hebert, and he can direct who in particular may answer, and that is perfectly satisfactory to me. The first questions I'd like to ask stem from Exhibit 11. Exhibit 11 is a document prepared by Stantec Consulting Limited in August 2015, and it's in relation to the Springbank Off-Stream Reservoir Project, and it's titled Probable Maximum Flood Analysis. Mr. Hebert, could you advise how this report, Exhibit 11, was used by Alberta Transportation in its planning for the Springbank project?
Mr. Chairman, I'd invite Matt Wood to provide that response on behalf of Alberta Transportation.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, I didn't quite hear that.
Mr. Wood will respond.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. What you're looking at is the probable maximum flood report. The estimates contained within this report are used to determine largely what we call the inflow design flood or the dam safety flood for the SR1 reservoir.
Now at page, I believe it's roughly 39, PDF page 39 of Exhibit 11, which is the one on the screen now. The bottom of that page, it has the locations where I believe it's labeled snow water equivalents were measured, table 21. Do you see that table?
Yes, I do.
Now I noticed that the locations there, Lost Creek South, Sunshine Village, 3 Isle Lake, Little Elbow Summit, and Mount Odlum. I believe most, if not all of those locations are in fact in the Bow River drainage. Are they not? They're not in fact in the Elbow River drainage. Is that correct?
Little Elbow Summit would be in the Elbow River drainage. I believe the others are all within the Bow River drainage, and might remind that the Elbow River itself does sit within the Bow River drainage. It is a tributary to the Bow River.
But is it fair to say of those other 4 locations, the snowmelt would drain into the Bow River, not the Elbow River?
Subject to check, I believe that is correct.
Thank you. My next question is in relation to Exhibit 12. Exhibit 12, again, is a document prepared by Stantec Consulting Limited in December of 2015, and it is labeled Springbank Off-Stream Reservoir Project Hydrology Flood Frequency Analysis. Mr. Hebert, or perhaps Mr. Wood, can you explain how Alberta Transportation used this document in its preparations for the Springbank project?
Yes,
Mr. Wood will respond.
Thank you, Mr. Hebert. Yes, what we're looking at here is a flood frequency analysis. The analysis was done to contextualize flood frequency on the Elbow River. Estimates of things like 100-year discharge, 200-year discharge. In the report, you'll also see a section that frames up the 2013 flood and estimates it as being just over a 200-year event.
Now, this report again deals with both the Bow and the Elbow watersheds. Is that correct?
This report deals specifically with the Elbow River watershed.
If you turn to, I believe it's page 6 of this exhibit, in the introduction, you'll see in the second paragraph there that it refers to previous flood frequency studies. Okay. Is it correct that those previous studies were only for the Bow River watershed and not the Elbow watershed?
I believe those studies include information about the Bow River, but if you'll see later on in the document where that information is utilized, it is specific to the Elbow River.
But the previous flood frequency studies done in 2014, 2010 were strictly for the Bow River watershed, were they not?
Mr. Chairman, I don't believe they were. Scrolling down, if you look at Table 1, it quotes estimates from those reports for the Elbow River.
But again, if on that same page, higher up in the page, the second paragraph under section 2.1, it states that estimates of historical flood peaks are available for the Bow River, but not for the Elbow River. Do you see that, that quote?
Yes, I do see that. I believe that the the reference is to the events listed above: 1879, 1897, and 1902.
But those reports were utilized to extrapolate or interpolate flood frequency data for the Bow River subsequent to that time. Is that correct?
Would you mind rephrasing your question, Mr. Chairman?
Well, what I'm asking is the historical data was restricted to the Bow River. Is that correct? Up until 2013?
The historic data is those years indicated there, where there is, to my understanding, knowledge, anecdotal information about events that happened on the Bow River. The Elbow River's hydrometric record begins in 1908, shortly after that 1902 event. And there is no anecdotal information available prior to 1908 for floods on the Elbow River, and specifically for those events there that were experienced on the Bow.
So you're referring to the reference in that paragraph where AMAC performed flood frequency analysis of the Elbow River using the combined record for 1908 to 2013. Is that correct?
It says on the Bow River using 1911 to 2013 record.
What about the Elbow?
It says AMEC then performed flood frequency analysis for the Elbow River near Glenmore Reservoir using the combined record for 1908 to 2013.
And the combined record of what? Of Bow River or Elbow River data, or both?
Subject to check. I believe what they are referring to is a combination of recorded events or hydrometric data on the Elbow River. Often hydrologists will synthesize a larger data set based on fragments from different stations. The history of hydrometric stations on the Elbow River is one where they have been operational for various periods, and there's data records of different vintages covering different locations.
Could you turn then to Exhibit 15, and in particular, Appendix C? And Appendix C to Exhibit 15 is a document under the letterhead of AMEC, and it's entitled Hydrologic Assessment Memoranda and dated June 2014. Mr. Hebert or Mr. Wood, do you have that document? Are you familiar with that document?
One moment, Mr. Chairman.
Yep. Mr. Chairman, I'm familiar with it, and I also have it open for my reference here.
Can you advise how Alberta Transportation utilized the data in this memoranda and its preparations for the project?
Mr. Chairman, the document is comprehensive and covers a lot of topics in addition to the hydrology. If the question is specific to the hydrologic estimates, those were used as shown in the previous exhibit for comparative purposes. Given the analysis that Stantec was done, the AMEC results that are in this document were compared and discussed in that first memorandum.
Appendix C, though, does refer to a hydrological assessment of what is labeled the BG1 dam. Is that correct?
I'm not familiar with that section of that report, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Hebert, is anybody else on your panel familiar with this report?
Just one moment, Mr. Chairman.
This is Laura. If I can just interject and make sure that you tell us the page number for screen sharing, we'd appreciate that. Thank you.
My apologies. I believe it's on or about page 172 of Appendix C to Exhibit 15.
So, Mr. Chairman, if I may, I believe this is a reference to a conceptual project that was located on the Bow River. I'm afraid, Mr. Chairman, there's no one on the witness panel that would be able to respond to questions regarding that project in particular.
Ms. Vespa, that was Mr. Hebert responding.
My apologies.
Yeah, Mr. Ray?
Mr. Hebert, you advise that no one on the panel is able to speak to this particular exhibit. Can you advise, though, on what basis it's part of the evidence put before this board in regard to the Springbank project?
Mr. Chairman, the AMEC report was a comprehensive review of available or potential flood mitigation options through the Bow River Basin. It references a number of different rivers and a number of different potential projects on those rivers. It is included here as it does reference the Springbank Austrian Reservoir project. Regretfully, there's no individuals on the panel that would be able to respond to questions about conceptual projects that were contemplated for other rivers.
Is it fair to say that the Springbank project, at least at this stage of the planning process, was part of a series of projects for the Bow and Elbow River basins?
Mr. Chairman, that would be a fair statement. It was proposed in the report as a proposed mitigation measure for the Elbow River.
And the BG1 dam project, though, can you advise, I appreciate you said it was in the Bow River, but I see references to the Ghost River as well. Can you advise us more particularly where the BG1 conceptual plan was located?
Mr. Chairman, consulting with Appendix C, specifically PDF page 173, the BG1 conceptual project, if I'm interpreting the map correctly, appears to be near Waiparis, Alberta, near Stony Reserve 142B, just to the west, and just to the north of Stony 142, 143, 144. And it's within the Bow River system.
The next exhibit I would like to turn to is Exhibit 18. Exhibit 18 is a document prepared by Alberta Transportation in March 2018, and it is labeled Springbank Off-Stream Reservoir Project, the Environmental Impact Assessment. Mr. Hebert, are you familiar with Exhibit 18?
Yes, I am.
Can you advise me how this fit into Alberta Transportation's planning process for the Springbank project?
Mr. Chairman, this would essentially constitute the environmental impact assessment, which is the de facto application for the project.
And Mr. Hebert, I'll be also talking about Exhibit 20. Can you tell me how those two exhibits relate to each other?
Mr. Chairman, I believe the EIS summary is a covering document to the broader environmental impact study, of which Exhibit 20 forms part of.
Now, for Exhibit 18, if you could turn to the project overview section 3.6, and my apologies, this document, I don't have the PDF number. I was unable to unlock the PDF document. Oh, I see it. The staff have found the section in any event. Now, under the first paragraph in section 3.6, the statement is made, a study by IBI Group estimates that up to $1.5 billion is at risk due to flooding of the Elbow River during a future flood of the same magnitude without flood protection. Now, was that number broken out of the combined estimates of flood risks for flooding by both the Elbow and the Bow River? Or is that number strictly in reference to flooding risk from the Elbow River?
Mr. Speller will respond.
So, Mr. Chairman, the 1.5 billion number is for the Elbow River only, and it's broken out from combined damages that IBI calculated for both the Bow and the Elbow. But the 1.5 is Elbow only.
And we will perhaps get into this a little later on, but can you in general terms tell us how the numbers were broken out between the Elbow River flood risk and the Bow River flood risk, given the city of Calgary is at the conjunction of those two rivers?
I'd ask Mr. Soul to describe the process for which they deviated or divided the damages between Elbow and Bow.
Yes, thank you, Wayne. The damage model that we utilize it's an object-based model, which means that damages are calculated for each asset buildings. And okay, sorry. It's a object-based model, so damages are estimated for each individual building. So we were able to delineate whether a building that contributed damage was part of the Elbow or the Bow River system. There are areas near the confluence where there is a flood risk from either river. And in that case, this isn't double counting.
And what are those areas where there is a flood risk from either river?
Those would be areas near the confluence where water from the Bow River and Elbow could flood. So parts of downtown and nearer to the confluence.
Would that include the community of Inglewood?
That would be considered the Bow River, I believe.
And Stampede Park?
Elbow River.
Okay. The next exhibit I'd like to pursue is Exhibit 20 that I referred to earlier. And again, Exhibit 20 is entitled the Springbank Off-Stream Reservoir Project Environmental Impact Assessment. And you'll see in section 2.2 a variation in the wording from what was in section 3.6 of the previous Exhibit 18. Mr. Hebert, can you advise us why the wording was changed from Exhibit 18 to Exhibit 20, or more specifically, why the wording in section 3.6 of Exhibit 18 was changed to the wording in section 2.2 of Exhibit 20?
One moment, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, we're just comparing the two documents. Is there a way to point out the difference between the two statements?
Mr. Chairman, yes, I can point out that the reference to the Elbow River flood of 2013 was deleted in section 2.2 of Exhibit 20. And more specifically, the sentence that I just previously quoted in regard to the $1.5 billion at risk due to flooding of the Elbow River, that reference has been removed from Exhibit 20.
Mr. Chairman, I don't believe there's a difference between the intent of the two statements.
Mr. Hebert, is it still the evidence of Alberta Transportation, the reference to the $1.5 billion at-risk number, that is still Alberta Transportation's position in regard to these risk analysis of flooding from both the Elbow and the Bow Rivers?
Mr. Chairman, that remains our evidence.
But is it your evidence, Mr. Hebert, though, that it was removed from Exhibit 20 because that statement was not relevant?
Mr. Chairman, I don't know if this is helpful, but in section 2.1 of Exhibit 20, the need for the project, the 1.5 billion is referenced there. We're still having a bit trouble differentiating between the two, so I don't know if that's helpful.
Ms. Vespa, you caught that was Mr. Speller. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I note, though, that the other sentence in section 3.6 of Exhibit 18 with the specific volumetric numbers, that has been removed from the equivalent section in Exhibit 20.
I would note that, but I would submit that that does not fundamentally change our evidence.
So even though it's not in Exhibit 20, Alberta Transportation still considers those estimated numbers in Exhibit 18 to be correct?
Subject to check, yes.
Would you be willing to undertake to confirm that statement?
Mr. Chairman, it's Wayne Speller. If it's helpful, maybe a bit of background on these two documents. So Exhibit 18 is the EIS summary, which is when we're doing EIAs, is our attempt to try to distill all of those different volumes down into one document. Exhibit 20 is the project description, the beginning of those multiple volumes, telling the story about the project and its assessment. My experience has been if there's differences between a summary and the volumes of the EIA itself, typically that's an editorial choice of how to best try to summarize all of those volumes in a more succinct package. My understanding is there is no differences between that EIS summary or these volumes other than editorial choices as to where to start presenting the information, and try not to repeat information more than once if possible.
Thank you. The next exhibit I'd like to turn to, and my apologies if I omitted referring to this earlier, is Exhibit 139, Appendix 3.3, and that is the benefit cost analysis of flood mitigation projects for the City of Calgary, Springbank off-stream flood storage, prepared for the Government of Alberta in February 2015. Mr. Hebert, is your panel familiar with that exhibit?
Yes, it is.
Can I proceed without the exhibit being displayed for the benefit of everybody right now?
We have it at our reference, Mr. Chairman.
And my apologies if it's my fault that I omitted referring to this exhibit when I provided the staff with the list of our proposed exhibits. Mr. Hebert, can you tell me, once again, how did this report fit into Alberta Transportation's plans for the Springbank project?
Mr. Chairman, the benefit cost analysis for the Springbank project was used as part of the overall decision for the project. So it was one component of the assessment made to proceed with the Springbank off-stream reservoir. And Mr. Speller can augment my response.
And Mr. Chairman, specifically for this appendix, the February 18, 2015 benefit cost analysis, and sometimes we may call it a BCA as an acronym. We'll try not to, but it slips in. This was included in this appendix 3-3 the request in responding to a supplemental information request. So the 2017 benefit cost analysis that Mr. Hebert was talking about referenced a number of different past BCAs. These appendices, including this one that's in front of us, Appendix 3-3, was one of those references. And we were asked to include them in their as complete documents in responding to this request.
Thank you for that information. I'm going to ask a couple of questions on Exhibit 139. Mr. Hebert, if you would like to point out to me if in you and your panel's responses, if I'm referring to an outdated or an overtaken document, specifically Exhibit 139, please feel free to do so. I'd ask you to turn to the summary conclusions of Exhibit 139, which is more or less at page 27 of the exhibit, section 6.6, entitled Summary and Conclusions.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I found the page.
Now, in this summary, and particularly, I guess it's labeled Exhibit 6.3 of the summary, there are two scenarios, high damage scenario and low damage scenario. And it goes on to elaborate on the scenarios that were examined. As part of this cost benefit analysis, did Alberta Transportation do a do-nothing scenario? In other words, a cost-benefit analysis if no Springbank Dam was constructed. Now, I appreciate that you may take issue the way I've constructed that question, but perhaps I could ask it anyways.
Mr. Chairman, in the context of this report, there was no do-nothing scenario prepared.
Mr. Hebert, is that a function of the science of cost-benefit analysis not being set up to examine do-nothing scenarios? In other words, there's cost-benefit analyses. Are those an art form more than the science? Why would a person, a party, a project proponent not look at a do-nothing scenario in terms of analyzing the costs and benefits of what he or it proposes to do?
Mr. Chairman, I'd invite Mr. Saul to provide a response to the question.
Yes, the do-nothing scenario would essentially be the unmitigated baseline to which the benefits were estimated from.
But
so it's inherent in the work produced is the do-nothing is the what we call a baseline damage estimate. And then when the damage model is run with mitigation, it's the difference between those two, which provides a benefit of a mitigated scenario. So the do-nothing is inherent in the study.
But are there not value components in a do-nothing scenario that would be lost under any of the development scenarios?
Well, we should, yeah, to clarify the context of this benefit cost, because a benefit cost analysis could mean a lot of different things. In this case, it is the financial impact of flooding on the city of Calgary compared with the costs of the project. So I think what you're alluding to is a do-nothing scenario might have other advantages in terms of alternate expenditures, opportunity cost, and the like. But this was specifically constrained to a financial impact of flooding.
And in saying that, are you saying that the analysis made no attempt to value intangible, non-financial value components?
In this particular study, yes.
If you turn to, I believe it's page 47 of this exhibit, which is in appendix, I think it's in appendix A. And I'm looking in particular at it's appendix E, the first page in appendix E of the exhibit, City of Calgary flood damage estimates. And there's a table entitled Total Damages Bow and Elbow River. Yes, that's the one with the sewer backup. Now, again, this is from both the Bow and Elbow Rivers. Were damages arising from just Elbow River flooding segregated out?
Yes, that's correct for the benefit cost.
Where would I find those?
I don't believe they are explicitly reported in that particular report that you're referencing.
But they are available?
Just for context here, this the study that we're currently looking at was superseded, and the specific damages for that were used. The benefit was calculated on an annualized basis, so it is provided in that report, but there isn't a table with this specific elbow damages.
You say it was superseded. Can you refer me to the exhibit that superseded this one?
Mr. Chairman, we'll just take a moment. Thank you.
Yep, perfect.
Thank you for your patience. So to clarify, in the document that we're currently looking at, Exhibit E3 does specify elbow river damages by event, if that's what you were looking for. And in the subsequent study, the intangibles on flooded households, we attempted to capture a value for that, but not in this particular report.
So you did attempt to capture certain intangible values?
Yes, in the 2017 benefit cost, which the values were extracted from a City of Calgary study.
And would you agree that your attempt to capture certain values by definition could not attempt to capture all intangible values?
Certainly not.
Now on these exhibits that we're going through here, E1, and you referred me to Exhibit E3, appreciate that. And later on about page 54, there's Exhibit E8 in that same set of attachments. And Exhibit E8 refers to alternative damage scenario. Can you explain the difference between the alternative damage scenario in Exhibit E8 and the total damage scenario in E1?
Yes. At the time, there was a publication released that attempted to quantify the lost productivity, and there was a Canadian special labor force survey that surveyed hours lost, and so there was an estimate out there using those methodology that had a very high business interruption loss, and we provided two scenarios because anecdotally, a lot of business hours were made up after the flood, so that's the reason for those two scenarios, is to account for the uncertainty of the report by others regarding business losses.
Exhibit E9, later on in that overall exhibit, again, is alternative damage scenario. Total damage is Elbow River with sewer backup. And in that table, for the 100-year flood, the total damages, I believe, are $538,369,000. Have I read that correctly, first of all?
Yes.
Is it Alberta Transportation's position that that number is the amount of damages that the proposed SR1 project will preclude?
No, as stated earlier, this report was based on outdated data sources, including the flood mapping.
And I don't need to know it right now, but would you be able to provide me the updated number that would go in that column from which I just gave you that figure?
Yes, we could. It would be related to the previously referenced 1.5 billion. So that was talking about 200-year flood. So if you're looking at a 100-year flood, we would have, without mitigation, it would be 1.1 billion for the 100.
So the number went from 538 million to 1.1 billion?
Yes.
The next exhibit I'd like to refer to is an exhibit from the City of Calgary. It's Exhibit 234, which in turn I believe is what the City of Calgary has labeled Exhibit S to its submission. And this document is dated July 2015. It's for the Bow River and the Elbow River, and it's labeled Hydraulic Model and Flood Inundation Mapping Update. And it was prepared for both the City of Calgary and Alberta Environment. Mr. Hebert, have I described this document correctly?
Mr. Chairman, I'm going based on what appears on the front cover, and that appears to be correct.
And I asked that, Mr. Hebert, because as I say, it was part of Calgary's evidence, and correct me, but it's not been included as part of Alberta's transportation's evidence. Is that correct?
Just one moment, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Chair. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Saul will respond.
Thank you. As I previously mentioned, the 2017 benefit cost submission was based on the City of Calgary study, which itself was based on this report.
Thank you. If you could turn to, I believe it's PDF page 4, which is part of just the summary, thank you, of this exhibit. About 2/3 of the way down the page, you'll see a reference to the existing flood control structure at Inglewood is not sufficient to protect the area against the 100-year flood. Do you see that reference?
Yes, I do.
Will the SR1 project then, without additional flood control upstream on the Bow River, will it protect Inglewood, the community of Inglewood, from the 100-year flood?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Wood will respond.
Mr. Chairman, I don't believe I can answer the question specifically, but I can say that SR1 will have the ability to remove up to 600 cubic meters per second of flood flow from the Elbow River. The community of Inglewood is located immediately downstream of the confluence of the Bow and Elbow rivers, and therefore that community will receive a direct benefit in flood risk reduction from SR1.
In 2013, was the community of Inglewood flooded by floodwaters from the Elbow or from the Bow or from both?
Mr. Chairman, I can confirm that it was flooded by both. I was there during the event.
So it's fair to say that SR1 would not flood-proof Inglewood against the 100-year flood?
Mr. Chairman, like I said, I don't have the specific answers. We have not looked into the exact amount of flood risk reduction at the community of Inglewood. But like I said, it does remove 600 cubic meters per second from the Elbow. That's a direct translation to removing 600 cubic meters per second from the Bow in certain circumstances.
So from the community of Inglewood's perspective, SR1 would be a partial solution. Is that correct?
Don't have the specific analysis to say exactly how much reduction in flood risk it can provide to Inglewood.
The next sentence in that summary we're looking at states, I quote, "The existing earth berm, existing concrete retaining wall, and proposed flood wall at Stampede Park would be overtopped during the 100-year flood." Do you see that reference?
Yes, I do.
Are the proposed new structures at Stampede Park being constructed to flood-proof them and their vital utilities against the 100-year flood?
I am not familiar with those proposed structures. I'm not too sure if they were even built. Remind the panel that this is a 2015 report.
But what is your current information?
Sorry, go ahead.
So it's just for clarity, Mr. Chairman, please maybe repeat the question. Current information with respect to what?
They propose new structures at Stampede Park, of which there's quite a few. Are they being constructed to flood-proof those structures against the 100-year flood?
Mr. Chairman, I believe that may be a question for the City of Calgary to answer as it's within their jurisdiction.
I certainly agree it's appropriate for the City of Calgary, but is it Alberta Transportation's position that you don't know the answer to the question?
One moment, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, as Mr. Wood mentioned, the projects that are being referred to and any sort of specifications or mitigations associated would fall under the jurisdiction of the City of Calgary or associated entities or other organizations. So Alberta Transportation would not have that information.
In attempting to conduct your cost benefit analyses, and I appreciate the inherent imposition in doing that, would it be relevant if those structures I'm referring to were in fact flood proofed? Would that be relevant in determining the cost benefit analysis, and particularly the estimated damage costs to structures themselves in Stampede Park?
Yes, David Saul here. The damage modeling that we undertook considered existing mitigation as to not double count anything. And when modeled with Springbank Reservoir, there was no damages at the Stampede.
Sorry, that last part of your sentence, could you repeat that?
Our damage model considers existing and proposed or going ahead planned mitigation. And so when modeled with the baseline without Springbank, those are included. And when modeled with the Springbank Reservoir in operation, there were no damages.
But when modeled without Springbank, you did take into consideration damages to Stampede Park structures?
With the mitigation in place, yes.
No, my question though was, without the mitigation in place, did your cost benefit analysis include the damages to Stampede Park structures?
The damage model included the mitigation that is in place at the Stampede, so as to not double count it as benefits for the Springbank Dam.
Sorry, the mitigation that is already in place you're referring to?
Yes.
That would include floodproofing of individual buildings?
Not to the individual building level. If you're talking about a homeowner putting flood control on their own property, no.
I'm specifically referring to Stampede Park and the proposed new structures, the myriad of structures there. I'm just asking how that was incorporated into your model.
They were included in the baseline.
So help me out a little bit. If a building is, forgive my use of the layman's term, if a building was flood-proofed, then would it not be the estimated damages to that be neutral in terms of any cost-benefit analysis? There would be either no costs or no benefits in analyzing the Springbank Dam?
Yes, that would be correct.
Now, the second last paragraph on that same page refers to a number of communities, and the latter ones refers to the communities along the Elbow River, namely Riverdale, Elbow Park, Rideau Park, Roxborough, Mission District, Earlton area, Victoria, and Stampede. Is it fair to say that those listed communities are the communities that the Springbank project is designed to protect?
Mr. Chairman, I can answer that. Those communities are provided a reduction in flood risk by SR1 as well as all downstream communities. So all communities and properties located downstream of the diversion structure.
What other communities are there besides those ones listed?
There's several within Rocky View County, private properties located downstream of the diversion structure. There's also some recreational facilities down there. There is infrastructure owned by utilities, as well as infrastructure owned by pipeline companies. There's the communities, there's Glenmore Reservoir itself, the Glenmore Dam, and downstream is these communities listed here. And like I mentioned with respect to Inglewood, by removing 600 cubic meters of floodwater off of the Elbow, you inherently remove that water off of the Bow during an event. And so the benefits of the project extend down the Bow River and technically as far downstream as Saskatchewan border on the South Saskatchewan, albeit much less benefit down there.
And was any attempt made to segregate the protection afforded those communities I listed in relation to the production of all the other communities and areas that you just listed in terms of on a relative basis?
May you please rephrase the question or repeat the question?
Was any attempt made by Alberta Transportation to segregate the benefits to those listed communities in relation to the benefits from SR1 for all the other communities and areas that you just listed? What proportion of the benefits accrues to those communities in relation to all other communities and areas benefiting from the Springbank project?
Yes, David Saul here. If I understand the question correctly, my answer would be that all of the benefits that we used were from those communities listed. So I would say between the Glenmore Reservoir and the confluence.
And are those the communities that will constitute the majority of the beneficiaries of the Springbank Dam?
Is my understanding, yes, that's the most densely developed area.
And if you had to quantify it, would those benefits represent 75% of the total benefits, or 65, or sorry, go ahead.
Apologies. No, we made no attempt to quantify in that regard.
My next questions relate to Exhibit 325. And Mr. Chairman, this will be the last exhibit I'll be asking questions on. Exhibit 325 is the reply submissions of Alberta Transportation. Thank you. And if you could first turn to, I believe it's page 5, paragraph 2. There we go. Thank you. Now, the Ermineskin Cree Nation and the Kainai First Nation have withdrawn their objection to the project. Are you able to provide us any changes to Alberta Transportation's plans arising from that withdrawal of their intervention?
Mr. Chairman, in what regard?
Well, I'm just asking whether any of the evidence that has been submitted to the NRCB for this hearing, any of it would need to be updated in terms of resulting from the withdrawal of those interventions.
Mr. Chairman, I don't believe so.
If you could turn to page, my apologies again, my PDF page numbering is out. It's probably page 6. It would be paragraph 5 of the reply. Sorry, it's paragraph 6. In paragraph 6, if I might quote, Alberta Transportation notes that were SR1 designed to afford protection greater than for a 1 to 200 year flood, it would be a larger project with a bigger footprint, more impacts, and greater cost. Alberta Transportation believes that the SR1 as designed strikes an appropriate balance between affording flood protection to downstream communities and minimizing impacts on the local community. What is the basis for the balance that Alberta Transportation has attempted to strike?
So, Mr. Chairman, at its core, it's to ensure that protection is provided for the design flood, which was the flood of record, the event in 2013. That is a standard when it comes to the development of flood mitigation projects. We do recognize that should there be a demand to build something larger, that it would inevitably had larger impacts on the community, would have had a greater cost from a construction perspective, from a land perspective. So I believe the balance relates to the ability to meet the intended need of the project.
But the selection of the 1 to 100 year flood, I mean, you could have selected a project that satisfied to the, or that applied to the 1 to 150 year flood, or that applied to to the 80 year flood. The selection of the protection you afforded, at what stage does it become arbitrary?
Mr. Chairman, as I stated in my response, there's a standard in which flood mitigation projects are built to the event of record. That was the choice made in the development of this project.
Where does that standard originate?
I can assist with that, Mr. Chairman. That standard is enshrined in the province's flood hazard mapping framework. They use a design flood standard of a 100-year, and in select cases, the flood of record if it's been exceeded. And so by extension, if the hazard mapping identifies these areas under the 100 years for development, then flood mitigations typically aim to address that design standard to help reduce that risk and match the provincial standard of 100-year.
So that provincial standard was developed by the province of Alberta, is what you're saying. Is that correct?
Developed by the province several decades ago, yes.
Okay. And Alberta Transportation made no attempt to diverge from that standard?
No, Mr. Chairman, the necessity to ensure that downstream communities are protected from the flood of record was the choice made, and that's the choice that we're proceeding with.
And when the province of Alberta adopted that standard, you say it was quite some time ago. Has it been revisited since?
Mr. Chairman, I'm not aware if it's been revisited.
And just, excuse me, Ms. Vespa, there's been a little bit of switching of people providing answers. Are you able to keep track? Have you been able to track the? Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair, I'm getting used to their voices, so it's helping.
Okay, thank you. Proceed. Thanks, Mr. Ray. Continue.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Perhaps you could repeat the answer to that last question. Has it been revisited since?
Mr. Chairman, I've conferred with members of the panel, and we're not aware that it's been revised since.
And has that standard been also developed by the Government of Canada, given its jurisdiction over most rivers?
I can answer that, Mr. Chairman. The Government of Canada also uses a 100-year flood standard in their hazard mapping framework.
Okay. So the current concept for the Springbank structure is a product of the application of that standard. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, if I could, I'd like to articulate what we were discussing is that Alberta and Canada have 100-year flood standards. SR1 is designed to the flood of record, which exceeds that 100-year standard. It has been estimated at the 2013 flood as being roughly a 200-year event.
If you could turn to page 3 of this exhibit, more specifically, paragraph 9. My apologies again if my PDF numbering is out. Thank you. Now, the first sentence, or the second sentence in paragraph 9 states, other components include a potential new flood control structure on the Bow River. Is there only one additional flood control structure proposed or being investigated for the Bow River?
Mark Svensson is prepared to respond.
Svensson?
Hello, Mr. Chair. Currently on the Bow River, the province is investigating 3 potential options.
So that statement in paragraph 9 is slightly incorrect then, is that correct?
No, Mr. Chairman. The Alberta Environment Parks is investigating 3 options with the intent of selecting one of those 3 options to pursue.
Just so I'm clear, Alberta Environment is intending to select one and only one of the 3 options?
Ms. Kerrigan can supplement the response.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Currently, they're investigating 3 alternatives, and they will select one to proceed with.
Now, later on in that paragraph 9, in the second last sentence, it states that Alberta Transportation has selected only the SR1 project for review. It states that these other components, including any Bow River Dam, will be reviewed and assessed in other processes. Can you advise what process will be used to assess the proposed Bow River Dam?
Mr. Chair, this is Mark Swenson. I can answer that. So the process by which a project on the Bow River would go forward would be subject to the environmental legislation that it triggers, which will include the provincial EIA process, but that remains it at this time.
So it's a little ironic that as part of flood control in the city of Calgary, there's a future project will result in flooding of other lands upstream of the city of Calgary. And given that answer about the environmental processes, is it Alberta's position that the environmental assessment will be the only assessment in regard to any future upstream Bow River Dam?
Mr. Chairman, I'd just like to interject. I appreciate where Mr. Ray's concerns with respect to the Bow River, but I'm not aware of any actual application. As he's been told, there are various options, and I'm not sure how helpful it is to address this, to be pursuing this at this time.
Mr. Chairman, if I might respond, the relevance of those other options is that I think the evidence before the board already in written form, and which will be forthcoming in the coming days, I think the evidence will show that the Springbank project is not a standalone project, and that the purported benefits of the Springbank Dam will only be realized if there is also an upstream dam on the Bow River. So the relevance to the public interest that this board must determine is quite apparent. There is no public interest the Stoney Nakoda Nations are submitting in building a project that will not by itself result in any meaningful protection or benefits to the public interest, and even, I dare say, to the citizens of Calgary. There's no benefit to the public as a whole if the SR1 dam is not part of a bigger project. Nevertheless, Mr. Chairman, I appreciate that the scoping for this project and the application before you is strictly for the SR1 project.
Thank you. Mr. Ray, so we're just 20 minutes to noon. Did you have a few more questions yet for Alberta Transportation on topic area 1?
I have a few to go yet, sir.
So, sure. Okay. I mean, if possible, if we could wrap up by noon, if you think that works, then we could break at noon for lunch, and then proceed from there. But is 20 minutes likely going to suffice?
Well, given the flow of my questions, pun intended, it should suffice. I should be able to finish my noon.
Okay, great. Thank you.
If the panel or the witness panel could then turn to paragraph 11 of the reply, the exhibit. Now, paragraph 11 lists the reasons why SR1 was selected over the McLean Creek option. There's no mention of the Stony Nakota in that summary. Is that a deliberate omission?
Mr. Chairman, that is not.
Is it your evidence that SR1 was selected over MC1 for those reasons, and that an additional reason would be that it benefits the Stony Nakota more?
Mr. Chairman, could you clarify the question?
Well, I pointed out that there's no listing of the Stony Nakota and the reasons for Alberta Transportation selecting the Springbank option. Is it your evidence, Mr. Hebert, that an additional reason would be that the Springbank option is of benefit to the Stony Nakota over the McLean Creek option?
If I understand the question, and if I take into account the geographic location of the Stony Nakota reserves, the Stony Nakota are not located along the Elbow River. So I would say it's neither. It would effectively, from a flood control perspective, be a neutral consideration.
If you could scroll down further to paragraph 14 of this exhibit. And in that paragraph, Alberta Transportation introduces the concept of drought management. Is the proposed SR1 project relevant to drought management?
Mr. Chairman, it is intended to be a flood mitigation project. The consideration for drought management, as referred to in paragraph 14, relates to the potential project on the Bow River or other water reservoir projects within the basin.
So is it Alberta Transportation's understanding that the City of Calgary is advocating the SR1 project not simply for flood control, but also for drought management?
Mr. Chairman, my understanding of the City of Calgary's advocacy for the SR1 project is that it's intended to be a flood mitigation project. If the document referenced here, the city advocates for water storage as a consideration in the future potential Bow River project.
But not a consideration for the SR1 project?
Mr. Chairman, there is an element to how SR1 and the Glenmore Reservoir interact in terms of water management perspective, and Mr. Wood can supplement my response.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, so while SR1 does not provide a direct storage component for water, it does greatly improve water security on the Elbow River. Currently, the City of Calgary, with the way that Glenmore is operated in the spring, it is operated for a certain degree of flood control that in many ways can jeopardize water security later in the year. Generally, if you draw down the reservoir in preparation of flood season, and that water doesn't arrive, then that could result in deficits in the future. And so by removing the flood risk off the Elbow River, or reducing the flood risk off the Elbow River, Glenmore is able to return to operations as solely a water supply facility within that allocated storage. And that allows it to help mitigate its risk in an annual basis.
My reasons for the question are that Alberta Transportation has proposed a project for flood control, and it's relatively clear the beneficiaries of that flood control purportedly as the City of Calgary and certain communities in it. And yet at the same time, we find that the City of Calgary has additional motives for the flood control project, which relate to drought management. My question is that did Alberta Transportation consider drought management in proposing the SR1 project in the context of the overall Bow River Basin water control proposals?
So, sorry, Mr. Chairman, the project that's been advanced in the application is intended to be a flood mitigation project. At a very early preliminary point, when a range of options were being considered on all projects, it was referred to as having the option, but ultimately as the project progressed in its very early stages, the notion that it would be exclusively a flood control structure was what ultimately was decided upon, and ultimately how the project advanced through the regulatory process.
So when Alberta Transportation formally proposes a flood control structure on the Bow River, will drought management be part of the public purpose for that dam in addition to flood control?
Mr. Chairman, as it relates to the Bow option, that are being reviewed by AEP, drought management and water supply are considerations for those projects.
Is it Alberta Transportation's position, though, that drought management should not be an issue that this board should take into consideration in rendering its decision?
Mr. Chairman, we've advanced an application for a flood mitigation project, taking into consideration the needs for flood mitigation on the Elbow River, and as well as the constraints in providing other features on this particular river.
Could you turn to paragraph 27 of this exhibit, please? Now, paragraph 27, in it, Alberta Transportation submits that the SR1 project is, I quote, a sound investment of public resources. Has this assessment been quantified?
Mr. Chairman, it's quantified by the costs that would be avoided in the event of a future flood event, particularly the costs that are estimated for a 2013 level event.
And later on in that paragraph, reference is made to the estimated costs of the 2013 flood, as Mr. Hebert, you just alluded to. And the footnote is to the City of Calgary submission at Exhibit 230. And my question is, those City of Calgary submissions, are those simply the flood costs for only those along the Elbow River below the Glenmore Dam? And then
yes, sorry, sir.
Sorry, no, my apologies, Mr. Hebert. If I might preface my remarks, it appears that Alberta has taken the position that it's a sound investment because of the evidence that the City of Calgary has put forward. So that's why I'm asking whether the City of Calgary numbers in regard to benefits to the downstream communities are the basis for that sound investment statement.
Yes, it is, Mr. Chairman.
And yet the City of Calgary is also talking about drought management but you did not include that in your assessment of the SR1 project. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
If you could turn to paragraph 49. Sorry, paragraph 48 goes on 2 pages. And the statement is made there that the benefits of the SR1 project will be distributed more widely. What's the basis for saying that the benefits are distributed more widely? Was it based on the number of people, the number of residents, or as the evidence early showed, the financial analysis of the cost benefit? What's the basis that Alberta Transportation submits that the benefits have been distributed more widely than would they be otherwise?
So, Mr. Chairman, that statement would be inclusive of the personal, social, economic effects of a flood on the Elbow River to downstream communities, including Calgary and communities that have been referenced in our testimony this morning. It is meant to be an inclusive statement of the varying benefits.
But surely not all factors are widely distributed. For instance, in terms of the amount of land taken by the Springbank dam project when it's in operation in terms of a diversion, the raw amount of land would exceed the amount of land in the Alboya and other communities downstream of the Glenmore Dam. So certain criteria, though, are less widely distributed by this benefit. Is that not a fair statement?
Mr. Chairman, could you clarify the question? I'm not sure I quite understand at the moment.
I'm simply suggesting that when the assertion is made that the benefits are more widely distributed, it depends on what benefits you're talking about. In terms of the raw land taken, this project will take up more land than it is, quote, quote, protecting. Is that not correct?
Mr. Chairman, I don't have the exact land mass that would be protected within the city of Calgary, but based on our assessment, as we've referred to this morning, we've quantified the economic and other impacts that would be faced in the event of a flood.
Could you turn to paragraph 67 of this reply exhibit? Now you'll see from paragraph 67 that reference is made to payments to the Tsuut'ina Nation and Redwood. Given those expenditures, did Alberta Transportation similarly consider paying the similarly contributing to the Stoney Nakoda Nations funds in regard to the Bow River issues, which will ultimately be raised by the combination of the SR1 project and the Bow River dams?
So, Mr. Chairman, as we've discussed this morning, Alberta Environment and Parks, as the department responsible for identifying and screening potential flood mitigation projects, is responsible for the engagement with groups at this time. That the question posed regarding any sort of costs or impacts related to that consideration is within their scope of responsibility. As I referred to in my remarks this morning, and as is reflected in our submission, Alberta Transportation welcomes and encourages continued discussion with the Stoney Nakoda Nation as it relates to the SR1 project.
Well, the basis for my question is that as a result of the 2013 flood, many communities, including the Stoney Nakoda, incurred damages from that flooding. And the Stoney Nakoda people are very appreciative of the assistance from the province of Alberta in regard to assisting with the damages from that flood, and as well from further investigations into flood control on the reserve. Yet at the same time, it's clear that the province of Alberta is seriously considering flooding large portions of the Stoney Indian Reserve on the Bow River. And my question is, why has Alberta Transportation not similarly funded the Stoney Nakoda people to examine the impacts of that flooding? It's quite ironic that we're talking about expenditures and management of flood protection, while the reality is, from the Stoney Nakoda point of view, is that there's no money forthcoming for the impending flooding of its reserve. So my question simply is, did Alberta Transportation consider that funding?
Well, Mr. Chairman, as I said earlier, there's a exercise underway led by the Department of Environment and Parks as it relates to the screening and selection of a flood reservoir on the Bow River. Certainly as it relates to SR1, and again, I'd note for the panel that the Elbow River traverses through areas that aren't inclusive of the Stoney Nakoda Nation's lands. Nevertheless, as part of our ongoing consultation with the Stoney Nakoda Nation, we would welcome the opportunity to discuss any concerns they have with the SR1 project further.
But not in regard to the proposed Bow River Dam. Is that your evidence?
Well, Mr. Chairman, I'd re-emphasize that the selection of the Bow Reservoir is at a initial stage. It's a conceptual stage. 3 options have been identified. Alberta Environment and Parks is undertaking work to screen those projects, to understand the implications of those projects in advance of a decision on a selection of a project. So that falls under the responsibility of Environment and Parks. Alberta Environment and Parks is responsible for that component of screening and selecting flood mitigation projects. So it's clear Alberta Transportation is not accountable for this portion of the work on the Bow River project.
Could you turn to paragraph 71? And under 71 in the bullet points, the third bullet point, the statement is made that Alberta Transportation states that it is not possible for every downstream property owner to be protected to an equal extent. What efforts did Alberta Transportation make in that regard to ascertain who could be protected and who could not? For example, was a matrix created to ascertain who would be benefited and who would not? What was the processes used that led to Alberta Transportation making that statement?
So, Mr. Chairman, I would take the panel back to the 2013 event in which the communities along the Elbow River that were significantly and severely impacted. That included Bright Creek, included Red Meadows, it included the city of Calgary. And from that moment onward, the province and other parties have worked aggressively and diligently to ensure that those communities receive the mitigation required to protect from a 2013 level event. The nature of that statement is referring specifically to other areas that were referred to in the Springbank landowners submission. The second part of that statement reflects the fact that SR1 does reduce flood levels along portions of the river downstream of the project, which we would view as a benefit of SR1 being on the landscape.
Thank you. Could you turn to paragraph 218? 218. At paragraph 218 in the, sorry, too far. There we go. In the first sentence, Alberta Transportation recognizes and acknowledges the project is located on the traditional territory of the Treaty 7 First Nations, including the Stoney Nakoda. Does Alberta Transportation recognize that the Stoney Nakoda have both treaty and Aboriginal rights in their traditional area?
Mr. Chairman, as is referred to later in our submission, the position is that we recognize that First Nations have treaty rights. Our legal position pertaining to Aboriginal rights, just bear with me one moment, is outlined in paragraph 226 in the same exhibit.
Thank you. That's a good lead in. My next question is related to paragraph 223. And paragraph 223 talks about the Stoney Nakoda's assertion to rights to water. Is Alberta Transportation aware that TransAlta Utilities pays the Stoney Nakoda for water rentals on the Bow River?
I believe I'm aware of that, sir. I don't know the specific details, but I'm vaguely aware of that.
Then on what basis is Alberta disputing that the Stoney Nakoda have rights of some sort to water in the Bow River?
Mr. Chairman, I'm not in a position to comment on matters that the government of Alberta is undertaking active litigation.
Well, sir, I wasn't asking for a comment. I asked a question. What's the basis for the statement in paragraph 223?
Well, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, Alberta's position is outlined in paragraph 233, starting at the point where Alberta disputes this position and states the government's position as it relates to water rights being vested in the Crown. It carries on. The second part, it was the reference to the litigation that is presently underway.
But regardless of the litigation, you stated that you are aware that TransAlta Utilities physically pays the Stoney Nakoda water rentals on the Bow River. That is your evidence, is it not?
I'm aware of it vaguely, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. If you could turn then to paragraph Mr. Chairman, my apologies. Mr. Ray Bear and his witness panel have been so efficient in answering my questions, they precluded some of my final ones. I'm just checking my notes. If you could turn to paragraph 258, subparagraph G. Thank you. Paragraph G, and particularly the response, states that Alberta Transportation considers that it is not appropriate to install the wildlife overpasses that the Stoney Nakoda have requested. Why is it not appropriate?
Mr. Chairman, I'd invite Mr. Brescia to provide that response.
Mr. Chairman, we've done an evaluation of that request in terms of the usefulness of a wildlife overpass at the location near the project. What I should point out is that there isn't one there currently at that location, and part of the Stoney's concerns are that it's an area of collisions. What the project will do, however, is as part of the diversion channel, will create a wildlife underpass, which will serve to facilitate wildlife movement across Highway 22. And that will serve to facilitate that movement. The overpass requires a significantly larger amount of space, particularly given that Highway 22 is considered part of the high load corridor for the province, which would mean that the space between the road and the overpass would have to be 9 meters, making a substantial structure. And the most of that recommendation is outlined in our responses to the SIA conformity IRs, particularly IR 2-15. I don't believe it has an exhibit number.
Is it fair to say that the proposed wildlife overpass would mean the incurring of additional costs for the SR1 project?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, we've not contemplated a wildlife overpass in our plans based on the response provided by Mr. Brescia. The consideration and development of such a structure would likely be an addition of cost to the project.
So if the cost of a wildlife overpass were included, that would impact the cost benefit analysis that you've carried out?
Such a structure was not contemplated, although as we've referenced elsewhere, the benefit cost analysis are point in time analyses were conducted at the decision-making stage and at the application stage of the project. So they were not included, and I hesitate to speculate on the impact of such a structure, seeing that it's not been considered.
And is it fair to say too that other items such as the cost to the public of wildlife collisions also were not a direct input into your cost benefit analysis?
Mr. Chairman, I'm conferring with the panel, and they were not, but as Mr. Brescia referenced, the project has what we believe is to be an appropriate concept relating to a wildlife underpass.
That's precisely my question. On what basis is the determination made that it's appropriate? I appreciate these are not absolute values. I'm just suggesting that the costs of wildlife collisions and the costs of a wildlife overpass would also result in additional costs to the project. Is that not correct?
Well, Mr. Chairman, as Mr. Brescia mentioned, we have to bear in mind the practicality of a wildlife overpass in this instance. Based on our analysis, such a structure would not be practical in consideration of the use of Highway 21 as a highland corridor. In terms of the notion of the plans related to the wildlife underpass, the rationale is provided within the document that Mr. Brescia referenced.
Is practicality a euphemism for cost in the way you framed that answer?
No, as Mr. Brescia referenced, there are some technical considerations to the wildlife overpass that in this circumstance would make such a structure challenging to pursue.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I have one last question. If you could turn, witness panel, if you could turn to paragraph 289. In paragraph 289 is in summing up the reply of Alberta Transportation. The last two sentences state, I quote, SR1 does not protect against all possible future flood events. No single project could without having significant impacts and costs. What are the other projects that this statement is referring to?
Mr. Brescia, or Mr. Speller, sorry, will respond.
Mr. Chairman, this paragraph is in response to a filing by Calgary River Valleys. In this specific response, they were speaking about the concept of a cumulative effects assessment related to all flood mitigation projects on the Bow, on the Elbow. I don't have it in front of me, but subject to check, it was a lot of the South Saskatchewan River Basin and talking about those effects and those different flood mitigation projects. So in response to the question, the different projects discussed are the suite of flood mitigation projects that are the responsibility of either the province or the different municipalities that are currently being considered in the region.
Has Alberta Transportation advised the City of Calgary similarly that no single project, including a project on the Bow River, would not also have significant impacts and costs? In other words, if this is the position on SR1, has Alberta Transportation made that clear to the City of Calgary in regard to the Bow River?
Well, Mr. Chairman, I think it'd be acknowledged, without putting words in the mouth of the City of Calgary, that each project, whether it's SR1 or future Bow project or other types of mitigations, are put in place both within the specific context of the objective to be met, and in the case of the projects that have been pursued and advanced since the flood of 2013, also work within a context together of providing appropriate levels of flood mitigation.
But the City of Calgary, as part of this hearing, has expressly gone on the record that it is an advocate of upstream storage on the Bow River. I'm simply asking, has Alberta Transportation made it known to the City of Calgary that a single structure upstream on the Bow River, similar to the SR1 project, will not solve all of the City of Calgary's problems?
Mr. Chairman, as I just responded, we've acknowledged that each project exists within its particular context of the objective it's trying to meet. And in the case of the Bow River Basin, both SR1 and a potential project on Bow River combined will provide the mitigation necessary for Calgary and other communities that may benefit from those projects.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Those are all my questions.
Thank you, Mr. Ray, and thank you to Alberta Transportation and panel. Obviously, we're into the noon hour, so I think this is an appropriate time for a break for lunch. Let's take 1 hour.
Mr. Chairman,
I was thinking, Mr. Chair, why don't we come back at 1?
Sorry?
I was wondering whether we might come back at 1 o'clock and take 48 minutes for lunch.
Oh, okay. I think your mic is up or something, Mr. Secor. That's probably why I'm having trouble. There we go. Yeah, I mean, other parties, is everybody prepared to get back at 1:45 minutes?
I think we could do that. Mr. Chairman, I had one housekeeping matter. It's Mr. Krulak. I didn't get confirmation whether the witness panel has access to the breakout rooms, and I don't know if that's the case, but I was just going to ask if board staff could clarify.
We do have access. I've opened the rooms already.
Oh, okay. Did you get that? Okay. Okay.
Thank you.
Great. Okay, so 1 o'clock sharp for a return from lunch. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
And Mr. Weave, if you could throw up a timer, I think you discussed doing that if you can, or a return time, that'd be great on the screens.
Yeah.
If not, that's fine. Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, I'll throw something up there.
A 2-minute call for start of the afternoon session. Good afternoon, Ms. DiPaolo.
Good afternoon. How are you?
Oh, I don't hear you.
Oh, you don't?
I can hear her. Can you hear me, Mr. Chair?
Oh, just a second. Try again.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me, Mr.
Yeah, perfect.
Good afternoon. You can
Yeah,
hear me now?
yes, perfect.
All right, thank you.
Welcome this afternoon.
Thank you.
So maybe just 1 minute, Mr. Secord. Okay, Mr. Secord, I think we can begin. It looks to me like, wow, with a approximate 5 o'clock adjournment, we should be pretty close to the time that you requested and we've granted. Now, having said that, we probably need at least, well, for sure, at least one break. I know I'm going to need one to get up and stretch, and maybe two. It's a bit of a long go, but let's see if we can get wrapped up this afternoon. And the floor is yours.
Thank you. My name is Richard Secord, and I am counsel for the SCLG. And I thought it might be worth just having a brief discussion about acronyms. I take it if I use the word AT for Alberta Transportation, SCLG, SR1, SORP, MC1, that's not going to cause any difficulty for AT's topic block 1 panel. Is that correct, Mr. Hebert?
Mr. Secord, I believe it won't, but certainly if something's unclear, we'll seek to clarify.
Sure, and if I use the term FOR, you'll understand that to be the flood of record.
I do now, sir, yes.
PMF, probable maximum flood.
Yes.
And then there's another term that's been kicking around called design flood. Can you confirm that the design flood is in fact the FOR, or flood of record?
I'll just, to be completely certain, make sure Mr. Wood can confirm that.
We can't, Mr. Wood, we cannot hear you.
Yeah, you have to unmute, Mr. Wood.
My apologies. Yes, I can confirm that the design flood is the flood of record on the Elbow River.
So under the rubric of project justification, costs and benefits and
Mr. Secord, I'm sorry, is everyone else is coming through crystal clear on my end. I do understand you, Mr. Secord, but there's like this associated static that's coming with your voice. Is anyone else experiencing that, or is that perhaps just on my end? Yeah, it seems like everybody's hearing it. I do understand you, but it's there's like a static that's just overriding on your voice a little bit there.
All right, how does that sound?
It's about the same, but it's about the same. But we can. I mean, I do understand you, Ms. DiPaolo. Do you can you understand for the purposes of transcribing?
Sorry, yes, I can. I just didn't know who was speaking at the beginning
Okay, I did mention my name.
in response to Mr. Secord.
Oh, in response. Oh, okay, Mr.
Yeah.
Mr. Rivera.
And yes,
Right. So, and perhaps for we have changed court reporters for the afternoon, and Ms. Vespa was sort of getting used to everybody's voices, but Mr. Paolo will have to do the same. So, if you're interjecting, perhaps just say your name quickly so that Ms. Paolo can get it recorded. Thank you. Okay, Richard.
And if this proves to be a problem, I can phone in on my cell, which I know gives a really good connection. So let's see how it goes.
Okay.
So under the rubric of project justification, costs and benefits and alternatives considered, I'd like to start with a review of the 2 aids to cross that I sent Ms. Friend yesterday. So if the document manager could pull up aid to cross number 2, please.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, it's Gavin Fitch. I think what the panel manager has done is earlier this morning, I forwarded aids to cross for Mr. Secord's first witness panel, and that's our aid to cross number 2. So we're looking at the wrong aid to cross number 2.
Yeah, this is described as SCLG aid to cross number 2, SR1 versus MC1 limitations. That's right at the bottom, right there.
Perfect. Thanks. I was just going to ask that, Mr. Secord. Thank you.
All right, so I'd like to run over this document with the AT panel and just to set out a few details. First of all, at the top you have a column for SR1, and it indicates that the storage capacity, the net storage capacity from a flood is 70,210,000 cubic meters, or 70,210 dam cubed, correct?
That is not correct. The active storage capacity of SR1 includes a 10% factor safety on that number.
Okay. And so what do you have then as the correct number?
It's 77 million.
I'm sorry, who's speaking? I still can't see who's speaking.
My apologies. It's Matt Wood with AT.
Thank you.
All right. And then on the other column, we have for MC1, the storage capacity for MC1 is 70,100,000 cubic meters, or 70,100,000 cubic meters, or 70,100 dam cubed. Is that correct?
Subject to check, and given the source, I would say it's correct.
Right. And in relation to the restriction on the reservoir intake, I found this somewhat confusing going through AT's materials. If we turn to SR1, the EIA from 2018, Exhibit 18, the restriction on the reservoir intake at that time was 600 cubic meters per second. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And then if we turn to the SR1 design report of December 2020, Exhibit 159, PDF page 83, there is a number listed at 480 cubic meters per second. Is that correct?
Both those numbers are correct. I think some context is warranted. The maximum diversion capacity, the maximum capacity of SR1 is 600 cubic meters.
Hold, excuse me. We've got two people.
Number listed at 480 cubic meters per second.
We've got two people speaking at one time there. Sorry about that. On my end.
Mr. Secord, you've suddenly gone very hard. It's very difficult to hear you.
Yeah.
And Mr. Wood had been actually answering your question, and you seem to have started your next question before he'd finished. I'm not sure if that's just an audio difficulty or what.
Yeah, something seemed to get across. Let's try that again. Could we just go over that question and start over again, especially for court reporter, please? And for the benefit of the panel. Thank you.
All right, so Mr. Wood, you said that there was some context that needed to be discussed. So my question for you is if you could provide that context.
Yes, absolutely, Mr. Chairman. Both those numbers are correct, but within different contexts. The 600 cubic meters per second is the maximum diversion capacity of SR1. You will see reference to 480 cubic meters per second within the material. That is the diversion rate that was necessary, that would have been necessary to achieve the 2013 design flood basis. So the effects, desired effects could be achieved by diverting 480 cubic meters per second. And as has been referenced in some of the SIRs and some of our responses, a 25% factor of safety was added to that 480, and that's where you get that 600. So the diversion, the maximum diversion capacity or diversion rate capacity of SR1 is 600 cubic meters per second.
Right. Then when we go to restriction on the reservoir outflow, for SR1, the restriction on the low level outlet is 27 cubic meters per second. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And with MC1, the reservoir outflow could be as much as 2,600 cubic meters per second.
Subject to check on the MC1, I would say that is correct, yes.
Right. And just to compare MC1 to SR1 in terms of restriction on the reservoir intake, MC1 could in fact take the PMF or probable maximum flood, correct?
Well, I would replace that with there is no restriction. It is an inline dam and it is subject to whatever's coming at it.
Okay. So then if we scroll down document manager to the heading MC1 report conceptual design report, page 46, under the heading 6.1.5 summary, it states, in summary, a routing model has been developed and used to evaluate the hydraulic performance of the proposed flood mitigation scheme. The results of these runs are summarized in table 6.1 below. So they've listed here basically 5 flood types: the 20-year flood, the 100-year, the June 2013 flood, which is the design flood or flood of record, and then we have the 1,000-year flood and something called the PMF, the probable maximum flood, correct?
Correct, those are the headers in the table.
Right. And so in terms of the probable maximum flood of 2,770 cubic meters per second, MC1 would be able to completely absorb that PMF, as you stated, correct, Mr. Wood?
I'm not too sure, Mr. Speaker, what is meant by absorb. In that case, MC1 would fill to its capacity and begin to spill the excess waters.
Right. However, if we look at SR1 and we have a probable maximum flood coming at it, the best that SR1 could do would be to take 600 cubic meters per second from the peak, which would then pass 2,170 cubic meters past the structure. Do I have that right?
That is correct, but if I may, I would also point out that MC1 in the fifth column there would be passing around, I believe, 2,600 as well.
Where do you see the 2,600?
I'm just doing some quick math here, looking at the tunnel outlet peak discharge rate, the service spillway peak discharge, and the auxiliary earth channel peak discharge. Remember, when the PMF is coming, it is not that the reservoir is able to store all this and hold it for later. When it arrives, it holds back what it can, and the rest of it spills over its spillways, and that's what you're seeing in that column there.
Well, that's the restriction on the outflow, right? MC1, you just said, could take a probable maximum flood. It could take the peak, depending upon what the reservoir size capacity was. It doesn't mean to say that it's going to take a PMF and then pass the entire PMF through the reservoir outflow.
Mr. Chairman, could you please clarify what he means by take the flood?
Well, I'm just using your word, Mr. Wood. You said that the McLean Creek could take anything that comes at it. And we know that SR1 cannot. Do you understand well, let's take a look. Let's take a look at the chart below, table 6.1. Did you look at the tunnel outlet structure peak discharge rate?
I'm looking at that right now, Mr.
column?
Chairman.
Right. So you told the board that the MC1 would be discharging 2,600 cubic meters per second as a result of a PMF. As I read this table, what would happen is that the tunnel outlet structure peak discharge rate would be 1,000 cubic meters per second, not, as you've said, 2,600 cubic meters per second.
I was simply adding the 1,000 for the tunnel outlet structure, the 600 for the service spillway peak discharge, and the 1,000 for the auxiliary peak discharge. Now we have to also consider that this, just as is pointed above, it's a flood routing exercise. Can't necessarily just add those up, but I believe that this Mr. Secord is mischaracterizing the ability of MC1 to be able to take the PMF. Okay,
well, let's just take a look at the 1 in 1,000 year flood, Mr. Wood. The peak reservoir inflow here is shown as 1,984 cubic meters per second, correct?
That is correct.
And you've indicated that MC1 can take whatever is coming at it. And as I look at this, the tunnel outlet structure peak discharge rate would be 830 cubic meters per second, correct?
I said MC1 would have to take everything that's coming at it, but yes, you are correct. That is 830 cubic meters per second.
And so let's take a look at the performance of SR1 in relation to a 1,000 year flood of 1984 cubic meters per second. The best that SR1 could do would be to take 600 cubic meters per second, which would mean that it would pass 1,384 cubic meters per second past the structure. Correct?
That is correct.
And in fact, if you were only operating using the 480 cubic meters per second, that would pass something in excess of 1,500 cubic meters per second past the structure.
The diversion structure capacity is 600.
No, but I'm just saying if you were operating it to only take 480 cubic meters per second, I take it you could operate it to achieve that result, correct? Depending upon how you operate the gates.
It could be operated that way. I'm not too sure why Alberta Environment Parks would operate it that way if a large flood was coming in.
Right. And so if a 1 and 1,000 year flood came down the elbow, there would be an even greater, the SR1 structure would send to Calgary an even greater flood than the flood of record of 2013. Do I have that right?
The peak flow would be larger, just as you pointed out. It would be roughly 1384, but you have to remember that without SR1, that would be 1984 arriving at the city of Calgary.
Right. And with McLean Creek, and without SR1, the flood would be less than a 1 in 100 year flood.
It would be approximately a 1 in 100 year flood based on this simulation here.
Not approximately. It would be less than a 1 in 100 year flood.
Mr. Chairman, I think it depends which reference you're referring to. These frequency estimates are specific to that report from which they were sourced.
Right. If we could turn up SCLG age across number 1. So this document is entitled Age across number 1 comparison between MC1 and SR1 at various flow rates. So scenario number 1 deals with rates for MC1 and MC1 conceptual design report exhibit 101. And so we have the 1 in 100 year flood at 930 cubic meters per second. With SR1, you have upstream of SR1, you have flooding. And basically of the 930 cubic meters per second, are you taking 600 cubic meters per second of the peak flow and passing on 330 cubic meters per second downstream, or do you subtract the 480?
I think it would be appropriate to subtract the 600 here. I believe if you're referring to the 330 highlighted in red, that would be accurate.
Okay. And so I take it then between SR1 and the Glenmore Reservoir, based on a 1 in 100 year flood, there would be flooding, correct?
Mr. Chair, can you please rephrase the question?
So basically you've taken 600 cubic meters per second of the 930 cubic meter per second peak. The structure then would be passing 330 cubic meters per second downstream. We know that there would obviously be flooding upstream of SR1 because this is a 1 in 100 year flood. I take it there would also be flooding between SR1 and the Glenmore Reservoir, flooding of the Springbank communities and some of the river communities on the Elbow River upstream of the Glenmore Reservoir.
Mr. Chairman, that's not necessarily the case. It would depend where various properties are located near the river. 330 cubic meters per second does not necessarily mean widespread flooding. We do have some information submitted as evidence, particularly the hazard mapping, which could be used to draw inferences as to what that kind of flow rate would look like.
And the MC1 comparison, though, indicates that there would only be a discharge of 212 cubic meters per second. Correct?
Mr. Chair, that'd be correct at MC1. I must remind the board that the area between MC1 and Glenmore has a large drainage area, and additional rainfall like that which occurred in, say, 2005 flood event falling on that area could raise those flows.
Yeah. But in any event, the MC1 scenario for a 1 in 100 year flood, its performance is superior for the both upstream of SR1 and downstream of SR1, and considerably superior upstream, considering you're comparing 930 cubic meters per second to 212 cubic meters per second. Would you agree with that?
I would say, Mr. Chair, that the numbers reflected here are indicative of the discharges of the facility, given these simulated inflows.
Okay. So let's look at scenario number 2, the design flood or flood of record or FOR. The scenario is a 1,240 cubic meters per second flood. Upstream of SR1, you would have significant flooding of communities such as Bragg Creek and Redwood Meadows, correct? SR1 does nothing for those communities, correct?
SR1 is located downstream of those communities, and so it in itself does not provide flood mitigation to them.
No. And if we compare it to McLean Creek, those communities upstream of SR1, instead of receiving a design flood or flood of record, would in fact receive a peak flow of 212 cubic meters per second, which I believe it would be something like what, a 1 in 10 year flood, something of that nature.
Yes, I believe that's accurate, that the facility would be discharging that pending local inflow around the area and from the tributaries in the area. That would probably be accurate.
Yeah, so putting it another way, SR1 delivers to Bragg Creek and Redwood Meadows, a 1 in 200 flood event, MC1 would result in a 1 in 10-year flood event for those same communities. That would be another way of looking at it, Mr. Wood.
I think, it's generally, yes, it's probably about a 10-year flood. And with that, I would say that that is generally the case. SR1 does not provide mitigation to those communities.
So, Mr. Chairman, I'd remind the panel, sorry, just to admit Mr. Wood's answer, that it's Matt Hebert, my apologies, that there are flood mitigation projects at the communities in question. There's a project under development at Bragg Creek. There's flood mitigation that's at Redwood Meadows.
Which wouldn't be needed if MC1 had been selected. Correct, Mr. Hebert?
Mr. Chairman, that might be a fair statement, although had the government pursued MC1, there's a high probability a much deeper level of analysis would have been required to have made that, to have confirmed that definitively.
Now, if we look at the design flood scenario 2 between SR1 and the Glenmore Reservoir, basically what the best that SR1 can do is take the 1,240 cubic meters per second peak and reduce it by 600 cubic meters per second, which would then send 640 cubic meters per second, 640 cubic meters per second downstream towards those people who live on the Elbow River between SR1 and the Glenmore Reservoir. And so that would essentially be something I would say in the order of a 1 in 75-year flood that SR1 would be sending down to the residents of Springbank and the city of Calgary. Do I have that right?
Mr. Chair, in the design flood event, when 1240 coming into the diversion structure and SR1 diverting 600 cubic meters per second from that 1240, the resultant would be 640 cubic meters passing downstream of the diversion structure.
Which is basically sending a 1 in 75-year flood into the city of Calgary. Do I have that right?
It's reducing a 200-year flood down to about a 1 in 75-year flood, yes.
Right. And has Alberta Transportation actually told Flood-Free Calgary that in the event of a flood of record or design flood, that in fact Calgary won't be flood-free? Have you had that communication with Flood-Free Calgary?
Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, we've not had that specific communication, although I would know.
Just identify yourself, yes, please.
Oh, yeah, our apologies, Mr. Chairman. It's Matt Hebert responding. I'll start again. We've not had that specific communication with Flood-Free Calgary, and I would note that the requirements for flood mitigation, if required in that stretch of Calgary, would be the responsibility of the local authority, in that case, the city of Calgary.
When the politicians selected SR1 as the choice for flood mitigation, did Alberta Transportation advise the politicians that SR1 would turn a design flood, a 1 in 200-year flood, into a 1 in 75-year flood which would still end up flooding residents and businesses along the Elbow River upstream of the Glenmore Reservoir.
One moment, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Wood will respond.
Mr. Chairman, I would just like to correct the characterization of the performance of SR1. To remember that the SR1 is a system. It does include a active flood storage allocation at Glenmore of 10,000 dam cubes. And that storage as part of the system, which was also allocated to the MC1 option, which was discussed earlier, that 10,000 dam cubes can reduce the flows downstream of Glenmore to 170 cubic meters per second. And so,
Mr. Wood, we're not talking about, I haven't got downstream of Glenmore yet. We're not talking about downstream of the Glenmore Reservoir. My question was, did you tell the politicians that as a result of choosing SR1, the design flood or flood of record would be reduced from a 1 in 200 year flood to a 1 in 75 year flood, and that flood would be sent down the Elbow River through the Springbank community and through the Calgary residences along the Elbow upstream of the Glenmore Reservoir?
Mr. Chairman, I'm not aware of the precise answer, although I would refer back to a response I provided a moment ago that local flood mitigation is a responsibility of the particular municipality involved. The province, as appropriate, works with those municipalities to ensure that flood mitigation is in place where needed. I'm not aware of the exact advice provided at the time, but certainly the city of Calgary, in the case you're referencing, would have to provide input as to the appropriateness of flood mitigation in that circumstance.
Well, let's take a look at scenario 3 to this Ada Cross. So we have scenario 3, the 1 in 1,000 year flood, 1,984 cubic meters per second at its peak. We have upstream of SR1, we have the communities of Bragg Creek and Redwood Meadows absolutely devastated. I take it, Mr. Wood, you would have seen the inundation map showing these communities underwater as a result of a 1 in 1,000 year flood. You've looked at those inundation maps?
Yes, I have looked at those inundation maps. I'm not familiar with them in detail, but I am familiar with what is being referred to.
And you would agree with that they would be absolutely devastated by a 1 in 1,000 year flood and would be underwater?
Yes, I can agree with that.
And SR1 does nothing for them, but McLean Creek would essentially subject those communities to a 830 cubic meters per second flood, which would be basically something like a 1 in 75 year flood or something like that. Would you agree with that?
Oh, I don't know if I consider with the frequency that is being suggested, but I will note that the community would still experience 830 cubic meters per second in that event.
Yeah. That would be something like a 1 in 75 year flood.
1 in 75 or 1 in 100, depending on which flood frequency estimate's being used. Yes.
Sure. And then between SR1 and the Glenmore Reservoir, you have the reservoir passing a flood of 1,384 cubic meters per second and sending it towards the city of Calgary. Is that correct?
In that event, SR1 would be able to remove 600 cubic meters per second from the peak.
Yeah. And can you tell me, did in Alberta Transportation's discussions with CRCAG or Free Flood Calgary, did you advise CRCAG or Free Flood Calgary that in the event of a 1 in 1,000 year flood, that SR1 in fact would send towards the city of Calgary and its residents a flood even greater than the design flood that SR1 is being built for? Did you have those discussions with any of those entities?
Mr. Chairman, I'm not aware, although I think we would all recognize that would be a very significant flood event, the probability of which would be quite low. But I think Alberta Transportation would acknowledge that would be a very significant flood event.
Mr. DiPaolo, that was Mr. Hebert speaking.
All right, well, now I would like to pick up on one of Mr. Ray's questions. And if we could turn up exhibit $258, I believe. No, that's not it. Yeah, this is the one where we were looking at the City of Calgary's document, Appendix S. And I thought I'd written it down.
Is it exhibit 258 you're looking for, Mr. Secord?
And I thought I had it, just one second here. Yeah, it's exhibit 234. Just one second. Yeah, exhibit 234, I believe, is what Mr. Ray was referring to.
And do you have a PDF page for that, Mr. Secord?
I do, yes, I do. And it's PDF page 4.
Thank you.
Right. So Mr. Ray was referring you to the second last bullet on PDF page 4, which states, based on the updated flood inundation maps, the main residential and or commercial development areas that would be affected during the 100-year flood include Bowness, Shoaldice, an area north of Montgomery Boulevard, Kensington, Sunnyside, Prince Edward Island, parts of downtown Calgary, East Village, Bridgeland, where my sister lives, Calgary Zoo, Inglewood, and various areas in South Calgary along the Bow River. So in relation to the design flood, in this case, the 1 in 200 year flood, at the moment, none of these communities are protected by this project, SR1, correct?
So, Mr. Chairman, if you're referring to communities along the Bow River, those would not be protected by SR1.
Okay.
There are other flood mitigation there are a number of reservoirs along the Bow River that provide flood mitigation to date. And as referred to this morning, the Department of Environment and Parks is pursuing the selection of an additional reservoir project for that river.
Okay. So my question is, you've got a design flood coming down the Bow River, a 1 in 200 year flood. Let's say you've got SR1 built and it's taking the 600 cubic meters per second off of the 1,284 cubic meter per second peak. I'm assuming the Bow River then is raging at the confluence of the Elbow and the Bow, which is, when I look at the map, is somewhere around 7th Avenue and 7th Street Southeast in Calgary. Can you tell me, has anybody looked at whether or not the unconstrained Bow River would cause the Elbow River downstream of the Glenmore Reservoir to back up and to flood Riverdale, Elbow Park, Rideau Park, Roxborough, Mission District, Earlton area, Victoria, and Stampede along the Elbow River?
So, Mr. Chairman, I'll begin and I'll allow Mr. Wood to answer the specific question about the analysis. But if it's of benefit to the panel, in 2013, the combination of different reservoirs on the Bow River reduced the amount of flow that entered Calgary. It was still a significant flood event for that river. I would also note for the panel that after the flood in 2013, as it pertained to the Bow River, an agreement was reached with TransAlta that related to flood control. And I will also note that Alberta Environment and Parks later began the process of screening and pursuing the identification of an additional reservoir project. I'd ask Mr. Wood to answer the question about the impact of flow in the city of Calgary.
Mr. Wood?
Yes, if it's possible, Mr. Chairman, I could ask to have that part of the question repeated.
Sure. So the question is pretty basic. You've got a design flood coming down the Bow River, and which is what happened in 2013, or a 1 in 200 year flood, if that's what it was. You have SR1 built so that there's basically a 640 cubic meter per second flood coming down the Elbow River, which then goes into the Glenmore Reservoir. But my question was, would the amount of water that is flowing through the Bow cause the Elbow River to back up and flood Riverdale, Elbow Park, Rideau Park, Roxborough, Mission District, Earlton area, Victoria, and Stampede along the Elbow River?
Mr. Chair, I haven't done the analysis on that, so I can't speak specifically to that, but I should provide some clarification that in 2013, the Bow River was not flowing at a 200-year event. Estimates have put it somewhere around a 60 to a 70-year flood event. And in this scenario, in 2013 specifically, if SR1 had been on the landscape, it would have been reducing the flows downstream of Glenmore to 170, which is below the threshold at which overland flood damages start to accrue.
So then basically, what you're saying, Mr. Wood, is in the event of a 1 in 200 year flood event on the Bow River, Alberta Transportation doesn't know what impact that would have on the communities downstream of the Glenmore Reservoir, between Glenmore Reservoir and the confluence of the Elbow and the Bow.
We don't have that information, Mr. Chair, but remind that the SR1 project mitigates damage from the Elbow River. The province is looking at other mitigations on the Bow River.
Mr. Chairman, this wouldn't constitute a technical answer, but I think it bears reference to the panel that if SR1 were functioning in the scenario that's been described, it would still be reducing the flows and the volumes of water entering the city of Calgary. Again, it's not possible to speculate on the nature of flooding that will occur on any river in a given event. But if the 2013 scenario were to repeat itself, and SR1 is functioning, that volume of water is removed from the city of Calgary at the confluence point.
Does Alberta Transportation agree that water is a limited resource and that Calgary's water supply is changing due to climate change and a growing population?
Well, Mr. Chairman, I think Alberta Transportation would generally agree that water is a critical resource to the province's economic and social development. In the context of Calgary specifically, as we referenced this morning, we noted the city of Calgary's objectives as it related to water management and water storage.
Document manager, we might want to turn this up, but this is Exhibit 347. And I'm just going to read you a couple of propositions from this document, and just let me know whether you agree. Does Alberta Transportation agree that the Elbow River is the source for approximately 40% of Calgary's water supply?
Subject to check, I believe that's correct. I see it now on the screen, and I will take the city of Calgary's word for it.
And does Alberta Transportation agree that the Elbow Valley watershed covers an area of 1,227 square kilometers and drains into the Glenmore Reservoir?
That is correct, and it's reflected on the screen on the exhibit.
And I understand that the Elbow River is 120 kilometers long and passes through 4 subclimates before it enters the Glenmore Reservoir. Do you agree with that?
Yes, that is the statement on the exhibit.
Right. And the Elbow River is a source of water for the Glenmore Water Treatment Plant.
That is correct.
And does Alberta Transportation agree that the Bow River watershed covers an area of 7,770 square kilometers?
Yes, that's in the exhibit.
Yeah. And the Bow River supplies the Bearspaw Water Treatment Plant, and it is the source for nearly 60% of Calgary's water supply.
That is in the exhibit, and it is correct.
And in relation to SR1, SR1 will not store any water on the Elbow River, which might be used by the Glenmore Water Treatment Plant in the future in the event of a severe drought.
Mr. Chairman, the SR1 project is designed to be a flood mitigation project, and we've not submitted an application to use the project for water management or water storage.
All right, I'd now like to turn to the Delteris report, which is Exhibit 13, PDF page 8. And I'll also be referring to the Opus, MC1 Opus report, Exhibit 101, PDF page 46. In terms of flood volumes, and let me just pull that up for a second.
These correct, Mr. Secord?
Yes, it is. So this is on PDF page 1. Under the second paragraph under issue, it says, we conclude that based on the current design concepts, both storage sites can provide the required storage for the 1 in 200 event used as design flood. And we think that MC1 and SR1 could achieve a similar reduction in flood risk once built. Can you tell me what is the justification for this conclusion of similar reduction in flood risk?
One moment, Mr. Chairman. Sorry, Mr. Chairman, just to take a moment to confirm with the panel. But that statement is based on the notion that both projects were able to store the volumes required to reduce the flows at the below the Glenmore Reservoir.
What quantitative work was performed to determine this conclusion?
Just one moment. Mr. Chairman, it's fair to say that it was a function of the volumes that were to be maintained below the Glenmore Reservoir.
What is the justification for using flood volumes as the basis of comparison of outcomes rather than the performance of either project at various flood rates or hydrographs?
So, Mr. Chairman, if I remind the panel in our introduction and our submissions, the objective is to have a project that is capable of storing flood volumes to reduce flows coming from the Glenmore Reservoir to below 170 meters cubed per second. And with that objective, that justified the choice and selection of the flood project on the Elbow River.
Was an analysis of rates used, or was it just volumes?
Mr. Chairman, I believe what Mr. Hebert is referring to is the design basis of the two projects was the same. It was both projects used 10,000 dam cubes of active storage available at Glenmore, and both aimed to reduce flows downstream of Glenmore to 170. So in that sense, they are on par in achieving that design basis. And as you can see in the Deltares report, last sentence in that paragraph that was being quoted, that it also includes flood protection measures specifically for Bag Creek and in turn Redwood Meadows later on through the process. And so that is why they claim the difference to be small.
Do you agree that it is clear that SR1 allows much flood volume to bypass the diversion? So for instance, for SR1 to get to 70 million dam cubed, do you agree that over 120,000 dam cubed has to reach the intake? Sorry, over 120 million dam cubed has to reach the intake. So let me just run that by you again, just to be, so just let me, I'll just run this by you again. Do you agree with this proposition? SR1 allows much flood volume to bypass the diversion. For SR1 to get to 70 million dam cubed, over 120 million dam cubed has to reach the intake. Do you agree with that proposition?
Mr. Chairman, I don't know if I would necessarily agree with that. I mean, every event comes in differently. I think what's important is the diversion rate here, and I think as well, you know, as we're talking about volumes and rates and interchanging them, it is the peak, you know, that is most important when it comes to flood damages, not necessarily the volume.
But in terms of, well, that's comparing it to MC1. MC1 can capture 100% of the 70 million dam cube before it reaches downstream. In other words, it collects the 70 million dam cube of water. SR1 has to have 120 million dam cube go by the diversion structure before it gets to its 70 million dam cube capacity. Correct, Mr.
Mr. Chairman, we'll just take a moment. Mr. Chairman, we'll just caucus for a moment. Thank you.
Just while we're waiting, Mr. Secord, I think document managers may be wondering which exhibit, if any, it is important for you to have up on screen right now.
I think we can put that one down, and we could go to exhibit 265 PDF page 5.
So Mr. DeCosmo, 265 page
5.
Just going, I think we're going to the net for this. Looks like there may be a bit of a hiccup.
Yeah, I don't know that we need to turn it up.
Mr. Chairman, we've returned from our breakout room. I hope it's worked technically on your end. It seems to have worked technically on ours.
Yes. So proceed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I'd invite John Menninger to supplement a response.
Sure. So I believe the question from Mr. Secord was with regards to allowing flood flows to pass through SR1 versus MC1. And they, in fact, operate very similarly. MC1 passes through, during a flood event, 212 cubic meters per second consistently along the entire hydrograph of the 2013 flood event. So during that period of time, it's allowing that excess, if you will, of 130,000 dams cubed to pass through the low-level outlet works in a consistent piece, but the same volume. SR1 operates just a little bit differently because of that, as was mentioned, the diversion can go up to 600 cubic meters per second into the channel. We're allowing 160 to pass through typically. When it exceeds 760 cubic meters per second, then a little bit more, that higher peak passes downstream, but then we throttle it back down to allowing only 160 downstream again for that extended period. One of the unique things about the 2013 event, the peak was significant, but also was the length of the kind of the second plateau of the hydrograph. And basically SR1 captures 75 to 80% of that second hump, if you will, for a 2-day period of time. So as I said, they both pass through, they both have the exact same storage volumes of 70,000 dams cubed. And so they, in effect, they both have to pass the exact same volumes downstream. They do it slightly differently, but they do pass, and they do in fact pass the same amount of volume.
Mr. Chairman, if I could just supplement the response, the feature on SR1 that was one of the advantages of selecting the project is the capture of the larger, of the water from the larger area, catchment area, relative to the McLean Creek option.
And how far is SR1 from Redwood Meadows?
Mr. Chairman, I prefer not to give you an approximate. Prefer to give you an approximate answer. So just bear with me one moment. Mr. Chairman, it's 2.6 kilometers from the project.
And how far is Bragg Creek from SR1?
I prefer not to approximate, so Dave Brescia can respond. What was that, sorry? Approximately 9.5.
And how far is Bragg Creek from McLean Creek? Or the McLean Creek campground or MC1 location?
Just bear with us one moment. Mr. Chairman, I'd prefer to give a precise answer, so perhaps we could supply the precise answer at the break.
Okay. What causes flooding, volumes or rates?
I'd invite Mr. Wood or Mr. Manager to supplement or to respond to that question.
So the context for flooding means the capacity of a channel for a given flow rate will dictate the area. generally speaking, although volume plays a significant role. If you are capacity constrained, volume can, storage in an area can delay that peak from occurring or slowing it down. So I guess the answer is kind of both.
Is it fair to say that a large volume of water could pass by Calgary at lower flow rates without flooding Calgary?
Yes. In fact, that's the strategy employed by both projects.
And have you looked at AEP's inundation maps that were filed as part of the SCLG submissions in February 2020? For instance, Appendix M. Do you recall looking at those?
That wasn't part of my review, but I can open up for the panel.
Sure. Would you agree that AEP summarizes rates with associated return periods and confidence intervals, and that AEP uses these rates to create a series of flood inundation maps?
Yes.
And do you agree that AEP does not use volumes to create flood inundation maps?
Correct. It's based off of the exact, but I will say that volume plays a role in the hydrographs that then form the basis for the peak. And so when we were talking about flooding occurring in that case, the peak flood, what you are seeing in those flood maps would be representation of the peak flow at a given location. So that is true.
So would you say the river outflow rates and comparing SR1 to MC1 would be important?
It depends on the context, but they could be important.
Was this analysis ever performed before SR1 was selected? And if so, where are the results?
Mr. Chairman, one moment. Mr. Chairman, could Mr. Seacrest repeat his question?
I was discussing with Mr. Manager that the river outflow rates in comparing SR1 to MC1 were important. And I asked him, was this analysis ever performed before SR1 was selected? And if so, where are the results?
Mr. Chairman, we'll take a moment to caucus.
Mr. Chairman, it's Wayne Speller. So we're still not quite sure if we understand the question, but the flood mapping that was conducted from Glenmore through the city for inundation modeling was considered as part of the benefit cost analysis that was done. And the benefit cost analysis was a consideration. When you look at that the Alberta Environment and Parks 2015 recommendations document, selecting SR1, which is at in the EIA in volume 4, document 3.
All right, if we could turn to Opus Report Exhibit 101 PDF, page 46.
Maybe just repeat that slowly, Mr. Secor.
Exhibit 101, the Opus Report PDF, page 46. We've had it up before. I've sent all of these to Ms. Friend. They should all be preloaded.
Yes, just allows our document manager folks to get the numbers and the page numbers in a hurry. Thank you.
In the MC1 conceptual design report, it says MC1 can provide 93,000 dam cubed of flood storage at PMF. Is this number accurate?
It's Wayne Speller again.
And maybe the document manager could scroll down so we can see the table. Thank you.
Wayne Speller, Mr. Chairman. The 93,000 appears in the bottom right-hand cell of that table, yes.
And how does that number compare to SR1?
I'd be happy to field that question. So for SR1, if operated correctly, it won't store beyond the 77,000 dams cube that are available within the reservoir. The project will divert up until the reservoir is full. Then the diversion gates will close and the water will continue to go downstream. So in that case, we would store 77,000 dams cubed within the reservoir. Then the remaining flows would continue downstream.
I thought there was some factor of safety that was being applied to the actual amount of water that was going to be impounded. I thought there was some margin of safety where you were factoring in a certain amount that would be sediment. How much actual flood water would be diverted into
into
the reservoir as a result of a flood of record like 2013?
Sure. So our reservoir capacity after construction is 77,000 dams cubed, give or take. The question that you're talking about, the factor of safety at hand, is that we only need 70,000 for the 2013 design flood event. We offered some additional capacity, that 10% additional capacity, in case there was some sediment accumulation in the reservoir, or if there was local rainfall that occurred in tributary to the area. So it would depend that if, depending on if this is 100 years from now or from 5 years after, about the true available storage, but there will always be at a bare minimum 70, right after construction, 77.
So compared to McLean Creek, MC1 can provide 93,000 dam cubed of storage. MC1 can provide 77,000 dam cubed storage. Do I have the comparison right?
I believe you may have misspoke there. MC1, 93,000, SR1, 77,000 as proposed for operation. We do have the capacity in case of a gate failure to have a surcharge storage within the reservoir, up to an additional 30,000 dams cubed up to the 1212 elevation in the reservoir. And that would be for that passage through the emergency spillway if necessary, but not in planned operation. I would note that our simulations do indicate that the outflow from SR1 would be 2,100 cubic meters per second going downstream during that scenario, because we would shave off 600 off of the peak of that 2770. Whereas the MC1 scenario as presented uses up the reservoir capacity before the peak arrives during the PMF. And so it passes 2,600 through versus the SR1 would only be sending 2,100 through downstream. But I should say that both of these are the probable maximum flood, which is a scenario that is hard to put an estimate on, but many put it in the 1 in 100,000 to 1 in a million year recurrence interval timelines. So it is a 0.001% chance event. But in either case, those are the expected operations.
In terms of managing overall flood risk, is SR1 still equal to MC1 when all information is considered?
Where are you referring to?
Well, let's look at this proposition. Is it not true that MC1 can reduce river flow rates to 212 cubic meters per second in a design flood of 1,240 cubic meters per second, whereas SR1 can only reduce them to best case 640 cubic meters per second?
So
would you say those two outcomes are equal?
I would point out that there is a bit of a flaw in that simplistic review. Based off of our understanding of the 2013 event, there was about 30,000 dems cubed of rainfall that fell between SR1 and between MC1 and SR1. That would have contributed to that peak flow of 212. We don't expect that would have increased it to 640. So for the segment between MC1 and Glenmore Reservoir, there are portions that would face a higher flood risk underneath the SR1 scenario versus the MC1. Downstream of Glenmore Dam, which was the target for the design of the SR1 one, they are actually for both facilities, they're equal. So downstream of Glenmore Reservoir, flood risk to those communities is equal performance.
And what was the dam cube number that you referred to that was contributed by rainfall?
Sure. Yeah, let me, so this is in exhibit 131, which was if I can get the reference correct, which is a response to round 1C of package 3 IR 3-02 appendix. Yeah, there's quite a bit, but anyway, in exhibit 131 on page 2517 of the PDF, we reported the rainfalls that occurred upstream of MC1 and upstream versus upstream of SR1.
And what was the number you used for, what was the dam cube number that you came up with?
32,000.
So that's 32 dam cubed. Sorry, is it 32?
Yeah, 32,000 dams cubed.
32,000 dam cubed. And where is that number shown?
So it would exhibit 131. And I believe it's page 2517 of the PDF.
It's a large document. It's just loading now.
Yes, understood. $2517.
And can you just enlarge that document, manager? Okay, so where's the
So the table, so in table,
cube?
sure, in table 9.1, as shown there, the second row, the June 19th through the 22nd of 2013. These are the rainfall volumes for the 2013 flood event. And so you can see upstream of MC1 is 170,000 dams cubed. Upstream of SR1 is 202,000. So the difference between those two is 32,000 dams cubed.
And Mr. Chairman, it's Wayne Speller, just to add, just to tie something together. Earlier, when we were looking at the aids to cross, there is Matt Wood had pointed out that those tables were a bit challenging because the MC1 row had 212 meters cubed of flow in every scenario. What Mr. Manager is talking to here is, as this table shows, is the rain or the tributary flows that fall downstream of MC1. Those aren't captured. To get a better picture, you would have to add some kind of equivalent flow there to that 212, rather than a hypothetical that no additional water gets added to that flow as it flows downstream.
Do you have in your records the amount of flow that is contributed to the Elbow River by the tributaries above SR1?
We don't have an exact record of that. This is the closest that we've been able to do. This is based off of a calibrated radar rainfall graded precipitation that was developed for the project, and the gauge at Bragg Creek had some issues during the 2013 flood, and so some of that is challenging to compare results of between. I mean, and the gauge at Sarcee Bridge also had issues. So the primary hydrograph developed for 2013 is based off the Glenmore Reservoir inflows.
So what was the problem with the gauge at Bragg Creek and the Sarcee Bridge?
Sure, at those high flows, there was damage to the channel and the facilities that knocked out a portion of it, or for the readings for it.
So these numbers in table 9.1 are based on gauge data at the Glenmore Reservoir?
No, these tables in 9-1 are based off of rain. These are rainfall totals. So these are based off of rainfall gauges and radar observations from for the area.
Rainfall gauges that were damaged at Bragg Creek and the Sarcee Bridge.
No, I'm sorry. The stream gauges were damaged there. So you asked about flow. There's a difference between flow rate in the river versus rainfall. So the rainfall is measured in a tube. And so you just measure how much falls. And so those were not damaged. What was damaged was the gauges in the river that were trying to measure instantaneously the velocities and the depths of flow within the river during a flood event. So that's the differential. So when you ask about the flow rates, we don't have an exact comparison of what those inflows were, but we do know what the total volume differences are, or best estimates based off of rainfall, and that's what you're seeing here.
Okay. So just to be clear for the panel, with respect to SR1, what is the 77 million dam cube storage capacity? Mr. Manager, you indicated it's the 2013 flood volume plus 25%. So
no, so we used engineering models to simulate. So we had the hydrograph from the 2013 flood, which is the flow rates over time measured at Glenmore Reservoir. Okay, So we took that hydrograph and then we used engineering models to estimate how much flow would have to come off of that hydrograph over time to reduce the volume downstream. So that model incorporates both the diversion structure, this SR1 reservoir, and the Glenmore reservoir to determine the volumes necessary in the reservoir and the diversion rate necessary at the diversion structure to meet that requirement. What we determined was the volume necessary in the reservoir was 70 million dams cube, roughly. What we did then was for the design is that we added an additional 10% to the project in the design so that we made sure that we had sufficient capacity over the life of the structure, both to allow for localized rainfall from the area that drains into the reservoir and as well as potential sediment accumulations. So that 77,000 is what we designed the reservoir to hold. What's necessary for the flood event is 70 based off of the models.
So is the 25% over and above the 10% sedimentation projection?
So that there are two different things. So the 25%, so that same model, we also determined flow rate required for diversion. So it's a, and I apologize, it is a complicated system in terms of that understanding, and often I like to have something to point to. But the diversion rate throughout from the diversion structure through the channel into the reservoir required during that flood event is 480 cubic meters per second. Max, that's what's required. We added a 25% capacity increase to the channel for that safety factor. So that is the diversion channel capacity in terms of its flow and how much could be diverted at a given time versus, and then the reservoir has that alternate size and volume capacity. So that's the differential.
All right, I'd like to put a number of propositions to you. One, given the extreme weather events impacting dams in the United States and China, what is the justification for using 2013 as the reference point? What is the justification for using FOR as the reference point?
All infrastructure needs to develop a criteria or a level of service that you design for, whether it's a road, a bridge, a dam, a levee system along a river. You have to choose a point and the location for that level of service. The province of Alberta selected the design of record, which exceeds a 1 in 200 year event. And that is what was selected and moved forward upon.
Do you know, does the province of Saskatchewan design to 1 in 500 year events?
I'm not aware.
Is anybody aware on the AT panel?
Mr. Chairman, I am aware of that. However, I would like to highlight that the flood hazard mapping standard and flood risk standard in Alberta is 100 year. And as we mentioned earlier, this is also the standard used by the federal government of Canada.
Second proposition, do you agree that extreme consequence dams are usually built to probable maximum flood?
I do agree, and SR1 is designed to pass the probable maximum flood.
Okay. So your response is that SR1 can pass a PMF.
Yes, safely.
Do you think this is splitting hairs and will effectively result in misplaced confidence that the city of Calgary will escape another terrible flood?
No. So I will say that during the probable maximum flood, in any case, whether as MC1 or SR1 are on the landscape, that there will be unforeseen flooding that's uncomparable ever observed within the province. As I mentioned, the probable maximum flood has a recurrence interval of somewhere on the order of 1 in a million. So SR1 or the 2013 event was a 1 in 200 year. So we are talking about something as 1/500th or 500 times more rare than the 2013 event. So I will point that out to start with. No dams are designed to contain the PMF without discharge in a context such as these structures. They're designed to withstand and pass them safely through the structure. So similarly, MC1 and SR1 both do that through the design of their spillways and the associated elements of the project. I will say that SR1 in particular has the option that during that 1 in a million year event, when there could be that effect, that threatening of the large dam itself and the reservoir, we can shut off the flow to the reservoir with the gates and leave all the water in the river. So we don't have to use our emergency spillway. That in the case of the MC1 that's proposed, that proposed concept would utilize a 200-meter wide earthen auxiliary spillway to pass those flows.
Yeah, Mr. Manager, you discussed the rainfall numbers. In making those calculations, was it assumed that all the rain would go into the Elbow River?
For which scenario?
The one that we have up here, the rainfall volumes that we have on the table 9.1.
Oh yes, these that are shown in table 9.1 are those only observed within the Elbow River watershed. Yeah, that's correct.
And is it assumed that all of that rainfall then goes into the Elbow River?
No, there's like I said, these are rainfall numbers. There are some, during a period of time, you will see some infiltration. There is also some abstraction from trees and other elements. So no, it's not 100% going into the river, but the vast majority of it is.
So do you know what quantity then gets absorbed by the ground?
I could find that. It would be within our report on, and I would have to dig it up. I like I said, I don't have it at the tip of my fingertips, but could locate it.
Could you maybe get back to me on that at the break?
Mr. Chairman, we can supply that piece of information at the break.
Thank you.
If available.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do you agree with this proposition that historic records on the Bow River indicate that there have been at least 2 Elbow River floods that were bigger than 2013? Both of these occurred less than 130 years ago. Given that information, why wasn't a larger flood of record chosen?
Mr. Chairman, I can answer that. The evidence available for the events on the Bow does certainly suggest that there was floods happening at the pre-record. On the Elbow, those anecdotal accounts are not available. And also, again, I must say, when we're talking about the event of record, we do mean record, and we do mean hydrometric record, and that on the Elbow is from 1908 until present. And so we are referring to actual recorded events, not speculative events.
In terms of the Deltares report, Exhibit 13, PDF, page 7, it reads, as with all detention measures, in-stream or off-stream, the effective storage heavily depends on expected range in possible flood hydrographs, accurate forecasts, and quick operation of the gates. The conclusion on flood reduction is clearly based on volumes. Can you tell me what work was conducted to address Deltares' concerns about the range of possible flood hydrographs? So for instance, has any work been done on SR1 to determine its efficacy at various flood hydrographs?
Mr. Chairman, I believe Matt Wood could answer that question. It appears we lost Mr. Manager, who also.
I'm here, Mr. Hebert, but it says that the host has stopped my video, so I am here with audio.
Okay, that's. I just wanted to confirm that it is an area of within Mr. Wood and Mr. Manager's expertise. Right. So
going back.
I'm back. So we did look at the efficacy of SR1 for different hydrographs.
Were hydrographs flood events greater than 2013 considered?
Yes.
And which type of events? Which hydrographs were those? For what events greater than 2013, for instance?
Well, for instance, we gave the example of the probable maximum flood.
Okay. Any others?
I believe we simulate. And as far as the time series hydrograph, I believe the probable maximum flood and the what we called, it was 1/3 between the 1,000-year and the probable maximum flood. Both of those scenarios were run with time series as hydrographs through the structure, through the diversion and into the reservoir.
Now, Bragg, in terms of the Bragg Creek berms, Deltares states, and I quote, MC has a small advantage for the hamlet of Bragg Creek because no additional measures are required to protect the hamlet. But since the proposal for SR1 also includes flood protection measures to be taken specifically for Bragg Creek, this difference is small. So let's imagine you're a Bragg Creek resident at the moment. The 2013 flood is just about wiped out your town. SR1 is chosen and you get berms. The City of Calgary's own triple bottom line analysis, this is Exhibit 252, ranked berms for their own residents far below upstream mitigation for aesthetics, river access, views, and they alter the natural river area, etc. Yet berms were chosen and advanced quickly for your town through a process between Rocky View County and Alberta Transportation because SR1 was chosen. So meanwhile, while SR1 and the berms were both originally 1 to 100 level of protection, SR1 increased to 1 in 200 protection, as mentioned in the Deltares report. Can you tell me why was SR1 increased from 1 in 100 to 1 in 200 in terms of its level of protection? And why were the berms for Bragg Creek left at 1 in 100 years?
One moment, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Secor, just while they're clocksing, you mentioned Exhibit 252. Did you have a page, and did you want to
I
get there now?
I was referring to Exhibit 13, PDF page 2, the MC1 report. It's also summarized in Exhibit 325, PDF 8. I don't know that we need to turn it up, but
no. Okay.
No, Mr. Chairman, that's my just beg your indulgence in making sure that the historical record is correct. So, Mr. Chairman, in 2014, the government of Alberta decided to proceed with constructing, or decided to proceed with a storage volume in SR1 equivalent to the 2013 event. So that would have been the event of record. As part of that decision, in pursuing SR1, it brought about, it was a very clear imperative that berming would have been required in the community of Bright Creek to provide that community with the flood protection required. It's correct to say that Rocky View County is pursuing that project. It was a project that they've undertaken. They're the proponent. Alberta Environment and Parks provided funding for that project. While I don't have all the technical details about the project, we would note that it is designed to a 1 in 100 year level with a freeboard that essentially would provide a level of protection to the event of record. I would also note, Mr. Chairman, that there are berming projects in the city of Calgary. It would not be fair to say that there are no berm projects that have been pursued in the city of
Calgary. Can AT confirm that Rocky View County has advised that there may still be groundwater flooding with berms because in higher river volumes, the aquifer becomes charged with water and basements can flood?
Mr. Speller will provide a response.
Mr. Chairman, it's important to note that groundwater flooding can occur with any of the mitigations that we're discussing, be it SR1 in the city, be it the MC1 option, even though it's still at a conceptual stage, or berms, as long as flows in the river are at a certain level, especially if they're getting to bank full, groundwater flooding is still a potential risk for all of these options.
Now, I think Mr. Hebert mentioned that the berms have enough freeboard with a minimum level of 0.6 meters. What about those hydrographs that Del Terry's mentioned? What if a 2013 flood volume comes in a different shape? How will those 1 in 100 year berms hold up?
Mr. Chairman, I might invite Mr. Wood to provide that response, recognizing again that the project in question is being led by a different organization.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think this goes back to my rather off-the-cuff comment about peak being the most important part. The events, if they come in different shapes and forms, when it comes to flood barriers or dikes or levees, whatever you want to call them, it is that maximum peak that will overtop a barrier. And so how it comes, whether it's longer and drawn out or heavier on the front end, it all comes down to that peak, and that peak is typically what is referenced in the flood frequency, as we've been discussing. So that really shouldn't change when we're talking about different permutations of the storm. It's typically in that temporal distribution and how that volume arrives.
In light of all this, would Bragg Creek residents not still be better off with MC1 that can take the 1,240 cubic meters per second and turn it into 212 cubic meters per second, thus reducing their risk materially?
Well, Mr. Chairman, Ultimately, the province of Alberta chose to pursue the SR1 project bearing in mind a set of factors and recognized that it was critical that the community of Bragg Creek had the protection it needed from an event similar to 2013, and that's why it pursued the berming projects that are now underway. I'd hesitate to speculate about the impacts, or sorry, the benefits or the implications of a project that has not been pursued in any significant or in-depth manner.
And if a 2,000 cubic meter per second flood came down the Elbow River and MC1 reduced it, as the Opus report exhibit 101 indicates, to 830 cubic meters per second, those berms at Bragg Creek would hold, correct?
Well, Mr. Chairman, perhaps others on the panel could provide the technical response. Again, we're now dealing with a hypothetical scenario about what projects would have been contemplated had they been advanced to a detailed stage. The scenario that's been pursued by the government of Alberta was to advance an application for the Springbank Reservoir project, knowing that it had to pursue, and speaking broadly as government, the project of providing berms to the community of Bragg Creek. So that's a hypothetical question about what projects would have been built in a different scenario. So I hesitate to provide an answer on account of the reality in which we're operating in right now of how we actually advance flood mitigation for this particular stretch of the river.
Mm-hmm. And if I may, Mr. Chairman, with the scenario, the hypothetical scenario given, those berms would not be present in Bragg Creek, and 830 cubes would be coming downstream out of MC1 and flooding out that community.
So how is it possible that SR1 plus berms at Bragg Creek are equivalent to MC1?
In the design basis to reduce flows downstream of Glenmore to 170, they are equivalent. The two different projects we've been discussing today have various benefits at different locations in the river, but they are on par in their design basis at meeting the flows downstream. I think what we're having to look at in the benefits starts to leave the economic and the flood risk reduction realm into things like environmental benefits, and other impacts there between the two projects. So to answer your question specifically, they are on par, much like what Del Terrace has suggested here.
I guess it comes down to what you consider to be the public interest and how is the public interest best served.
Well, Mr.
And in this case, has not the choice of SR1 doomed the residents upstream of SR1?
Mr. Chairman, and my apologies, Mr. Seekert, for interjecting. Mr. Chairman, our belief is that SR1 is in the public interest in that it provides the flood mitigation necessary on the Elbow River to reduce the flows and provide the accompanying storage. I would not accept your characterization, however, in that those communities are doomed, and that the government of Alberta with Rocky View County, in the case of Bragg Creek, have advanced a berming project that would provide a level of mitigation for that community. So Alberta Transportation would not accept that construct.
If I may, Mr. Chair, I would add that the protection provided to those communities is in accordance with the flood risk reduction standards of the province.
Who is speaking there? Sorry.
My apologies. It's Matt Wood from Transportation.
Oh, thank you. Mr. Secord, it's just about 3 o'clock. If you're pondering your next question, if you'd like a break to do that, we could take a 10-minute break now and then come back after.
Yes, I think that would be fine. What time would you like to be back?
5 after 3.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks everyone. Mute and, well, especially mute and video if you need, but stay signed on, please. Just a 2-minute warning. Okay, Mr. Weeby, I think we're ready to roll. Justin, are you there for MNP? Mr. Secor, do you need a exhibit up for your first question?
Yeah, yes, exhibit 252. It's the Alberta Environment and Parks recommendations on the Elbow River major infrastructure decisions, October 2015. Doesn't appear to be on the list. So it'll have to be downloaded. Document manager, it's not there.
Maybe. Just ask it. Just go online and ask. Put your mic down.
Maybe while the document manager is getting that up, I can proceed with my questions, Mr. Chair.
Yes, I was just checking Mr. Cosmo. She was asking 252.
Yes.
Okay. Yes, 252. Mr. Secor will proceed, but Mr. Cosmo, if you can see if you can get exhibit 252 up while he's asking this question. Thanks, Mr. Secor.
Thank you. And this is referring to the Alberta 2015 Alberta Environmental AEP report and project effectiveness. It reads, MC1 is on stream, closer to the mountains and more likely to trap rocks and trees, putting the structure and its operations at risk. In hindsight, would it be safe to assume that the debris conclusion was premature? For instance, the debris deflector was not added to SR1 until 2018 after the EIA was filed. This was approximately a $10 million addition to the project. And even in the December 2020 submissions, Exhibit 169, it was increased in size. Is it reasonable to conclude that debris was not considered in the SR1 decision? And perhaps the conclusion that debris was a reason for choosing SR1 over MC1 is another judgment that was made without evidence?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Wood is prepared to provide that response.
Mr.
Sorry.
Mayor. Mr. Chairman, debris and sediment and bed load has been a key consideration throughout the design process. Ever since the development of the concept, you'll see in the conceptual memorandum that was used to size SR1. One of the reasons for adding the 25% factor of safety in its diversion capacity was some consideration for debris. In addition to that, in the design of the diversion inlet and the diversion structure, it was designed with debris in mind and debris management. And you can see some of the, through the design pages or through some of the design reporting, some of the testing and things that went into that. The debris deflection barrier was added in a subsequent stage of the report, and in part due to feedback from stakeholders with respect to debris entering the reservoir and being left in the reservoir. So it's as it is added as a redundancy to manage that debris, it was done for several reasons, one of which was stakeholder input.
Right. And document manager, can you just pull to the front of Exhibit 252? PDF, the very cover page, yeah. Cover page. What is this document?
So, Mr. Chairman, the best way to describe this document was a frame to support a decision to ultimately advance a flood mitigation project on the Elbow River. To provide some context for the panel, this came at a point in time that Springbank, the Springbank Reservoir project had been advanced for additional review and study by the government of Alberta. For point of reference, in the spring of 2015, there had been a change in government. There had been an election. A new government was elected. The government of the day commissioned a review of the selection of SR1. We've referred to the Deltaris report. That was a third party, an independent third party that was commissioned by the government to conduct the review. Ultimately, Deltaris reached certain conclusions. This particular document was assembled by the Ministry of Environment and Parks to outline the rationale to select, to justify the selection and then ultimately the advancement in the end of the SR1 project.
Right. And if we go to PDF page 1, it mentions in its summary of what you mentioned about a Dutch research foundation, Deltaris, was commissioned to review the original proposal reports. And when I go through this 6-page document, I don't see anybody who signed it. Can you tell me who was it who created this document? Who wrote it?
So, Mr. Chairman, this was a document that was prepared by the Department of Environment and Parks, the individuals responsible for water management or water mitigation projects within that department.
And who is that?
Mr. Chairman, I don't have the specific names, but I think it's fair to say that this document was authored by officials in the Department of Environment and Parks and ultimately issued under its name.
And is that typical of government? Like, is that how Alberta Transportation does it? You have recommendations for a major infrastructure decision, but just comes out on Alberta Transportation letterhead and nobody signs it, nobody puts their name to it. Is that typical of how government operates?
Mr. Chairman, it varies. Oh, sorry, Mr. Seeker.
Is that typical of how Alberta Transportation works? When you do a recommendations document, nobody's name appears on it. It's anonymous.
Mr. Chairman, typically when a department issues a document, it's issued in the department's name under the appropriate authorities that underpin the organization government.
Now, in terms of project effectiveness, dealing again with debris, according to Rocky View County, 41,300 cubic meters of riprap is needed to create the Bragg Creek berms in 2013. Redwood Meadows lost so much riprap, huge rocks washed down the river. And do you know, does Alberta Transportation know where all these rocks went down the river? So just maybe I can back this up a little bit. In terms what you were talking about, we were talking about this debris deflector that you put in and the ability to trap, rocks and trees. So is Alberta Transportation aware that in 2013, Redwood Meadows lost a lot of riprap and huge rocks washed down the Elbow River? Is AT aware of that?
Mr. Chair, I can agree to that.
And we know that berms are being put in place in Bragg Creek to protect them against a 1 in 100 year flood. So in the event of a flood of record, or God forbid, something worse, a 1 in 1,000 year flood, or a PMF, will these rocks be snagged on the debris deflector? Or is that only designed for trees?
Mr. Chairman, I think it would be a little bit speculative in what would happen in a 1,000-year event or a PMF event. But what I can say is, while we don't know exactly where the rocks that were transported downstream ended up, the Elbow River does undergo various states of confinement between Bragg Creek and the diversion structure. And when that confinement is lost, meaning that the channel is widened, for example, the area around Redwood Meadows, the flows tend to splay out. They lose some of their velocity and the ability to entrain large particles within them. So it is very likely, although I must admit we haven't done this, if you went poking around in some of the gravel bars and below the surface in some of these widened out areas, that you would find those rocks. Now, specific to Mr. Secort's question about those rocks arriving at the debris barrier, should they arrive there, again, we could treat them like any other piece of heavy debris. The debris barrier has been designed to take impact from large heavy objects that's described in the PDR report, and as well as the forces from accumulation of debris on it. When wood accumulates on the rack, it will experience a certain amount of drag force that is pushing on the rack, and it has been designed to mitigate that.
Would it be safe to conclude that SR1 has a larger debris problem than MC1?
Mr. Chairman, I believe I can answer that. I don't know if we could talk specifically about what aspects of the problem, but given its location in the mountains, MC1 is subject to a considerable large amount of bed load. It is a very confined section of river, so it doesn't have that benefit of natural deposits of wood and things dropping out and flood up above it. And so everything that's coming down is arriving at that structure.
Right. Would it be fair to say that additional debris from upstream flood mitigation may impact SR1, but could not travel upstream to where MC1 is?
There's a very remote chance that piece of riprap could make it down to the SR1 diversion structure, and obviously it would not travel upstream to MC1. However, again, and maybe in addition to my previous answer, I do want to point out that Opus in their design report indicated that the permanent pond utilized at MC1 is for sediment and debris management. And I believe in that report, there were some estimates made on how quickly bed load and debris could arrive at the structure. And that gives some indication of how frequently that pond may need to be cleaned out to manage such debris.
Is it fair to say that with MC1, millions of dollars of riprap at Bragg Creek and Redwood Meadows would not likely wash down the river, but may wash down the river as a result of SR1?
Mr. Chairman, as I referred to earlier, we could certainly provide a speculative response about the impacts of McLean Creek's effects on other communities. Certainly, in the case of Bragg Creek, that project is pursuing. There are existing berms at Redwood Meadows. So we don't feel quite comfortable in the position to provide a speculative answer of that nature.
In terms of environmental impacts, and again, referencing page 2 of Exhibit 251 and the Opus report, Exhibit 101, relating to MC1, page 4, you don't need to, document manager, you don't need to turn those up, but these are my references. It says MC1 would require the removal of trees and vegetation from the reservoir and irreparably alter the habitat for wildlife and fish populations. Do you agree that it is that with what we know today about SR1, we haven't found one positive environmental outcome of SR1?
Mr. Chairman, Alberta Transportation wouldn't accept the conclusion of that question. We've noted, or the AEP document notes, the environmental effects of SR1 in the particular case cited. We have no reason to believe that isn't true. Mr. Chairman, we'd also acknowledge that there are environmental effects to SR1. We've not gone into any great depth yet in this hearing, but all things considered, we are confident that the items, the areas in which there are impacts can be properly mitigated, or in the event that the mitigations aren't satisfactory, that Alberta Transportation is committed to ensuring that the appropriate mitigations are in place.
Right. You would agree, though, that at MC1, the dam would create lake habitat, which would benefit diving waterfowl and other water birds and create new wintering habitat for fish. That was a conclusion reached in the Opus report.
Mr. Chairman, one moment. I believe Mr. Bella will respond.
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question, please?
Can you confirm that MC1 would create lake habitat, which would benefit diving waterfowl and other water birds and create new wintering habitat for fish?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's fair, and certainly the work we did acknowledges that it would change it to that sort of habitat. But I would also say that that's a trade-off against the loss of other habitats.
And in relation to SR1, Alberta Environment said in its deeming the EIA complete letter, Mr. Christensen said that bull trout could be extirpated in certain reaches of the Elbow River as a result of SR1.
Mr. Chairman, that memo does make that conclusion, although we would submit to the panel that similar considerations would be at play as it relates to the bull trout as it pertains to the McLean Creek option.
And can you confirm that SR1 has about 130 acres of trees that would be deforested compared to 150 acres for MC1?
Mr. Brescia can provide a response.
Mr. Chairman, subject to check, both those numbers sound approximately correct. Both projects would result in the loss of trees.
In terms of social and recreational value, and again, we're referring to the same exhibits, Exhibit 252, page 2, the anonymous Alberta Environment AEP recommendations, and the Exhibit 101, MC1, page ES-2. And again, you don't need to turn those up. AEP includes 8 points on this, 7 of which highlight the losses in MC1 area if the project were to proceed. And the point on SR1 is SR1 affects grazing and ranch lands for a small number of Albertans. Can you confirm that there is no mention of Camp Kiwanis and Moose Hill Ranch, which both provide recreational opportunities? Would you agree that AEP's statement was an oversimplification?
Mr. Chairman, it's possible that it did not include every potential reference. Alberta Transportation has recognized the potential effects of the project on Camp Kiwanis, as we referenced in our hearing submission. Alberta Transportation has been engaging with Camp Kiwanis relating to those impacts. Certainly, as it pertains to the Moose Hill Ranch, and you'll have to forgive me, I believe that's a reference to is that Ms. Robinson's property, Mr. Seeker?
Do you know what Moose Hill Ranch is, Mr. Hebert?
I believe it's Ms. Robinson's property. I just wanted to make sure I'm speaking correctly. Certainly, we have an interest in discussing with Ms. Robinson the impacts of the project on her property. That is something that we are keenly interested in pursuing.
Does AT acknowledge that the park infrastructure at the MC1 location, the Allen Bill Pond, etc., would be damaged in another flood event like 2013?
Mr. Chairman, I don't believe Allenville Pond has been fully rebuilt since the 2013 flood. In addition to that, since we are speaking of alternatives and comparisons here, those would be completely under the footprint of the MC1 option.
Why was the decision made to avoid flood mitigation upstream of Paddy's Flats on the Elbow River when evidence shows that destructive damage to riverbanks, highways, trails, picnic and camping ground areas from the flow surge in 2013 occurred?
As Mr. Chair, I'm familiar with the Paddy's Flats area. This is relatively located in the head pond of the MC1 option. Upstream of that, there is no major private infrastructure aside from the odd day use area. There's nothing really of any major value. So what Mr. Secord references as far as erosion and I can't remember the second item that he mentioned, but these are all natural processes that are happening in a natural environment. There would not be much benefit to mitigating effects there.
Did the proponent consider that MC1 could prevent future damage to this park infrastructure once replaced out of the MC1 footprint?
Mr. Chairman, in the case of the recreational properties described here, I think the panel appreciates that this is within Kananaskis country. I think it's familiar to most Albertans, the extent to which these recreational areas are used by the public, the significant interest, the significant demand for these areas. Certainly, these areas should the government had proceeded with the MC1 option, certainly the government could have pursued the replacement of these areas, but that could have posed a significant undertaking. We're dealing with limited areas in the province to recreate these experiences, and it was certainly a factor in the decision to not proceed with the MC1 option, as is illustrated on page 4 of Exhibit 452.
Now, Deltari's report declared that MC1 and SR1 can be adapted for climate change. What does this mean? How can SR1 be adapted for climate change?
Mr. Chair, SR1 has already been designed with consideration for climate change. You can see this in several of the responses leading up to the hearing. The 25% factor of safety was compared with the potential analyses that are commonly done to assess the impacts of climate change, and it was shown that that 25% was sufficient in its design. In addition to that, something I mentioned earlier today is that the project does provide increased water security at Glenmore, and that in itself is a good mitigation for the potential for droughts, specifically for the water supply to the city.
And what does actually that mean, can be adapted for climate change?
I'm not too sure, Mr. Chair. I believe you'd have to ask Deltaris that.
Now, in 2014, AMIC made the following statement, and I quote, Martz et al. 2007 assessed the impact of climate change on surface water supply in the SSRB, that's the South Saskatchewan River Basin. Their study indicated that temperatures could increase between 1.5% Celsius and 1.5 degrees Celsius and 2.8 degrees Celsius in this region by 2050, which would increase evaporation and evapotranspiration levels. This would lead to potential changes in annual flow of rivers with potentially significant declines in flow during the summer season. This is important as large majority of water demand occurs during this season. The study showed an in-stream flows could decrease by an average of 8.4% across all basins. So did the proponent consider the impact of the South Saskatchewan River Basin on SR1, and if so, how?
Mr. Speller will respond.
Actually, Mr. Chairman, it's Wayne Speller. I just wanted to ask a clarification. Mr. Secord, it seemed like you were reading from a document. What were you? Is it an exhibit you can point us to?
I just have this quote from an AMIC report from 2014, Mr. Speller. So there's just general propositions. Perhaps you don't agree with it, that there's going to be an increase in temperatures, which will increase evaporation and evapotranspiration levels. It could lead potential changes in annual flows of the river, potentially significant declines in the summer season, perhaps as much as decreasing flows by 8.4% across all basins. Do you have any reason to disagree with those general propositions, or do you have some different numbers that you'd like to share with us?
Mr. Chair, it's Gavin Fitch. Mr. Speller beat me to the punch here. We've given my friend a great deal of latitude in his questioning, but to simply read quotes from a document that seems like it's not in evidence and he can't even give us a reference is not appropriate. If he wants to find a reference so we know what document he's referring to, so the witnesses have it in front of them, then I'm sure they'll be happy to answer the question.
Well, Mr. Chair, it actually has taken quite a bit of time, quite a bit of my cross-examination time for documents to be pulled up, then quite a bit of my cross-examination time while Mr. Fitch's clients caucus, and then quite a bit of time for them to get back to me. So I just have a very general proposition: climate change, increasing temperatures, decreasing river flows. Mr. Speller, do you agree that by 2050, those propositions are likely to be found?
So, sorry, before the witness
and
responds, Mr. Secord, Mr. Secord, give me a second. It's I'm
abandoning. I don't need the document. Let's move on.
Okay.
You're just taking up my time.
I was going to say I've got the exhibit number, but if you're moving on, that's fine.
That's fine.
Okay, Mr.
Speller. Mr. Speller, over to you.
Mr. Secord, again, without seeing the document, there's a number of climate change projections for the region. I don't have a reason to disagree with it, but I also can't agree with it without seeing it.
So has the proponent considered the impact of increasing temperatures and potential changes in annual river flows in terms of adapting SR1 for climate change?
Mr. Chairman, I think maybe if I could ask Mr. Secord to rephrase this question, what specific aspects of climate change are we speaking of? You talked about lowering of river flows and also changes in high flow. I'm not clear here.
Sure. Well, I asked you, Mr. Wood, that Dalteri's declared that MC1 and SR1 can be adapted for climate change, and so I'm just wondering how can SR1 be adapted for climate change in the event of increasing temperatures, decreasing river flows? How is that possible?
Well, as a flood mitigation project, if there's decreasing river flows, then SR1 would not need to accommodate that. And I already explained how it was adapted for the flip side of that, which is the potential for larger floods.
And does the proponent acknowledge the statement in the Opus MC1 2017 report, Exhibit 101, PDF page 55, that MC1's water storage could be increased in times of drought?
Well, Mr. Chairman, I'd emphasize that that was a conceptual document. Essentially advice from the consultant that completed the report. Ultimately, the government of Alberta opted to proceed with the development of a flood mitigation project on the Elbow River. It did not include the consideration of other items. We would note that the addition of other items to a project would increase its complexity, its scope, potential costs, and the ability to progress a project of that nature through the regulatory process.
Yeah. And Mr. Hebert, you'll note in that document, it states, and I quote from PDF page 55, "It should be noted that the preliminary operating strategy for MC1 is focused primarily on flood management. However, the permanent storage of the facility can also be used to provide additional water supply in the event of an extreme drought. If needed, the project's 35,000 dam cube permanent storage volume could be utilized to augment flow releases during a severe drought period. Depending on the value associated with this type of flow augmentation capability, it may even be desirable to increase the project permanent pool level. This could be assessed as a part of future optimization studies should the project advance past the conceptual level of study." I take it that SR1 has no such capability of being adapted for climate change.
Mr. Chairman, the reference that is on page 43 of Exhibit 101 is an assessment. As I referenced, the government of Alberta chose to progress a flood mitigation project on the Elbow River as being the best approach for that river. As I referenced, the project that's contemplated in the advice provided by Opus would have increased its size, complexity, the nature of its regulatory review, potential costs. As I referenced this morning, and as its transportation's position, the driving objective is to have a flood mitigation reservoir placed on the Elbow River, subject to regulatory approval, in the most effective and timely manner possible. In terms of whether SR1 could conduct the same approach, the same caution applies. It would change the nature of the project. Certainly, it would change the nature of its environmental assessment, costs, benefits, and this would apply to both SR1 and the MC1 option. The dynamic in which such projects would be received by broader stakeholders in the community. So on that point, and as I referenced this morning, the approach towards water management, water storage, is the options that are being considered for a project on the Bow River.
In terms of consultation and engagement, and this is Exhibit 325, Ian Dowsett's assertion is that between SR1 and Glenmore, the level of protection is, and the Glenmore Reservoir, the level of protection is 1 in 50. And Mr. Dowsett states the residual flood risk downstream of SR1 and upstream of the Glenmore Reservoir from 640 cubic meters per second during a 2013 flood event is similar to that of a 1 in 50 year flood. Stantec does not dispute this, but does note that this is a considerable reduction in flood risk to these properties. Was this impact considered during the original decision to choose SR1 over MC1? And if not, why not?
Mr. Chairman, I'm not sure if we know that was a consideration. As I referenced earlier today, the implication for flood mitigation at those points along the Elbow River are within the authority or the jurisdiction of the particular municipalities. And certainly it's within their purview to determine the appropriate nature of flood mitigation for those localities.
So in order to say, get the Springbank residents and the Calgary residents below 160 cubic meters per second, as is targeted for the Calgary residents who are downstream of the Glenmore Reservoir, what would need to happen for flood mitigation?
And Mr. Chairman, just so I'm clear, you're referring to communities between the diversion structure and the Glenmore Reservoir?
Yes. Yes.
So as I referenced, Mr. Chairman, ultimately those are matters that are within the jurisdiction of the local municipalities in question. In that case, Rocky County and the City of Calgary. They would have to come to a determination of what appropriate flood mitigation would be in those instances.
So was Rocky View County and the City of Calgary, in terms of your engagement and consultation, were they advised that the residual flood risk downstream, sorry, that the residual flood risk downstream of SR1 would be similar to a 1 in 50 year flood event?
Mr. Chairman, I'm not aware. However, I can say in the engagement that we've had in the course of developing this project, that those items have not been identified. Doesn't mean that they're not considered in plans or considerations on the part of those two municipalities. It would fall within, as I said, it would fall within the jurisdiction of those two municipalities to determine the flood mitigations that are required if needed.
What about Mr. Wood with his meetings with CRCAG and Flood Free Calgary? Did he have discussions with those groups that the residual risk of downstream of SR1 and upstream of the Glenmore Reservoir will be similar to a 1 in 50 year flood?
I can't speak to Flood Free Calgary or the CCRAG group, but in my discussions with the City of Calgary, they are aware of the residual flow coming in. I must point out that they do not have much. The City of Calgary itself does not have much for development in that area, and in fact, they don't have any development within what is being called the approximately the 50-year area here. Closest thing may be Discovery Ridge, and that is not susceptible to flooding in this situation. I would also like to point out that development in the valley downstream of the diversion structure is relatively sparse. There are some residences, part of Rocky View County. There's some golf courses. Again, I must emphasize that they receive a considerable reduction in flood risk going from 1240 CMS down to 640. That means many of the properties that line and buildings that line the terraces of the floodplain, the upper parts of the floodplain, do not get flooded. It is only those who have built very close to the river who may get flooded. And I must also point out that currently that land is designated as floodway under the hazard mapping policy. These are the maps that are currently online from the province, and those maps show that development is supposed to be regulated in that area. And so what we're talking about is the areas very close to the river that are currently at flood risk, and it provides a reduction in flood risk to those who are slightly up above that on the terraces, but those who are down low may still have the problems in a 2013 event that they get for living near the river.
Mr. Hebert, can you tell me why the Opus Report Exhibit 101, which is dated 2017, why it was not provided until 2019?
Mr. Speller will provide a response.
Mr. Chairman, the Opus report that's referenced was used as a reference material to the 2018 EIA. It's referenced in a number of spots. It was provided in its entirety in the round 1 SIRs at the request of the regulator. We don't provide the majority of our reference material as full documents. It's a lot of documents. Ones that were specifically asked for, like this one by the regulator, were provided.
And Mr. Speller, were you aware of the report when it was created in 2017?
No, I became aware of it when I joined the project near the end of 2017, not when that report was created.
And so who at Stantec would have got the Opus report? Did it come to Stantec? Did it come to AT?
Mr. Chairman, just one moment. Mr. Chairman, it was a document commissioned by Alberta Transportation.
Okay. So so then the AT witnesses, it would be Mr. Hebert, Mr. Svensson, and I guess Ms. Carignan. It's apparent to the SCLG that in the 2017 Opus report, MC wanted superior flood mitigation outcomes. When the 2017 highlighted the superior flood mitigation outcome, what did AT do with that information? Did you communicate that information to the City of Calgary or to Rocky View County, whose residents would receive more protection with MC1?
Mr. Chair, this is Mark Swenson. I'll answer that one. So yes, once Alberta Transportation had the report from Opus and the associated environmental studies from Hemera, we did discuss those with some of the stakeholder groups, including the City of Calgary and Rocky View County.
And when did that occur?
We would have to look into the record of communication with them to know those exact dates.
Would you undertake to provide me with those dates and the record of the McLean Creek MC1 Dam updated conceptual design report final dated August 23rd, 2017. Can you actually provide me with the records of when those consultations were held that dealt with this August 23rd, 2017 document?
Mr. Chairman, subject to the advice of council, we'll take that as an undertaking.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll.
And this document, was created fully 2 years after exhibit the anonymous Alberta AEP recommendations dated October 2015, marked Exhibit 252.
Mr. Speller will provide an answer.
So, Mr. Chairman, just context on the different documents we're discussing. So, the AEP recommendations dated 2015 did not include the OPUS report because it was in 2017. I know I'm stating the obvious. The OPUS 2017 report and the HEMERA 2017 report, if you read the introductions for those, they were generated, not tied to project selection. At this stage, the project had been selected to be SR1 in 2017. They were generated to support the alternatives assessment that was included in the EIA. And this is clearly laid out in their introductions of both. And my understanding is, in talking to the folks who have done it and my time on the project, is there is a concern, or there is a subjective nature to understanding how much alternatives information should be included in the filing of the EIA related to MC1, especially through discussions with the federal regulator and what they need, because their needs are different from an alternatives assessment than provincially. And that's why those documents were submitted at that time.
Sorry, I'm going to jump in. It's Bill Kennedy, Madam Court Reporter. I'm wondering if, as we generate undertakings, if we could make sure we get a clear description of the undertaking, and I'm going to suggest we assign a number to each undertaking given, just in terms of tracking them as we move through the proceeding.
Thank you, Mr. Kennedy. So at the end of the day, maybe we'll wrap that up. We've got two, I believe. The one is just requested, but at the end of the day, let's wrap that up so we can make that clear for everyone. Thanks, Mr. Kennedy. And in that last segment, Mr. Speller, I think I got everything you said, so no problem. But others may have. I'm not sure if anybody else experienced a bit of a break in his voice, or if it perhaps was on our end here in Edmonton at our downtown office. So, did anybody else have issues hearing Mr. Speller? Yeah, sounds like Ms. Vance and I are in the Edmonton office. So, but I think I got it. So, please proceed, Mr. Secor.
I'm just, Mr. Chair, I'm just going through my list of questions. I'm hoping to meet my my time allocation, and I have more questions than I'm going to be able to get through. So I'm just sort of reviewing them now.
Thank you. I'm glad you spoke up. I was wondering if my audio was out, so thank you.
No. All right, I think what I'm going to do is move to the benefit cost analysis. And if we could pull up Exhibit 159, Appendix G2. And that one is there. Good, excellent. It takes a little while to verify the signatures when you, are you putting that up, Zoom host?
Sorry, what am I supposed to put up?
Exhibit 159.
That would be the document manager.
Document manager, I think, Mr. Cosmo. Ask if you don't know, put your mic down and ask.
So
Okay,
it's
I think
PDF.
Mr. Weeb, you've got Mr. Cosmo muted, so if she's not hearing a page number or something, she can't get through. So if you could let her have control of mic. But Mr. Secord, I don't believe she caught the page number. Sorry. So once again, the exhibit and page number.
Well, yeah. So we got to get the exhibit up first. 159, Appendix G2. So PDF 376.
Yeah, I didn't mute her, and so she should be able to be receiving audio, regardless.
Or
so
yeah, she's able to speak up. Maybe she didn't realize she can unmute. Then okay.
Yeah, because I can only mute their mic, but I can't mute their audio coming in. And I sent her a chat message as well.
Thank you. It's apparently it's up on her. Miss Vance is just checking with her. Apparently it's up on her screen, so it's just not sharing out for some reason. Just one quick second. Otherwise we'll continue, but let's see if we can get it rectified. Is it working?
Right now it's Nora's screen that's up there.
Okay, I'll stop share and then I'll try it again.
And then just double click on the PDF.
It's up on mine. Like he said he could see it. I don't know.
How many monitors do you have?
Well, that's stop share. Yeah, yeah. And then screen share.
And where's the exhibit number?
Right there.
No, that's not it. Where's it? Nope. Yeah, I don't know what's going on.
Should we take a 5-minute break?
Let's do that. I mean, we'll give you your time, Mr. Secord.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, that's the right exhibit.
Okay.
And I'm all ready to go.
All right. Well, as
Thank
I said in the morning, we're likely going to have one glitch or two, so we've done pretty well. Thanks,
Very well.
everyone, for some patience. Mr. Secord, this is the correct exhibit, and you're at the right spot.
I'm at the right spot, and I'm going to look at a number of these pages. So Mr. Hebert, I don't know whether you want to turn this up, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to read from exhibit, and I don't want this turned up, but I'm going to read from exhibit 160, which is the PDR change summary memo that was filed on December 18th, 2020. I'm sure you're familiar with it. And then I've got some questions relating to Appendix G2 from Exhibit 159, which is the final PDR. And there's somebody in the background who's making a noise. So if people aren't, talking, if they could mute their mics, that would be useful. So Mr. Hebert, reading from Exhibit 160, dealing with the major changes to the project from the preliminary PDR or the interim design report. There's something entitled Debris Deflection Barrier. And the first bullet is the 2017 interim design report considered debris management, but did not recommend construction of a structural system for preventing debris from entering the diversion inlet. And then it describes a 2020 final preliminary design report, 170-meter long debris deflection barrier. And it would be normally in a dry condition except during flood events. And can you or somebody on your team confirm that in Appendix G2 of Exhibit 159, PDF page 377, so if the Zoom host could just go and put it PDF 377. Can you confirm that lines 148 to 155 capture all of the costs of the debris deflection barrier?
Mr. Chairman, I'd ask Mr. Manager to respond.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Hebert. Mr. Chairman, the lines 148 through 155 cover the direct construction costs for the debris deflection barrier, not inclusive of contingency, which is incorporated at the end of the estimate.
Were there any additional changes made to the debris deflection barrier between the time of the December 3, 2019 revision to G2 and the filing of the 2020 final preliminary design report on December 18, 2020?
No.
The following paragraph is from Exhibit 160, the PDR change summary memo. Fish passage features. The 2017 interim design report did not address fish passage, as assessment of project effects were ongoing. The 2020 final preliminary design report adds a series of 3 rock V-weirs downstream of the service spillway. And the V-weirs are lined with a cobble apron as protection against erosion and undermining. Reason for change, fish passage elements were added to mitigate for potential project effects and facilitate movement of fish through the service spillway. Turning to page PDF 376 of Exhibit 159, can you confirm that lines 102 to 105 capture all of the costs of the fish passage features?
I would, yes, between that and the bank armoring and riprap revetment that are adjacent to it. My apologies, something in my throat. Yes.
And were there any changes made to the fish passage features between the time of the December 3, 2019 revision to G-2 and the filing of the 2020 final PDR on December 18, 2020?
So I believe it just as a general, Mr. Secord, that this document you have pulled up, the cost estimate, did not change between December 2019 and December 2020. In fact, I believe the date on this actually at the top of the exhibit lists the cost opinion as dated the 2019 date. So there are no changes.
The following passage is from Exhibit 160, the PDR change summary memo, diversion channel. It says the 2017 interim design report. The interim design includes side slopes on the diversion channel at 4H to 1V. Riprap provides mitigation for scour at critical embankment segments only. The 2020 final preliminary design report revised the side slopes to 3H to 1V in soil and 2H to 1V in rock. For certain sections, 5-meter wide bench is included at the soil bedrock interface. Additional riprap protection was added to the channel bottom for sections excavated through soil. Can you please confirm that Exhibit G2 lines 165 to 183 of Exhibit 159, PDF page 378, capture all of the costs of the diversion channel changes referred to in the paragraph above?
Could you repeat the line numbers again?
I have 165 to 183.
I think I'm referencing this. They would also include 185 to, if you continue to scroll down, please, like to 189. So yeah, 165 to 189.
And which line items were changed from the 2017 interim design report?
Sure. I mean,
or maybe how much was the change might be a better way of putting it.
Sure. So ultimately, the change in the side slopes did not result in a significant change in the project costs, as the channel itself is the source for the primary soil for the soils for the construction of the dam. So the change in this channel side slopes, they went from flatter to a little bit steeper. They did reduce a little bit of our hauling costs from the channel to the dam, but not very appreciably. The primary change in costs was the addition of the additional riprap that was made as an additional risk mitigation feature to prevent erosion within the channel. And so primarily what you would see the difference is in the lines under 176 to 183 in the provision of additional riprap within the channel to protect against scour and erosion.
Were there any further changes made to the diversion channel between the time of December 3, 2019 revision to G2 and the filing of the 2020 FPDR on December 18, 2020?
No.
Okay. The following paragraph is from Exhibit 160, the PDR change summary memo, off-stream storage dam embankment, the 2017 interim design report. The interim design dam embankment includes a typical section with 3.5H to 1.0V side slopes with a 5-meter wide horizontal benches located every 10 vertical meters. A 32-meter wide, 6.5-meter tall rock toe buttress was included at the upstream toe for taller segments of the dam. The 2020 final preliminary design report revises the typical dam cross-section with 3.5H to 1.0V side slopes with 10-meter wide horizontal benches located every 10 vertical meters. A 6-meter tall rock toe with a 10-meter top width is added to improve stability where foundation soils are deepest. And it says, reason for change, design adjustments to the dam cross-section reflect additional soils testing performed during the second geotechnical exploration program and additional analyses performed at the time for the time rate of construction condition. So for the time rate of construction condition, what is that? The time rate of construction condition?
Sure. So during construction, when you're building a large embankment, when you add soil, you increase load on the foundation. So by load, that means the weight of the embankment on the underlying soils. And so there's water inside those underlying soils. So if you add weight to it, it compresses it down kind of like a sponge, but the water can't get out fast enough. And so you build up some pressure in those underlying soils. So the time rate of construction condition that we're evaluating is depending on how quickly you construct the dam, those pressures in the foundation could increase. So one of the key components here for the project being a relatively tall embankment dam in the 30 meters in some stretches, that's one of the controlling conditions for the geometry of the dam, and will be something that we can monitor throughout construction to make sure that the pressures don't exceed the levels that we are, that are necessary for the analysis. And so that's basically high level what we're talking about.
All right. Can you confirm that Appendix G2 lines 201 to 212 of Exhibit 159 on PDF, page 378?
Oh, I think you went past it.
Yeah, it should be just at the top of the page, lines 201 to 212. Can you confirm that
that encompasses the primary elements of what we're discussing? The incorporation of the vertical toe drain may have slightly been altered during that period too, but that under 217 to 221. But generally speaking, yes, those items are covered in 201 to 212.
And they captured all of the costs of the changes?
Yeah.
And what was the amount of the change?
So because of the change in the balance of the channel to the dam and where we were sourcing some of the borrow materials, it's difficult to pinpoint exactly what was a result of the channel side slopes changing versus the dam. Generally speaking, when we looked at this in total, it was relatively small, within $1 million to $2 million change for this element of the project, based off of those components. Ultimately, the dam geometry changed very little between the two. As you may note with the descriptions, we'd basically increase the bench slightly and reduce the rock buttress slightly.
Mr. Manager, were there any further changes made to the off-stream storage dam embankment between the time of the December 3, 2019 revision to G2 and the filing of the 2020 final PDR on December 18, 2020?
No.
And then the following paragraph is from Exhibit 160 PDR change summary memo, the low-level outlet works. And it says in 2017, the interim design of the low-level outlet works, or LLOW, is located within the unnamed creek valley. The gate control structure is integral with the intake structure and utilizes a submerged hydraulic operator for gate operations. It says the 2020 final preliminary design report revises the location of the LLOW approximately 200 meters southwest of the interim design location. A separate gate structure is included with 2 inline gates midway up the upstream slope. Intake channels and discharge channels were incorporated to connect the unnamed creek to the LLOW. And the reason for change, the revised The location was revised based on additional geotechnical information to reduce potential risk to the structure from the variable foundation conditions within the unnamed creek. The additional gate structure was added at the request of the future operator, AEP, to improve maintenance and operations. Can you confirm that Appendix G2 lines 230 to 240 of Exhibit 159 at PDF page 379 captures all of the costs of the LLOW changes referred to in the Exhibit 160 that I just read?
Not all of them. I would say that 243 to 246, as you can see there, for the inlet and outlet drainage channels, were a significant driver of those cost changes for the low-level outlet works change that we're discussing, primarily because its location in the upland area required the excavation and lining of a discharge and exit channel, not previously required for its location.
So it would be 230 to 246?
That's correct.
Would capture the changes?
Yes.
And were there any further changes made to the low-level outlet works between the time of the December 3, 2019 revision to G2 that we're looking at and the filing of the 2020 final preliminary design report on December 18, 2020?
No.
Okay. And then maybe document manager, you could pull up Exhibit 160. And if you could scroll down, it says, just stop right there. That's perfect. Second paragraph, and I'll read it to you, Mr. Manager, unless your eyesight is really good. It says, and I quote, Mr. Hebert writes, notable changes from the interim design report to the final preliminary design report, PDR, are summarized below. Some of these changes were also identified in the introduction to Alberta Transportation's responses to Round 2, Natural Resources Conservation Board, and Alberta Environment and Parks supplemental information requests filed on June 23, 2020. So my question is, if the changes were only identified by AT in June 2020, how could the changes have been costed in the December 3, 2019 revision to Appendix G2?
The costs developed in 2019 were based off of the concept designs that were then put forward as part of the preliminary design and provided to our client for consideration and incorporation into the project. They then had to be assessed for their environmental effects and other components prior to them being then incorporated into the responses in the project approach for the regulatory process. So natural iteration of design followed by environmental impact assessment and then submission for regulatory filing.
Okay. And then Zoo Document Manager, if you can scroll up to PDF page 375 of Exhibit 159. And if you could go to the top of the page. Then if you could just put your cursor on the down arrow, you'll see on PDF page 375, you've got estimated cost 2017 CAD. And then if we could go to the next page, page 376, we're going down. Other way, there we go. So there's, whoa. So page 376. So page 375 estimated cost is CAD 2017. And then each of pages 377, 378, 379, 380. All of them are estimated cost 2017 CAD. Can you tell me why are all the costs estimated in 2017 Canadian dollars?
As a point of reference to identify changes in the project, as well as for the uses comparison in the benefit cost analysis and other components.
And so what are the costs in 2020 Canadian dollars at the time of the filing of the final preliminary design report?
We did not update the cost estimate to $2020 as part of this cost opinion. Items may have gone up, items may have gone down, depending on the market conditions and other components in the area. So that is part that will be developed as the project moves forward prior to tender, but that was not part of this preliminary design report.
Would it be possible to provide me with the total project cost opinion in 2020 Canadian dollars?
It would not. No, we do not have it.
Why is that? It's not a case of just asking the computer to spit out a cost opinion in 2020 Canadian dollars. You can't do that.
You could, depending on what rate of inflation and other elements you use, but that wouldn't necessarily reflect the actual construction costs at the time for the market rates and those elements that are required. It's not a straight time value of money component that we are looking at here.
So, I'm sorry, I'm not an accountant, and so I'm looking at this total cost opinion in 2017 Canadian dollars, and I'm asking myself as a taxpayer, what is this project costing the Alberta taxpayer as of the time of the filing of the final preliminary design report? And what you've done here is you've given us a cost of the project in terms of what it would cost to build in 2017?
As a baseline, that's what this reflects. That's correct. At the time that those original unit rates were developed for the costing for the project.
And so, sitting here today, we don't know what SR1 is going to cost in assuming that the board issues a recommendation, you get an approval at the end of the year. I think I looked at your timelines. Your tenders are going out in the summer, I believe you're sending tenders out. But at this point, I take it we don't know what this project is actually going to cost the taxpayer or the government.
So, Mr. Chairman, as I referenced this morning, SR1 is a project under active development. There is the cost opinion report that was provided, is the exhibit in front of us now. Certainly, this estimate guides Alberta Transportation in its project planning and informs its ability to continue to advance the project. But ultimately, the known costs as it relates to the construction component are subject to a competitive tendering process that, as you referenced, sir, would occur at a point later this year.
Have you got the tenders ready to go?
Ms. Kerrigan is responsible for the contracting elements of the project provider response.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we are currently finalizing all of the designs and working on the tender package and the construction contract, but it is not ready to go at this point in time.
When will the tender documentation be complete, Ms. Kerrigan?
We anticipate that it'll be complete late June or early July.
And does that fit with the timeline that you set out in the final preliminary design report?
That does.
Yeah. All right. So now I have a few questions. A few questions on the cost benefit analysis. Looks like more than a few questions. Okay. So on avoided damages, do you believe that MC1 and SR1 have equal avoided damages of 27.7 million, excluding the 180,000 for Bragg Creek and Redwood Meadows?
Mr. Soul will respond.
Yes, that would be the annualized value for downstream from the Glenmore Reservoir to the confluence.
In terms of conclusions on avoided damages, Springbank and Elbow Valley will receive better flood protection with MC1 than SR1. True or false? Mr. Soul.
Sorry, can you reframe that?
Springbank and Elbow Valley will receive better flood protection with MC1 than SR1. True or false?
You're referring to downstream of SR1 or upstream?
Yes.
Downstream. I believe you guys just had that conversation. We haven't modeled the flood damages.
So would I be correct then in saying that the benefits for MC1 are higher in terms of avoided annual benefits? For those
Marginally, yes, as we demonstrated with Bragg Creek and Redwood Meadows. So, the 180 versus the 27.7 million that you referred to.
Yeah. How about this proposition? Discovery Ridge will receive better flood protection with MC1 than SR1. True or false?
I believe that to be false if we determined that there wasn't a flood risk there post SR1.
And did you determine that, or you're just taking your panel's word for it, the Discovery Ridge?
It's from a review of the mapping.
Okay. So you do not believe that there is a flood risk at one of the multi-story facility?
Under which event are you referring to?
Under
like there's residual flood risk in all of these areas.
So
under the design event, I do not believe there would be flood damages.
So you say there will be flood damages in
I do not believe at the design flood.
So the design flood being a 1 in 50 flood, a 1 in 50 year flood.
1 in 200 year flood.
Right, but the 1 in 200 year flood becomes a 1 in 50 year flood downstream of SR1. Correct?
From my understanding of your earlier questions, yes.
Okay, and you're saying that that there will be no flood risk at Discovery Ridge in a 1 in 50 year event.
Just a moment, please. Thanks for your patience. Please continue.
Okay, another proposition, Bragg Creek, in terms of conclusion on avoided damages, Bragg Creek and Redwood Meadows will receive better protection with MC1 than SR1 up to a 1 in 1,000 year flood. Therefore, the benefits are higher with MC1 than SR1 for these communities as well. Do you agree with that?
In the absence of any other mitigation, that would be reflected in the $180,000 annually that we've presented.
Okay, in terms of costs, repairs post-flood, has the proponent considered the cost of repairs to berms at Bragg Creek and Redwood Meadows that will occur as a result of a design flood? And would you agree that those costs should be attributed to SR1?
Are you referring to the proposed berms that will be constructed?
Correct. Well, I'm just referring, yes. So the cost of repairs to the berms at Bragg Creek and Redwood Meadows, would you agree that that should be a cost attributable to SR1?
I can't speculate on the new berms, why they would be damaged.
Well, you understand that the berms are built to a 1 in 100 year standard, and the design flood is a 1 in 200 year. You understand that, Mr. Saul?
Yeah, it's also my understanding that it was mentioned that there is some freeboard in that would accommodate a 2013, which is the design flood.
So that's your understanding.
Yeah.
So you're saying then that there would be no cost of repairs to the berms at Bragg Creek as a result of a design flood?
Mr. Chairman,
no, I'm not saying that. Sorry.
Interject. These are separate projects from the SR1 project. Again, appreciating that they're part of a system of flood mitigation projects on the Elbow River, but the specific costs related to repairs on those projects would be borne by the entities responsible for those projects.
Okay, so that actually, Mr. Hebert, that's useful because I was going to ask who will pay to repair them. So that would be Rocky View County.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Rocky View County is accountable for the berming, the flood mitigation berming infrastructure at Bragg Creek.
And what about at Redwood Meadows? Who would be responsible to repair those berms?
Mr. Chairman, you'll have to forgive me. I know that the Redwood Meadow berms sit on Setina lands. However, it's part of the village of Redwood Meadows. Either way, Mr. Chairman, the entity responsible for those berms would be responsible for their costs of repair or operation.
Has the proponent considered the cost of repairs to parking lots, pathways, and other public infrastructure along Highway 66 as a cost of SR1? These were replaced following the 2013 flood, and these areas will be subjected to unmitigated flooding because of the choice of SR1.
Are you asking whether this was included in the benefit cost analysis?
Yes, Mr. Saul.
No, it was not. The benefits.
Why was that?
The benefits of McLean Creek were added to that project.
But why weren't given that parking lots, pathways, and other public infrastructure along Highway 66 were replaced following the 2013 flood and will be subjected to unmitigated flooding because of the choice of SR1, why would the cost of repairs to these items not be shown as a cost of SR1?
Mr. Chairman, in the same way that the cost for repair for other projects would be borne by the operator responsible, in the same way it would apply to the infrastructure that's being referred to. Some of it is public infrastructure, it's Government of Alberta infrastructure. The Government of Alberta would have responsibility for those costs, depending on the department that owns or operates the infrastructure at the given time.
Does AT know what the cost will be to build berms across Springbank through Elbow Valley, given that they are not protected from flow rates sent down the river by SR1?
Mr. Chairman, as referred to in the afternoon's proceedings, the responsibility for local flood mitigation, if it's needed, is borne by the municipality in question.
Was this considered when choosing SR1 over MC1?
Sorry, Mr. Seacard, could you repeat that, please? I lost the sound a little bit anyway.
Was this considered when choosing SR1 over MC1 in 2015?
So, sorry, I should have been more clear. I wanted you to clarify that was this considered, just briefly?
What is the cost to build berms across Springbank through Elbow Valley, given that they are not protected from flow rates sent down the river by SR1? Who is going to pay for these berms? I think the answer is Rocky View. And the question then is, was this considered when choosing SR1 over MC1 in 2015?
So my understanding is there's two pieces, I guess. My first understanding is that there's no such berms.
Who's speaking? Who's speaking?
I apologize. It's Wayne Speller.
I don't see anybody on the screen. There we go.
Yeah, I'm trying to keep a low profile. There's two pieces. One is that we're not aware of any berms in that area being proposed at the moment. Like Mr. Bear said, if they were, it's the mandate of Rocky View, but we're not aware even as of today of there being any proposed, so they weren't considered back in 2015.
The cost for erosion protecting the unnamed creek is listed as 4.276 million with riprap of 16,200 cubic meters. And that is table IR1, this is exhibit 90 PDF page 12. And this is more than is listed in the 2019 construction estimate in totality for the low level outlet work. So where is this cost? And is it additive to the construction cost in exhibit 169, appendix G2? The riprap, as far as I can see, looks like the riprap currently is 15,331 cubic meters in G2. Can anybody shed some light on that for me?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Benninger is likely able to answer that response.
Mr. Secor, can you you repeat? You said the exhibit really quickly. My apologies. Can you say that again? I missed that.
So the note I have is the cost for erosion protecting the unnamed creek is listed as 44.276 million with riprap of 16,200 cubic meters. And this is more than is listed in the 2019 construction estimate in totality for the low level outlet work. So where is this cost, and is it additive to the construction costs in exhibit 159 appendix G2?
Mr. Seacard, I think Mr. Manager was asking you, you referred to costs in, I think, an IR response. We're just trying to get what document you're referring to. You're saying costs are different between two documents. What's the first document?
Exhibit 90 PDF, page 12.
90? 90?
90.
Okay.
Maybe just while we're scrolling there, Mr. Secord, we had planned on ending at 5. I did mention and indicate that we've probably stolen a little time from you because of some technical difficulties.
Yeah, it's gone very fast, Mr. Chair, my questioning. Let me just, well, they're looking, I think Mr. Manager's found the 4.276 million. Just let me just scroll down I was really hoping to get done in 4 hours. I thought.
Well, and I guess I was going to propose if you think you can complete it by quarter after 5:30, and if there's if the panel and others are willing to sit till 5:30, and if you could complete, then we could do that. If you just don't think that's going to be possible, then I guess you may need, that we need to decide how much time is the panel kind of willing to commit that kind of time, and then we'd need to do that probably tomorrow morning.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe we can see if we can get Mr. Manager to answer that question, and then maybe we could take, let's see, what time is it? It's 4:40, it's almost 5.
10 to 5, yeah.
Maybe what I could do, if it's agreeable, is we could give the court reporter a brief break, and then I can take a quick look, and then I can let you know. But I think there's a good chance I could be done by 5:30.
Okay.
That would put us back on schedule.
And Mr. Kulak-Fitch panel is, if we need to go to 5:30, if we can complete the cross by SCLG, is that agreeable?
Yes, that's fine.
Okay, good. So you get the answer, and then you wanted a quick break to review your questions. Do I have that right?
Well, sure. I'm going to, if I could have a quick break, then that would be great. And we could come back and in 5 minutes would be perfect.
Okay, and then we'll get the answer to your question. I think you're still, they're just ready to answer your question. Unless you want to answer that just before break, is the panel ready? Let's get the answer then if you're ready, and then we can break.
My apologies. I must confess I wasn't familiar with this IR response in full, but the reference costs here are in reference to a hypothetical channel to convey flows that ultimately was not part of a designed mitigation. So that ultimately did not end up in the design of the project, Mr. Secord. So it is not a comparison.
Okay. Well, that was helpful. Thank you, Mr. Manager.
You're welcome.
So, Mr. Chair, if it's okay, could we come back at 4:55?
That was good. 4:55, folks. Thank you.
So, Mr. Chair, it's Mr. Fitch. Just before we go, we have responses to a couple of undertakings. They weren't numbered, but we've got them, which we can answer at some point before the end of the day, whenever is convenient for the board.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mr. Fitch. Let's do it at when we get back from break then.
Okay.
Perfect. Thank you. Mr. Secord? I think Mr. Fitch was ready to answer a couple undertakings.
Oh, yes, yeah. He's cutting into my time again.
Well, he's answering your questions, I think. Mr. Fitch? Or whoever on the panel was going to answer.
It's Wayne Speller, Mr. Chairman. I can start. So we had, between lunch and the afternoon break, we had 2 items. The first was a question about the distance between Bag Creek and the MC1 site. And roughly, depending on how you measure it, it's approximately 10 kilometers.
Is that as the crow flies?
Yeah, maybe a bit of an awkward crow, but yeah, it's anywhere between 7 to 11 kilometers, depending on how we measure it.
So that's between where and where?
Between Bragg Creek and MC1.
MC1.
Location.
So somewhere between 7 and 11 kilometers.
Yes.
Depending on whether you're flying or traveling by river or road.
Yes. Or following the river itself. Yeah. Rather than a straight line. Yeah. So.
Okay.
And then
thank you for that.
The second item was related to, we were discussing rainfall volumes, a table, and you had, Mr. Secord had asked a question about how much infiltration there would be for that rainfall. And Mr. Manager is able to respond to that.
Yeah, by our estimates, about 70% of the rainfall resulted in flow within the river. If that makes sense.
And over what period of time?
That's over
what period of time?
That was over that 3-day period. So that I was just giving you the total volume associated with that over a 7-day period. So we had that over that a 7-day period of measurement. Sorry.
You said a 3-day period?
The
3-day period?
The majority of the rainfall fell over that 3-day period, but that total volume was calculated over a 7-day period. So yeah, rainfall fell in 3 days.
And what 3 days? What 3 days were those?
June 19th to the 22nd of 2013.
I was in Calgary when it was raining on June 19th. I remember it well. So those 3 days, and you're saying, so 3 days of rain, and then it took 7 days for the rain, for 70% of the rain that fell to find its way into the river.
Yeah, give or take. It's about right. That's correct.
And who does that type of analysis? What type of expert does that?
Sure. So we had a meteorologist that developed the rain on grid, basically a time series of every hour, the depth of rain that occurred over the basin in, I believe, 1 square kilometer grids across the whole basin. So they calibrated that radar grid to that. And then we had hydrologists and civil engineers that specialize in water resources developed a model that simulated that runoff, and we compared that to the gauge. So we basically we took the rainfall, we applied it to a physically based numerical or computer model, and then compared that against the measured data at Glenmore. And so basically we're able to take rainfall, simulate what it does on the environment, compare it to the measured flows going into Glenmore. So that's what that estimate's based off of.
And in terms of the ground, I'm assuming you have to model the ground surface in some fashion in terms of whether it's a parking lot, whether it's a field, whether it's a forest.
That's correct. Rock.
You know what the model?
Right. Yes, very much so. Rock outcrops and things like that in the mountains contribute the most. You would see upwards of 85% or greater runoff in the mountains. As you proceed closer to Calgary, in the kind of the flatter areas and the foothills, in agricultural areas, you had a lot less runoff. But yeah, generally speaking, you had that kind of mix. In the areas that are kind of transition from rock to gravelly, you would actually see we simulated this where water would fall onto the rock surface, infiltrate down, and then return back to the river as kind of like filtering through that rock material. So, yeah.
And you know how the model, how was the model calibrated in terms of the surface of the land in the Elbow River catchment area? How was that done?
Sure. So we had the measurement at Glenmore, and then we did have information at the gauge at Bragg.
I'm talking about the land, surface of the land.
Oh, you can
How
only
was
measure
that
it.
input
You can
into
only
the
measure it
model?
at known values. So we did our best approximations and based off of literature values and other elements, and remote sensing data to understand how the watershed is comprised of different components and elements. And then we checked it at known locations. So at the gauges, at the streams. So every given square kilometer, we can't tell you for 100% certain that that's going to perform in that way, but we can say that overall the model assumptions made produced a reasonable result. And so that's what we utilize.
Okay. I'm just going back to my question, Mr. Manager, on the cost of erosion for protection of the unnamed creek. We had thought that most of it was going to be riprap. Is that the current design?
It's not, no.
So will any of in terms of the low-level outlet works, is there going to be any riprap protection?
Oh, yes.
For the low-level outlet?
Yeah, and that was what those sections of the cost opinion showed. We had a channel, and it's called the exit channel from the low-level outlet works. And so it's I don't have the length in front of me at the moment, but it's a considerable length from the outlet works channel till it discharges into the unnamed creek, where it is riprapped. And so, yes, it's controlled for a significant distance downstream to prevent any potential damages to the structure in the dam. Yeah.
And that is that 15,331 cubic meters of riprap currently noted? Is that all for the unnamed creek?
That's it for the intake and the exit channels for the inclusive of the intake and the exit channels for the low-level outlet works.
Okay, thank you.
So it happens to be really close to that other estimate.
Okay. If we could turn to the emergency spillway in terms of the benefit cost analysis, the emergency spillway is under design, open quotes, close quotes. So do you mean to say that the design document submitted on December 18, 2020, Exhibit 159, did not include design of the emergency spillway?
We advanced it to the best of the knowledge that we had. We advanced it to a fairly far degree, but we couldn't be certain as to the final configuration until we performed geotechnical investigations at that location to confirm the assumptions for the design. So that's where it stood at the time when that was developed, and at the time when we submitted the final preliminary design report.
So what is the cost of the emergency spillway, given that it will be a constructed channel?
So it shows up in the diversion channel segment of the cost estimate, because that's where it falls spatially. And it shows up lines 158 to 163 within the preliminary design report. So roughly speaking, if I'm adding those up, it's about $8 million. No, yes, seven, a little more than seven, actually. Yeah. And you're right that does not include the excavation for that channel is actually aggregated into the diversion channel excavation. We calculated the excavation all as a whole. So we didn't break that out separately for the EMS. Generally speaking, excavation on this job is almost free because it goes into the dam. Otherwise, we'd have to use borrow.
Now, AT has said that the design of the emergency spillway is underway. The need for erosion protection is part of the design and will be reviewed by AEP Dam Safety as part of Alberta Transportation Water Act application. Does the erosion protection run the full channel to the river?
It does not currently. That was, I think that response sounds like what one of our responses to the Austin, maybe perhaps the Austin engineering report. The what we're talking about there is, similar to McLean Creek that has an unlined soil or earthen spillway. The emergency spillway does as for SR1 does as well. Erosion of that spillway is possible during activation, and so what you look at there is survivability in an event, and make sure that it can pass it without harming the impacts of the structure. So at this time, we have a nominal. We extend, and in the design for the preliminary design report, we extended a that exit channel riprap lining downstream of the concrete structure for a portion of the channel, and then it transitions to a soil or rock / soil discharge channel.
And what is the channel width depth for the emergency spillway?
It varies, but so near the structure, it's about 180 meters in width, and by its, or 160 meters in width, and by its terminus, it's about 200 meters wide. Water depth, if it were ever to activate, and if it were to activate in the ultimate worst case scenario as modeled, it could have a depth of about a meter of flow in it, but that's not anticipated, but it could. So that's what we're designing it for.
And so is it fair to say that there are a number of costs here that are not part of Exhibit 159, Appendix G2 that we looked at earlier?
The costs are what was our best assessment at the time of what we anticipate the emergency spillway to cost and ultimately be. I have no, that's currently under development and review. But at this time, and at that development, it was and continues to be our base assumption.
Okay. In terms of road costs, where is the cost of upgrading Range Road 440 to a county connector? Is this still planned? And the reference would be Exhibit 129, page 8.
Mr. Chairman, we're just pulling up that reference, just a minute.
And also, while we're on it, on the same page, where is the cost for Township Road 250 updates to add a left-hand turn lane? Where is that in the costing?
One moment, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, I can address those questions. It's Yvonne Kerrigan. I think I'm getting feedback through someone else's mic. It's gone. Currently, neither Range Road 40 or Township Road 250 are going to have additional upgrades made to them. They were removed from the project some time ago due to cost.
And why was that?
I don't understand your question, Mr. Secord.
Why was it removed because of cost? What are you saying? It was too expensive, or?
My understanding is that the costs of the project were all being evaluated, and pieces were being considered that could be removed, and other pieces were being evaluated that needed to be added.
Okay, so Ms. Kerrigan, my understanding is that with respect to Township Road 250, these are apparently community detour roads. So why would they be removed because of cost?
They can still be utilized as they are in their current state. The proposed changes were upgrades to them.
Right. And do you know what type of road Range Road 40 is, Ms. Kerrigan?
I would have to go back and check. I can't remember offhand.
Would it be a gravel road?
Like I said, I can't confirm. I can go back and check.
Okay, would you undertake to confirm that it is a gravel road?
Yes, I can.
And
sorry to interrupt, Mr. Secord. Mr. Svensson can provide an answer to your question.
Thank you.
I apologize. I had to get my mask off.
And Mr. Svensson, perhaps just for a little bit of background in relation to Township Road 250. My understanding is that there's some question about the safety of that particular township road. So anyway, please proceed.
To your question about Range Road 40, yes, it is a gravel road.
Okay. And do you have any information to shed on why the cost for upgrades of Range Road 440 and Township Road 250, why they were removed from the budget?
No, I have nothing to add to Ms. Kerrigan's response.
Okay. Then a question on pipelines. We do not see any pipeline cost estimates, which have remained steady for 5 years. Are there more recent pipeline relocation costs? And if not, why not?
The pipeline costs have not been updated because we are currently in negotiations with all the pipeline companies, signing agreements for them to undertake their engineering studies.
And in terms of the process for the removal of pipelines, at the end of the day, will the pipeline companies be submitting a bill to Alberta Transportation for the payment of these engineering studies and for the actual removal and replacement of the pipelines?
It's not so much that they will submit a bill at the end of the day, it's that the costs are agreed upon in advance and we enter into contractual agreements with those pipeline companies to reimburse their costs.
So what you're saying is the first stage then is they will do some engineering studies to determine where the pipeline goes?
Yes, that would be, that's accurate in a simple form, yes.
And in relation to these pipelines, I'm assuming for the most part, they would be on private land?
For the most part, yes. However, the majority of the pipelines actually have right-of-ways and right-of-way agreements for them, and they're contained within their existing right-of-way.
Well, I've dealt with a lot of pipelines in my time practicing law, and typically pipeline right-of-ways are not that wide. So I'm assuming will these companies have to acquire new right-of-ways for these pipeline relocations? I mean, I'm assuming you're not moving the pipelines over 5 feet or 10 feet, are you, Ms. Kerrigan?
It's not that we're moving them over. Only one pipeline actually requires a relocation. The other pipelines, they're being buried deeper under the new proposed diversion canal. And okay. They are staying in their existing right-of-way. They may require some temporary workspace.
Okay, so in relation to that, it is a case then of simply excavating existing right-of-way deeper, perhaps within the right-of-way itself, and then moving the pipeline over. Is that the idea, or will they be taking out the existing pipe and putting new pipe into the deeper trench? Do you know how this is going to turn out?
Yes, they will be directionally drilling the new pipelines. And once those new pipelines are tied into the existing pipeline on each end, they will remove the existing pipeline through the diversion channel.
Will they remove it, or will they just leave it in the ground?
No, they cannot just leave it in the ground. They need to obtain reclamation certificates for any of that decommissioning work on that existing pipeline.
Okay, it sounds expensive.
Perhaps.
Okay, and then you say with one pipeline, it's a total relocation in the sense of acquiring new right-of-way and presumably having to go to the Alberta Energy Utility Commission or the Alberta Energy Regulator to get an approval an approval to construct a new line. Is that correct?
That is correct. It's important to note that no pipeline companies will be approaching the Alberta Energy Regulator unless the project is approved.
Right. Well, so at this point, the only thing that's happening is they're studying how to do this directional drilling, correct?
They are undertaking their engineering. It wouldn't be how to. They are designing their pipeline and determining what the costs associated with it will be.
And do I understand that the entire pipeline, the actual relocation of these pipelines within the existing right-of-ways, the entire length through the reservoir will be directionally drilled?
That is not accurate. There is only one pipeline, there's only one pipeline company currently located within the reservoir. All of the other pipelines within the project footprint are located along the diversion canal, predominantly within the southwest corner of Township Road 242 and Highway 22.
Okay. And so does AT have a budget for the pipeline relocation costs at this point in time?
The pipeline relocation costs have been accounted for in the overall project budget, and they have been identified in Stantec's cost as opinion.
And what is that cost at the present time?
Just give me a moment and I'll pull it up. So if you look at Stantec's cost opinion, lines 266 through 272, 272 is the Subtotal for the major utilities. So for strictly pipelines, as we're discussing here, we're looking at $12,443,750 is what's in the cost opinion.
And those are 2017 dollars.
That would be correct.
And you have no no cost in 2020 dollars to provide the panel.
I have not received a cost estimate from any of the pipeline companies yet with respect to what they anticipate their relocates to cost.
And have you asked for that?
Yes, they're working on it in their engineering studies right now.
And when do you expect to be in receipt of that information?
It varies from pipeline company to pipeline company. I believe the earliest one is around mid to late May that we'll be receiving those costs.
Right.
But that would need to be confirmed.
And I understand some of the utilities that have to be moved would be distribution lines or transmission lines of some sort.
Yes, that's correct. That's in the shallow utility relocation costs identified directly above the pipeline costs in the cost opinion.
And are these transmission lines or distribution lines that are being moved?
You know what? I'm not an expert in that field. I'm not clear on the terminology.
So we're sitting here now in, what is it, 2021? Yeah, 2021 March. And you've been working on this for, well, it's 4 years, since 2017, and you're saying basically there's no new information that you can give us in relation to these pipeline costs.
Mr. Chairman, agreements have only been entered into with pipeline companies specifically in about the last year and maybe perhaps a year and a half, but I would have to go back and confirm.
Okay, a question on embankment riprap. Given that the SCLG experts and SIA recommend that the embankment be riprapped on the water side, what is the cost of this requirement?
We have not done a cost estimate to determine what it would cost to riprap the face of the embankment. As you know, as indicated in our responses, both. And I should say, I don't believe that SIA's suggestion was to riprap the full embankment. When you referenced the origin of their recommendation, it was we tried to correct the reference point. But irregardless, irregardless, we don't recommend it, or we did not recommend it. Riprap is often used in dams on the face where the water level is consistent on the embankment for a long period of time. This is because over time, wave wash over long periods of time can initiate erosion, and then you can end up with some exposure of the underlying soils and failure of the vegetative cover. In the case of SR1, with the limited pool and the inconsistent depth of water, we don't anticipate the development of the conditions where you would have a consistent wave attack at any given one location on the embankment. And more so to the point, we evaluated the effectiveness of the vegetative cover and the given proposed embankment materials, and they are, based off our calculations, can withstand wave attack for a reasonable period of time.
And what is the reasonable period of time, Mr. Manager?
So, well, as indicated in our filings, it takes about 40 days to lower the reservoir of the to a nominal pool. And during that time, we felt a recurrence interval of I believe it was a 1 and 2 year wind, straight line wind driven wave would be appropriate. Given that the water level is constantly dropping, that seemed to be a reasonable assumption for the design.
What is a 1 and 2 year level wave?
I'm sorry, so you look at wind speeds with a recurrence interval given a certain time period. So you look at different, it's an estimation technique. Similarly, the different dam guidelines for freeboard generate wave requirements or wind. Basically, you look at wind setup, how fast the wind would set up and then drive waves. And so you look at the depth of the wave. Yeah.
But what is a 1 and 2 year level wave mean in layman's terms for those of us who aren't
sure. I mean, it means that
aren't conversant.
It means that it would be the strongest wind that you would expect to occur once every 2 years or more. I believe is what the sustained winds, I should say.
Okay. Do they get much sustained wind in the Springbank area?
Oh, certainly.
West of Calgary.
Yeah. And those estimates are based off of the location and in fact the airport there.
And what has Stantec found in terms of the highest level of sustained winds in the Springbank area?
I can't quote the direct numbers off of you or for you on this element, but I mean, we did evaluate them for both the freeboard for the dam for the much larger recurrence intervals to make sure that we had the appropriate freeboard. In this particular case, we're looking at a very short period of time where you would have those winds attacking the same location. So you got to remember the water level is constantly dropping as we're lowering it. So the winds wherever they're approaching will be only focused for a very nominal period of time.
Mr. Secord, if I may, it is 5:30. You were hoping to wrap up, and I think the section you were trying to get on benefit cost analysis, I'm not quite connecting the dots on the wind questions and the wave action. There's probably a time for that, but I'm not sure how. And it may relate to benefit cost analysis. I may just be missing that. But did you have other BCA questions that you were hoping to get to today?
I did have some land cost estimates that I wanted to ask. But I might be able to, I don't know, looking at the panel, I think I may be able to ask those in the land use section perhaps. But I see here that I was hoping to do a little better, Mr. Chair, I really was. But I see I've got, it looks to me like I've got 7 questions left, so and it is late, so either I ask them in my 90-minute allocation on topic block 2, or and we can end now, but I think I don't want to keep everybody. I think it's been a long day already, so I'm in your hands, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, I think, and I think you're right. I mean, those are, yes, they're cost questions, but they are related to land use as well. Why don't we do that? Break for the evening. We'll start off tomorrow morning with Cal Alta then, and appreciate you holding those other questions for land use. Just a couple things maybe before we break for the night. So tomorrow, as indicated earlier, we would start at 8:30, so that means a 7:45 start for sign-on time, starting tomorrow morning. And we did have one other undertaking. I think we've got one undertaking that has not been sort of charted, and that dealt with consultation. So, Mr. Secord, do you recall the exact question? I did not write it down, but the question that went to the panel on consultation?
Mr. Chair, I don't, and I'll have to look at the transcript, but if I could, I just had one wrap up on that embankment riprap. I hadn't quite finished that.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Mr. Manager, got off on a sidetrack about wave action. So I just wanted to revisit that. So in relation to, our experts recommending that the embankment be riprapped on the water side. In terms of the total area, would you accept, subject to check, that it is 330,000 cubic meters, which would be a 30-meter height at 3.1 H colon V for 3.7 kilometers, and assuming every square meter of surface area is a cubic meter of riprap, would you agree that the cost of the riprapping of the embankment would be in the order of $55 million? Would that be a fair estimate, Mr. Manager?
I was trying to follow along your numbers there, Mr. Secord. The dam is not 30 meters, it's full length. It's only 30 meters for a very short segment. It's the average height is probably half of that. A meter thick would be awful thick for what you're talking through in terms of what you would require for this wave component. And we wouldn't take it to the top of the dam either, because it's, water is not going to get up to that height. So I mean, I don't know what those volumes are off, what those volumes would be, but I suspect that they would be below the number that you quoted.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, I would just note this is an item that was referenced in the IAC draft environmental assessment report. We've provided a response suggesting a correction to that element. So I think that information would benefit the panel if that wasn't made clear earlier.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair, for letting me wrap up that one loose end. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Secord. So 7:45 sign-in time, and then we'll wait for the transcripts, and then we'll get that undertaking for tomorrow, and then we'll start tracking them. We'll do a little better job tracking them. I think today, folks, went pretty well, considering we did have a couple glitches on document management, but really overall document management was brought up, I thought, pretty quickly. Panel was respectful on caucus, and Mr. Secord and others, a nice job on keeping to time. So let's break for tonight and start off with Cal Alta tomorrow morning. One thing that I would ask Mr. Secord, you're not up right away, but your mic didn't really get any better during the time, and it wasn't terrible, but if you could kind of do a sound check on it, it would be great, because you're going to be up again and for some extended time, so it would be most helpful.
Okay, I'll look into that. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, I could offer a quick suggestion too, because I'm the technical guy here. If you have a plug-in mic, or if you have headphones that have a mic in them,
yes,
that can also help as well.
This is supposed to have a mic in it, so.
Oh, anyway. Then you know what? Your computer might be configured to use the mic that's in the front of the screen. Are you on a laptop by chance?
Yes.
Yeah, I thought so. So I think it's using the mic that's at the top of the screen versus in your headphones. So maybe try to figure that out tonight. And
okay. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Great. Mr. Chair, it's Gavin Fitch. According to our understanding of the schedule, Cal Alta actually doesn't have any cross-examination of this panel, which would just leave, I think Mr. Wagner estimated potentially 15 or 25 minutes, and then we would just go to NRCB staff and the panel.
Yeah, and I was going to confirm actually if Mr. Williams was on the phone before we left and confirm with him, but you may have just done that. Mr. Williams, are you online right now? Or Mr. Williams? Doesn't appear to be so. Okay, and if that's right, Mr. Fitch, then we will move on with Mr. Wagner and then the board staff and panel questions. So tomorrow morning. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, much appreciated, Mr. Fitch. Thank you, everyone, and have a good night. We'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning.
Thank you.
And thank you, Mr. Weeb, for IT support from MNP.
Problem.